morning, everybody, and welcome back to the channel. We are streaming to Divinely Design Studio, reading whenever you'll need us. Slow it down, and of course, the Dusty Book Sniffers as well. Yeah, I was almost late to my own sprints today. It's raining here. Well, the sun's just starting to come out, but it's been raining here, and so it was very much in go slow mode today. And yeah, didn't get any of my editing done last night, so got all that done. So how are you today, Neva?
I'm here. Hello. I was supposed to be on Brittany's sprints. Did I sleep through them? Yes, I did. It's fine. She'll forgive me, probably. But otherwise, I'm fine. Life is lifing.
Yep, I totally get it. It's a bit like that today. Excuse me. Yeah, I've had a pretty hectic week trying to get all the things done, and I seem to be going round and round in circles and getting nowhere fast. So yeah, the quilt is still not done. I'm slowly getting there. I'm sorry, Debbie. It will get done, I promise. But yeah, it's just been one of those weeks, just chasing my tail. But good news is neighbours have been quiet. Not a single sound out of them, which has been great. They've been home, but they've been quiet. So yeah,
We love to hear it.
Yeah, it is good. It is good. It is good. So I've been getting decent night's sleeps and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, as much as someone with insomnia can get sleep, but yeah. So we are here today for an 8-hour sprint. These have been known to go longer. So if you need to get some reading done or stuff done around your house, or even if you're a content creator and you need some company while you do all the things that we do as content creators, we are the channel to be on, or channels to be on today. For Divinely Design Studio, we'll be here with you for a couple of hours, and then we'll bow out, and then Dusty Book Sniffers and Anita's channel reading when
reading Neva.
There we go. It just doesn't want to come out. I don't know why.
I think it only does for me because I have to say it so frequently because it's my own channel.
Yes.
Because I actually had trouble with it when I first changed it.
Yeah.
And I think the only reason that it flows so well now is just because I have to say it. I say it in every video. Sometimes if I feel like it's not going to come out correctly, I just skip that part. I'll just be like, "Hi, I'm Neva," and then I just move on.
That's funny. But the problem is, it's not I get the name and all that sort of stuff, but what it is, I go to say with instead of when. And that's where I trip up. And my brain knows that I'm making that mistake, but my mouth goes, "Bugger you, I'm saying it anyway."
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think that's the natural way to say it.
Yeah.
Because even the besties did that for a while. Even Brittany and Reni did that for a while. I just don't correct people. I don't know. Maybe it's because I grew up with the name Geneva my entire life. No one ever says it correctly. For some reason are you okay? Are you good? Okay. For some reason I become Genevieve, which is twice as long as my actual name. So I don't know what you're seeing in my name that looks like Genevieve to you, but I mean that's I mean, I do correct people when it comes to my actual name, but when it comes to my channel name, I'm like, it's fine. I assume that if you found my reading channel, that probably you can read. I don't mean that rude, but I just feel if you found me and you're not I mean, obviously there's exceptions, if you're visually impaired or something. But I assume that but even Siri will read. Dude, it's fine, just clean it up. Will read my channel name. She says it incorrectly because she says it as Neva instead of Neva, but
yeah.
But she will read it. So, which I know because she consistently reads my channel name to me whenever she gives me Instagram notifications.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I will get it. It'll just take a little while.
It's fine.
it'll eventually click. The mouth and the brain will click together, and it'll all work for us.
Okay.
So today I am going to be reading Wheel of Time, but I have, I think, what page am I up to? I have about 60 pages left in this, so I want to get this off the books. It's one of the books that I want to clear off my Goodreads reading list. I started this back in July. Some of you probably remember it. It is a memoir about an Australian woman that followed a Bhagwan in the 80s and subsequently did time in a US prison and whatnot for attempted murder. So it's a very interesting story and how much she gave up and all that sort of stuff for it. So I want to finish that today and get it off the book so then I can read the Azerbaijan book that is sitting on my list since I think I started that in March and I haven't picked it back up again. So that is my plan this weekend to get that finished, but also listen to Wheel of Time a little bit later if I can find my book, because I was wanting to do a little bit of immersive reading. And I put my book down somewhere and I can't find it. So what are you reading today, Neva?
Listen, man, I'm determined to finish this damn Court of Mist and Fury. I don't actually know if it fits anything.
Mom.
What?
I said I want you to read Fourth Wing.
I swear, Ari, I'm going to read Fourth Wing, okay? But I have to get through A Court of Mist and Fury because it's just been sitting on my Audible staring at me. I promise you, bro, I will find a challenge that this Fourth Wing book fits and I will read it. Are you okay? You need some cough medicine? Okay.
Drink of water, perhaps?
You want water? Your water bottle if you want to go fill it up. No? Okay. She's like, no, I'm diamond painting, mother. Anyway, yeah, so I need to finish this book. I did listen to some of it. Are you okay, man? Okay. I did listen to some of it at work. But people apparently need food when I'm at work. It's really rude of them to need to eat when I work at Taco Bell, you know what I mean? So
how rude. Why would you go to Taco Bell for food?
I'm saying, like, why?
You're just trying to read. Go somewhere else, people.
I did get through some more of it. I'm like over 50%, and I don't actually think that it fits eras.
Oh yeah, because Margaret's on the side. That's right.
Yeah, and tomorrow I don't know how much reading. I'm gonna get reading done, but I don't know how much reading of this book I'm gonna get done because obviously I sleep while Ari's at school. But then tomorrow night, the members and I have a date with Brianna's Patreon.
Mm-hmm.
We're all gonna go. So if you're a member, you can come read. No. I mean, you can come say hi, and then you gotta go. It's not an appropriate stream for you. But if you want, you can. The members can come read smutty Christmas books with us.
I'm not a member of Bree's Patreon.
You're a member of mine.
Oh, okay.
So it's my members and Bree's Patreon people.
Oh, okay, cool.
So there's a link for the members. Like I made like a members only post on the community tab. If you click that link, it'll take you to the video.
Okay, cool. Awesome. That'll be good. I'll come in and watch your facial expressions as you're reading smutty books.
Well, I helped pick them out. So like Bree was like, do you want to do this? Your members can come, because that's how she does it, is like your Patreon, like the other person's Patreon or their members, whatever. And I was like, okay. And she's like, all right, well, we got to find some books. So they're both available on Kindle Unlimited. So yeah, I'll post during these sprints. I'll post. I don't know why I didn't do this. Clearly, I wasn't thinking. I'll post for the members which books you're reading. That might be actually helpful to you.
that might be helpful. Yes. That's a key component of a read along, right? The book.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am doing. Are you diamond painting today? Obviously.
Yes.
I am.
Finish Island
diamond painting as well after I finish reading this. because I just want to get this off the books. It's been sitting there too long and it's been staring at me in my to be read cart and it's driving me crazy. All right, let's have a look and see who is joining us today. We have Katie is here, is a new member to your YouTube. Yay! It pops up in the comments. Yeah.
I wonder. Here's the thing, though. I saw this. Yeah, I saw this, and I went and I looked. I don't know why this is showing her as a new member, unless Katie let me know. But did you change tiers? I don't think she did, but on my end, it's showing that she's been on the same tier for 12 days.
Yeah, I think because we haven't clicked on, like, we were on sprints when Katie became a member a couple of weeks ago, and I don't think I clicked on this last week, so maybe it might go away now.
That could be, because I was like, Katie's been a member. Not that I don't appreciate Katie, I was just saying, like, I was confused. I was like, wait.
StreamYards is trying to keep us on our toes, basically. Tina's Book and Craft Corner. Hello, how are you? Have a headache? That is not good. Need rest. Hello, Author Nerd. Not reading yet. Busy watching Hannibal. Awesome. Still a lot of fun to get stuff done. But Tina is making hot chocolate and I'm going to have something to eat and finally get my vlog out so I can relax. Yeah. Sometimes when you've got a lot to do, your head starts pounding even worse. So that'll probably clear the decks for you and you'll start to feel a little bit better. Hello, Cool Gamer. Thanks for joining. Chris has also joined us today as well, 70 pages into my novel. So hoping to get it done tonight. So I have to be disciplined. Awesome. I've got a headache too this afternoon. Keep thinking I'll hunt down the ibuprofen and then I get distracted. It sounds like you all need to drink some water and take some tablets and chill. So hopefully you will feel better, Jamie. And Anne has also joined us as well. I'm going to be diamond painting tonight, trying to finish one up for my kiddos for Christmas. Awesome. And also boot the like for both. Thank you very much. And have Neva on for watch time. Excellent. Thank you very much. I may have asked this before, but will Nicole and Neva be signing up for YouTube Book Prize judges? Is that the BookTube Awards that channel does?
I guess. I don't know. Listen. I never even heard of this. What is this?
There is a channel. I actually signed up as a judge for this year, but circumstances changed and I wasn't able to commit to the award as a judge. So I'm still on the list as far as I know. I still receive emails and everything like that. So basically there's a whole heap of booktubers that there is one channel and it's called the BookTube Prize Award. I think it is what it's called. Or the BookTube Prize or something along those lines. And basically there is a heap of books that are put forward. It's not the same as Goodreads. And then there's the sections and then it slowly gets narrowed down until we have an eventual winner. But the books are read by booktubers and voted on by them, as far as I'm aware. But I was going to do it this year, but I couldn't commit to it in the end because something came up and I just didn't want to let them down by starting and then bowing out. So I have signed up for it. So yeah, I just can't remember the name of the channel. It's probably in my email because there's not a lot that happens on the channel until the award starts. So let me just have a look here. Let me find it. As far as crafting and everything goes, I have just been plodding along with everything that I need to do. Let me just booktube. I can't find it. Oh, no, that's the BookTube Award. I don't know what it's called. No, I can't find it, so I'll have to look it up and see if I can find it. I think it's only been going for a couple of years, so yeah. Hello, Lexi. Have you both playing? Thank you. Hope to get more into Murder at Piccadilly Playhouse tonight. But first dinner and then some cleaning. We also have Katie here. Hello, Katie. Thanks for joining. And we have Sadie as Sadia, is it? Correct me if I'm wrong, but hello, welcome to the channel. I'm terrible with names, just so you know, if you're new here. I suck at it. Sarah has also joined us as well. Chrissy is also in the comments. Good morning, NNN. Fixing paperwork for preschool committee today and maybe a little reading. I have Heartstopper 5 that I would like to get to. Awesome. I have not read any of those. I'm planning on reading them next year, though. Every time I went to go and buy one, the first one wasn't there. So I love the She'll Forgive Me, probably, but you needed a rest.
I mean, listen, Brittany's very understanding. Also, something else has transpired in my life that I'm not comfortable sharing because it's not really my thing. I mean, I guess if you're a booktuber friend that's also on my like my Facebook page, which I think only Brooklyn is, other than Reni, but Reni's been there for years. Then you would see it that way. But something else has happened which has caused me to not be able to sleep very well because I am an empath, also an Enneagram 2, so I tend to just like worry about everybody else. And so I seem to be getting the most sleep after Ari gets home from school. So, but Brittany knows what's happening. So I'm sure that if I was like, I mean, she knows I haven't been sleeping very well, but she'll just be like, oh, it's fine. Like, the woman has more grace than most people have in their big toe. So
I never say grace, Mom.
Okay. What do you want me to do about that?
Good morning, Megan. Thank you very much for joining and good evening. I'm going to be grading papers for a while this evening before I can read. Boo to adulting and work. Whenever I try to say your channel name, I always make it sound like whenever, yeah. I would try to put with in there and take out the when.
Yeah, it's I don't really correct people because, I mean, people find me one way or the other anyway. And if people really get upset about it and are like, I don't know your channel name, like, I mean, it's always in the little caption thing. You know what I mean? And if you even if you type Ari, ma'am, no, ma'am. Even if you type like reading with Neva, I think my channel name still pops up because it's just close enough that, like, I mean, nobody else has it. So,
yeah. I get all the variations of my name, Alex, Alexa, Alexia, but they never say Alexis, which is my actual name. Oh, hello. Thanks for joining. Nope, haven't changed anything at Katie's end. So, yeah, it must be just the StreamYard thing because I hadn't clicked on it before. So it'll be interesting to see if it comes up next time as well. So, yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. But anyway.
I mean, StreamYard just might be being weird. I was just really confused because I was like, I've put Katie's name. Well, I don't put Katie. I do put her channel name because I don't know what people are like actually comfortable with. Like, I'm pretty sure I put Dusty Book Snippers for Nicole. I don't think I put Nicole's actual name. But I put Katie's channel name in the last like 3 videos, like at the end, in the end thingy. So I was like, I was confused. I don't know. It's probably just because YouTube shows it too. I went and looked at my channel. YouTube shows it too. So I don't know if YouTube is just being
extra vigilant.
Yeah, I
making sure that you know that Katie has joined.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just heard of the BookTube prize this year, so I subscribed, and maybe next year I'll sign up as a judge. Yeah, there are different categories to read. Like, it's sort of it's very, in my opinion, it's very similar to the Goodreads choice, except this is books that BookTubers are doing instead. So yeah. But I don't know whether I'll do it next year either because my year is huge. So I don't know. We'll see how we go. Hey, Courtney, how you going? We've been popping in and out of everybody's. I've been sprint hopping this morning saying hi to everybody because I feel like I've just, like all of November, I never got a chance to get on Leandra's sprints. I never got a chance to get on Brittany's sprints because I was sick, and then I had Mia here, and it's just like, yeah. And I feel like I've just had a massive disconnect from the community. Jean is here. Hello, Neva and Nicole. Question to Neva: would Divine Rivals be appropriate for an advanced reader who is 13? I just don't necessarily want to give her smut.
Yeah, so I think the book would be categorized as, I think technically it would be categorized as new adult since our main characters are 20 years old. However, there's no, the couple of scenes where it's like implied that something happened, it's closed door. Like it's not smutty. Like it reads very YA. So
okay.
I would say for an advanced reader of 13, yes. I don't think there's anything in it. It's violent, I will say that. So like if that's an issue, then maybe not, because it takes place during war. So there is, violence, there's bombings and death and things like that. But as far as like the sexual content, I think it would be fine. It's very much like you can tell that's what they're doing. Like they say something about it, you know what I mean? Like there's a wedding night that's like alluded to, but I don't remember there being any actual. I'm just trying to think because I did read it, like
because they're the main characters are war correspondents, aren't they?
Right. So the whole premise of Divine Rivals is that they both have these magical typewriters. There's a magical element. But they both have these typewriters that are magically linked to each other. So the main female character is typing letters to her brother, and then she puts them in her closet and they start disappearing. And they're going to our male main character, but they don't act, but she at first thinks that she's receiving letters back from her brother because he's writing to her or whatever, writing back to her. Eventually they figure out, that they're writing letters to each other or whatever. But they are like in competition with each other, right? So it is supposed to be like an enemies to lovers kind of dynamic. But they are war correspondents. They do end up being like in the middle of war. Are you okay? Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay. They do end up, I don't know what's happening. They do end up being like in the middle of the war. Like it is dangerous, but they, it's a love story. So
yeah. So an advanced reader would cope with that of 13.
Yeah. So, but there's no, I was just trying to think because, I've been reading A Court of Mist and Fury where there is open door everything. But Divine Rivals, I don't think has any open door scenes. It's all closed door. Like I said, it reads very YA.
Awesome. There you go, Jean. Hopefully that helped you out. Tina has acquired some ibuprofen tablets, but haven't really drank any water today.
Yeah, Mariah came home and said that she also had a migraine. So I think you all need to rest.
Because in winter, you tend to drink less in winter. Yeah. And you can dehydrate quicker in cold weather than you can. You can still, like in hot weather, obviously, you think about it more in hot weather than what you will in cold weather because you don't inherently feel thirsty in cold weather, but you can still dehydrate just as quick. So drink some water. I was a booktube prize this year. I was happy Trespassers made it to the top 3. I was not. Demon Cobhead won, which I was less enthused about. I would not have been impressed with that either. Okay, so Sadia. Okay, cool. Excellent. That makes a lot more sense now. I get tripped up on people, so thank you very much for explaining that to me. I will remember that now. So yes, thank you. I finally finished Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil and submitted it for the Vixen prompt. Awesome. making some headway there. Also grading, yay, solidarity. Seems like we get a lot of people grading papers and everything. Books, crafts, and planning. Hugs, Neva. I'm an empath as well, so I get it.
It's really not the vibe, to be honest. Like, being an empath, it's just. I mean, I appreciate it. It's like a strength and a weakness. You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate it because, like, at least it continues to affirm for me that I am not a narcissist like my mother, but also I don't really love to feel everyone else's feelings. You know? So I'm like, because y'all just keep your feelings to yourself. But I mean, what's happening is happening to people that are my friends, you know. But I didn't, like, there's like a GoFundMe and like a bunch of other stuff, but I didn't share it to my Instagram because I mean, I guess I could just ask them, but like I didn't really know if they wanted me to, you know. I don't know. I mean,
that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Like, you've got to do it with, you know, permission and all that sort of stuff, because if they don't want it, you know, common knowledge as well. So
yeah, I mean, it is all over like Facebook. Like, I mean, if you wanted to go write it, I guess you could, but also like they know that like I do booktube and bookstagram, and that's a kind of it's a different like animal. You know what I mean?
That's true. And books, crafts, and planning is actually Anne, who joins us every week. So had a channel name change. So awesome. Good to know. Would you ever participate in a white elephant gift exchange? I don't even know what that is. So no.
It's like white elephant is like similar to Secret Santa.
Oh, okay.
Like I think white elephant has. I feel like white elephant is like what my family does. I mean, I don't participate. They started because my family started doing gift exchange for the adults when I was like 16, and then I think everybody just forgot that I was an adult. To be honest, like once I turned 18, because I never participated. Like, so I don't. And my sister, I was talking to my sister about this the other day, and I was like, I've never done the gift exchange.
Can I talk to Anna?
We'll see. And I was like, the adults just still give me money. Like, that's what they do. Like, when I say adults, I mean, like, adults older than me. Still adults, you know? Like, my grandma and my uncle, they, like, still just give me money for Christmas. So, and my sister was like, yeah, I think they just forget that, she was like, I think if you weren't good 18, like, at the time that they started doing the gift exchange, they just forget that we're adults. Which, like, is fine. I mean, I'm 32. I'm cool with money. But it's like, yeah, it's similar to like a Secret Santa. But like we do it where we like they draw cards like from like a deck of playing cards. And like each gift is numbered. So instead of it being a Secret Santa where like you and I would get each other and then like I would give you a gift and then someone else would give you, you know, it's based on, it's everybody, all the adults buy a gift. The gifts are numbered, and then whatever number you get is what you open, and then you are able to like exchange it with somebody else. Like one year my mom got something, I don't remember what it was that she got, but she got something that she didn't need. And so she ended up like swapping it with one of my family members who got like a Keurig but doesn't drink coffee. So they were like, I'm not going to use this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, we do that when we do retreats. We have a gift swap where it's done similar way. You get it and then you can swap it and all that sort of stuff. Jean was saying that I predict snow in the future, hence why I have a headache. Plenty of water has been drunk. And the 13-year-old has read Christina Lauren, if that tells you.
I mean, if this child has read Christina Lauren, then Divine Rivals is the least of your worries.
Yeah.
Which one of these is the Santa?
I don't know.
Prosperity has joined us as well. That's the book I'm currently reading. I have 50 pages left. Would definitely consider it SM. I was talking about food cravings with my mother when Aniva and Nicole were pregnant. Did they have any weird food cravings? No.
Weird? I don't know if they would be considered weird. I mean, so like with all my kids, for some reason, I craved Burger King chicken fries. I don't know why that is. It's very weird. I guess I don't know. But like it's, and then actually when I was pregnant with Ari, you're fine. Stop. What?
Taking me out.
Okay, I was very iron deficient because she sucked all of my iron out, like to the point that I had to get a. You did.
An accident.
I know it was an accident. It's fine. To the point that I had to get a blood transfusion when I was like halfway through my pregnancy. Like I fainted at my job, like in front of customers. It was like,
oh my God.
Okay, so at the time I worked at a bookstore, like a discount bookstore, inside of a mall. And we lived in Florida, so like it was hot. And I was eating. That's the thing. That's like what's crazy because like I remember when the paramedics got there, they were like, "Have you eaten today?" And I was like, "Yes," because I had a routine of every morning I would walk down to the Dunkin' Donuts that was like 2 stores down from me, and I would get breakfast. Yes. And I would get like a breakfast sandwich, a donut, and like a coffee, right? So like I had eaten that day. I had also eaten a like a protein bar because I was like, okay, protein is, good for growing babies. I had like taken my prenatal that day. Like I had done all of the normal things. And I remember I was standing at the cash register and I felt like lightheaded, but they gave me a chair, like, or a stool, because like I was pregnant. So I was like, okay, it's fine. And I'm standing there like I was literally checking someone out. I had like 4 or 5 like older women in the store. And I was like, oh, I feel a little lightheaded. I went to go try to sit on this stool, which it wasn't short, like it was a tall stool. And I missed the stool. Like it was like I couldn't grab the stool. And I just remember grabbing the underside of the cash register counter. And the lady that I was checking out said that my eyes rolled into the back of my head. I don't know if that's true, but I remember just like kind of falling to the floor. And then they all called 911 and then it was like a frenzy and I had to have a blood transfusion.
I need to stir up the customers.
I think I should have known that I was probably deficient in something. They would tell me like, yeah, you're a little low on iron, so they gave me an iron supplement, but we thought that would be enough. But I craved red meat when I was pregnant with Ari. Like all I wanted to eat was steak when I was pregnant, and so that probably should have been a sign,
Yeah.
When I got there, they were like, your hemoglobin is at 7, and they like it to be like under 5, I think. And then if it's like to a 10, that's like terrible. Like that's like emergency levels. And so it was sitting between a 7 and an 8. And they were like, the only way to get this down is to give you a blood transfusion. And I was like, okay. But I mean, Ari came out healthy and happy, so thank God for that, I guess.
Yes, it's amazing what the human body can do that when it needs to. I did not have any strange cravings or anything like that. With my first child, I couldn't eat anything for the first 3 months, except for boiled potatoes with a bit of butter and salt. That's all I could keep down. Other than that, I couldn't keep anything down. That was my son, and the girls I never had any issues with or anything like that. So, yeah, no strange cravings. But then I eat a wide variety of foods. So that's probably why I didn't have any cravings or anything like that. Sarah's also saying to Jean, me too. Oh my God, storms and snow give me migraines. I always say I'm like her girl in Mean Girls. Her boobs can tell it's already raining. That's funny. I drink so much water all the time. I drink over a gallon of water each day. Helps. That I always carry around. Yeah, you need to drink a lot of water. A lot of people forget to drink in winter, and that is the thing. I think Coda would like Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. Awesome. I'll have to recommend it to him. There was a huge argument in my family during the gift swap exchange. My aunt complained that the gifts were not good enough and other relatives should have spent more money. Too much drama for me. Yeah, sounds like it. I would not be in that I would walk out if that started. Hello, Jen, Fantasy and Fiction. Thank you very much for joining. Reading Bookshops and Budapest. Sounds like fun. I haven't heard of that book before, but I like the title. Bone Dust, not Budapest. God, where am I today? But either way, I like the. I had a bit of glue on the bottom of my chin. The pitfalls of crafting. Get glue everywhere. She sounds so adorable. I'm cracking up. I'm not about the
anemia. Yeah.
No,
sometimes she thinks that, like, I don't know, she gets a little testy about, like, when I talk about, like, pregnancy or whatever, she'll be like, don't talk about that, Mom. And I'm like, well, that's how you came into this world, so.
Oh, Mommy.
Yeah, she always says that it was an accident, like, whenever I talk about how I had to have a blood transfusion or whatever, like, and I'll be like, yeah, Ari sucked all the iron out of my body. She was like, it was an accident. I mean, clearly she needed it more than I did. You know what I mean? It's fine. It's okay. That's what the vitamins in when mommies are pregnant, you know, with babies in their tummy. That's what all the vitamins and nutrients are for, to grow a healthy baby. So it's fine.
Yeah, it's supposed to happen like that.
You needed it more than mommy did. It's fine. Look at you now. A happy and healthy 6-year-old.
With a little bit of sass thrown in for good measure.
Say hi to Nicole.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
You good today? You tired? You look tired.
Are you tired?
Sleepy? No, you're not sleepy. How was school today? Was it good? Thumbs up. That's what I like to see, that you enjoyed school.
Are you excited for your winter party?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Are you excited for Christmas? Yeah. Have you made your wishes for Christmas yet?
No.
No. Oh.
I think you should put the apple and the clown and the black heart and the red heart and this.
What?
And on the bell.
What about it?
I want you to do those.
I'm not just gonna send Jessica random emojis. That's weird.
I do want to
Oh, well, give it to me. I have to get that message open. This is not that message. Someone was asking me about a book.
Lexi's like, it was an accident, but how your body made sure that Ari had what she needed from you. That's exactly right. Tia has also joined us today. That's weird. I crave chocolate shakes with fried shrimp. Oh, dirty rice. Oh, chocolate shakes, fried shrimp, dirty rice, potato salad. These all sound like really good things, but yeah, I don't know. I just didn't crave anything. It was the only thing I would eat. No idea why at the time. My mother had a huge craving for eggs, and my brother cannot eat eggs now. Like, even to this day, still does not eat eggs because she must have eaten so many while she was pregnant. And I think with me, she said that she craved onion sandwiches all the time.
What do you
like,
say?
With anything else, and it was just onion. I never do white elephant gifts exchange in my family. They're always stupid gifts that I don't want and get stuck with. That's fair enough. However, we play the box game where a box is wrapped in several layers of duct tape, and you have to try and open the box with other mitts before someone rolls a 6. Oh my goodness, that sounds like so much fun. The person who rolls a 6 goes next, and so on until the box is open. That sounds like a lot of fun. That I would be down with, because that would be hilarious. For adults, throw some drinking in with that, some shots in with that, and you got a good game.
Right.
Great way to spend Christmas Day. Not that I drink a lot, but that just sounds like a good drinking game. Shannon says, during my first pregnancy, I craved crab cakes with peanut butter. My second pregnancy, I was constantly craving ricotta cheese mousse with chocolate. Funny thing is, my second daughter is a lactose intolerant. Jean is saying hello to the adorable, ever adorable Ari. So
Jean said hi to you.
Hi, Jean.
And we have got to the end of the comments. So we are going to, this one's good. I'll try to film a clip of the box game for a vlog. My uncles don't need drinks to get rowdy. They try to punch open the box completely sober. Alrighty. I am going to set up the timer for 45 minutes. Is that okay with you, Eva? Yep, good time for that. And I obviously didn't get to any of this before we started, so we will see you in 45 minutes. And happy reading and crafting, everybody. Is it going to share? Probably not. There we go. All right.
Well, hello. How did you go during that sprint?
I listened to a chapter and a half. What is this light? And then I watched a little bit of Seeking Sister Wife, which this show. Listen, I need to stop watching TLC reality TV. It's fine. Like, I actually haven't watched this show in a while because I watched the first season and I didn't really like any of the couples, so then I kind of gave up on it. But I'm like caught up on 90 Day Fiance and whatever that other show is, Welcome to Plathville. So I was like, what am I going to watch or whatever? This show is just, it's like a bunch of polygamist families trying to find like a sister wife, but like some of these people just should not be polygamists. You know what I mean? Like you can tell that like some of these wives are not on board.
Yeah.
You know? Which I mean, do what you do, you know, obviously. But like if you're not comfortable with it, bro, like why are you doing it? It's weird. You know?
It'd be if you can tell, like you're watching it and you can tell they're not into it, what the hell?
Like there's one couple, they were, so here's the thing. When I say I didn't like any of the couples, what I mean is I felt like there was only really one couple in season 1 where both people were on board. You know, where like it was clear, and they're still like on, I think I'm on season 3 now. Yeah. And they're still like they've been on every season because I feel like the couple is the Snowdens, but like you can tell that like Ashley, the wife, is as on board with it as Dimitri, who's the husband, is. You know what I mean? Like she's very much like open to it. She likes it. That's what she wants, kind of thing. But then you get people like I can't remember what their last name is, but it's Danielle and her husband. Danielle is not on board, bro. Like Danielle is not on board. Like you can tell she's not on board, but you can also tell that she's like doing it to please, you know, like to make her husband happy, whatever. And like we're at the point now where he's like him and the second wife are trying to have a baby. But like Danielle has, because their potential sister wife is from Brazil, so the only way to like get her to America is with a K1 visa. So Danielle agreed to get legally divorced so that he could marry the potential sister wife, which like is fine and great, I guess. But like you can tell she's uncomfortable. Like, even the potential sister wife can tell she's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And like literally told the husband, like, I can't, like, I'm not gonna be able to be with you if she's not happy with the arrangement. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, if you're not happy with it, dude, stop. And I mean, they're polygamous for like religious reasons.
Yeah.
So she just keeps saying, like, this is what God called us to do. And like, I mean, at some point, bro, you have to, it's not God anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
God does not want you to suffer this way, I feel like.
Because then technically you're living a lie. Isn't that a sin against God?
That's
to be living a lie?
Yeah. And I mean, there are 2 couples so far that I have seen over the last 2 seasons, because there's no season 1. I watched it a long time ago, but the season 1 is no longer available on TLC or on Discovery Plus, HBO Max, whatever, which is fine because you don't really need it. I mean, like, you get enough explanation in season 2, you don't really need it. But there's only one other couple, and it's a husband and 2 wives, Sophie and can't remember the chick's name, but the husband's name is Colton. And Colton, he's kind of awkward. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's really like, he comes off like, I'm wondering if he's like neurodivergent. Like, he's that. Like, he reminds me of me. Because like when they meet their potential third sister wife, he like is very like quiet and like and like awkward, and I'm like, this poor man. Like you can tell he's trying, but he's just awkward, you know.
Yeah.
And the
But
wives are
is
like
he,
the
like,
ones
would
carrying
he?
the conversation.
Is he awkward because the cameras are there though? Is that what's
He
adding
could
to
be.
the?
But
Yeah.
also the wives do say a lot like that he's a very quiet person and that it's hard for him to establish connection with people through like the internet, which of course the season 3 is happening during 2020. So it's happening during the pandemic. So there was a lot of like pausing and resuming of filming, you
Yeah.
know, based off
Yeah.
of like their state's restrictions.
Yeah.
They're all from different places. But when they do meet a potential sister wife, and you can tell that he's just like he's trying to establish some kind of relationship with her to figure out like if they're going to move forward or whatever. But they do it very much like the Mormon way of polygamy. So they're doing like they're like courting. They're not doing like dating. Some of these other families aren't doing it based off of religion. Like it's just polygamy is what they've chosen to do. So they do like where the husband will go on a solo date with the potential, and then like the wife, they call it a solo date, but it's basically like a girl's day out. It'd be like if you and I went out and like shot the shit. You know what I mean? Like that's that's basically what it is.
Do what girls do, right?
Right. Do what girls do. Right. Because obviously, like with the sister wives, they're not sleeping together. They're just trying to establish like a friendship.
Well, there has to be like there has to be that connection between all
to
of
make
them.
It work. But there's only but they're the only two couples that I'm watching where I'm like, okay, like everyone's on board with this. Like the sister wives also want sister wives. Otherwise, it just feels awkward. Like it just feels. I'm just like, clearly your wife is not okay with this, bro, but you pushing for it because God told you to.
There comes a time where, I think God may not be telling you to. I'll be back in a second. I just got to move a fan. It's blowing straight into my eyes and it's drying my eyeballs now.
Oh, okay.
Because it's incredibly hot here today. Oh, there we go. That's a bit better. I don't feel like the desert has contacted with my eyeballs. Felt like sand in my face. I got about a chapter read, and as you probably would have seen if you looked up at any stage, I cleaned up my area where I'm spending today because it was like a bomb had gone off in here and there was just crap everywhere because that's creativity at this time of the year. So yeah, let's have a look and see how everybody else went. So how many seasons are there of this show that you're watching?
Let me check for you. I think there are 3 seasons because there's 3 seasons that you can watch because they don't have season 1. Now I do know that I think they may have removed season 1 because if I remember correctly, there was a couple on season 1 that ended up being not great. And that tends to be what TLC does, is if it's not a show like, I mean, I don't even know if you can watch 19 Kids and Counting still, but like the Duggars, like the original Duggars show, they didn't get rid of it because by the time that all the controversy came out, they were already transitioning to doing the spinoffs anyway. So like I think you can still watch those. But you can watch season 2 through 4.
Okay, cool. Christina has joined us during that sprint. Got lost doing Christmas cards, Christmassy projects, missed the notification, doing some cleaning, shined up the like. Awesome. Thank you. Good luck to everybody. My work white elephant got so dramatic that we turned it into a toy drive. So the theme is usually, what toy would you want to have gotten as a kid? That's a much better idea, especially if they get very feisty. I don't know. I don't work in an office, and I don't miss it either. I haven't worked in a job where I haven't been the boss for a very long time, so or managed a shop by myself. I haven't had to work with anybody, so it's a lot easier. Don't have to deal with all the politics of a workplace, which is amazing. Pat also joined. Smash the like button. Thank you very much, Pat. For some reason, we are getting double ups on the comments.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Also, I would just like to say I'm officially an influencer.
Are you really?
Listen,
Awesome.
because so somebody in Reni's not here in the comments, but somebody in another community that Reni and I are in,
Mhm.
and have been in for a long time. It's actually how Reni and I met, was from this other community. So I have posted, I don't remember which one I posted, probably a Harry Potter one, just because of the community that we're in. I had posted like a diamond painting in there because I was so proud of it. It was like one of the first ones that I did or whatever. And so
Mhm.
people started commenting on it, asking me for like advice on diamond painting, which like, sure. But one of the girls that had commented on it, she just sent me a message with a diamond painting that she finished. She got it from Diamond Art Club. It's one of the dogs. It's a
Mhm.
partial. You know,
Mhm.
what I'm talking about?
Yep.
And she said that it's been helping her anxiety. So I mean, I feel like I'm officially an influencer now because it's reached outside of the booktube. You know?
Awesome. Congratulations. Bree has also joined tonight as well. I'm editing tonight and then we'll be finishing Ravenous Dead. Sasha Reed's also joined in the comments and possibly will be joining us a bit later on screen. Mark 2 papers, but they are long. That's fine. It's still progress, even if it's only one. It's still progress. It's better than what you had at the beginning of the sprint. Was waking myself up. Hello, Rally. Thanks for joining. I'm listening to Akamaf too. So both. That's what you're listening to, isn't it, Neva?
Yes, sorry. Ari was asking
Yeah.
if she called her dad.
Yeah.
Yes, I am listening to this.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm just listening to the normal audiobook, not the whatever the hell that is, the audio experience, the graphic audio.
Yeah.
Listen to the
was
running graphic audio, and it was not. I did not enjoy it my time.
I went looking for the audio for, because I've got a lot of quilts and stuff I've got to do in January, and I sort of want to get a start on some books. If We Were Villains, it's not available in Australia. I can get it in German, French, and every other one, but I can't get it in Australia on Audible. It's available on American, and it's not available through my library. So I'm going to see if the state library's got it when I go down on Tuesday.
I see Sasha's comment at the bottom. I'm sending her the link because she said it didn't send.
Oh, didn't it? Okay, cool.
So I'm sending it to her right now.
Okay, cool. I can't. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's weird. I'll have to go and see what's going on there. What's the name of the show that you're watching?
It's called Seeking Sister Wife.
Okay, cool. There you go.
Yeah.
Kelsey also joined. Hello. Bathroom clean, took a shower and did a keratin treatment on hair. Awesome. I'm booked in for February for a keratin straightening because I'm sick of using the eye, like the straightener. I'm over it. Hello, Monica. Thanks for joining.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Good.
That's
Thanks
good.
for having me.
No worries. I don't know why the link didn't send. That was weird.
Yeah, that's okay.
Invite you on and give you no link.
Yeah, pretty much. You're like, here's the link, and then nothing. I'm like, I'll let her know when I get home.
It's like, I don't know what happened there. It's like, yeah, just a tease. You can come on, but not really.
Yeah,
right.
Pretty much.
Yes, Eva, tell me what the show is called.
Yeah,
I love retell it. Yeah.
It's just called Seeking Sister Wife. It's literally exactly what it sounds like. It's just a bunch of polygamous people, families. I mean, they're couples, okay. Some have kids, some don't. I think most of them have at least one kid. Now that I think about it. And they're just, they're out here doing the most to try to find a second or third wife, depending on the family. I think there's only one family that actually has two wives already and are trying to find a third. But you know, you get to watch breakups and makeups and all the weddings.
All the drama.
It's like fun.
Father did not answer. I don't know why he didn't answer because usually he answers.
Okay, well, he might be sleeping. He has school.
So what you were? I did read what you're reading. A Court of Mist and Fury as well.
Well, I'm listening to the graphic audio. I also want to finish Fat Witch Summer by Lizzie Ives. I think I've got 20% left of that. Because I started it back in September and then soft DNF'd it. I don't know why. Like, I put it down and then just never picked it back up. And then I want to read, because I'm doing a Krampus vlog right now. I think I said that last time. And I finished Kissed by the Krampus last night. And I'm on to I think I'm going to do the C.M. Nescotta Krampus book next.
Awesome.
And then I'll save Kidnapped by the Krampus for last.
Sounds like you've got a plan in place. I'm all over the place today.
I literally have that. I have that book. I'm pretty sure I got it off Kindle. Stuff Your Kindle Day.
The Kiss by the Krampus?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what Brittany was saying, as well as Erin. Erin didn't even know that she had it on her Kindle until she looked it up and said it was purchased back in September.
Yeah, I only know that I have it because I got really overwhelmed this last time with Stuff Your Kindle Day, so I made Crystal and Brittany send me their lists because I was like trying to do Stuff Your Kindle Day while at work, and I was so overwhelmed. I was like, can y'all just send me your list and I'll just pick books off your list instead. So I still ended up with like 200 books or something ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, it's fun. I don't even look at the synopses anymore. I just search keywords. I search like queer or fat or plus size. Because I really could not care less, to be honest, about like straight people romance right now. It's so boring.
There's a girl on Instagram, but I couldn't find it. There is a girl on Instagram that actually like compiles the lists for you.
Ooh.
But I couldn't remember who the hell it was that did it. But she like compiles it into like the different categories, so you can just go through her lists and click on the different categories and then download what you want. And I couldn't find that, so I was like, Crystal and Brittany, just send me your list. And then they were like, we don't think you're gonna like all these, and I was like, cool, but just send me your lists and I'll get what I want and not get what I don't want. It's fine.
Exactly. But I really enjoyed Kiss by the Krampus. I'm actually going to continue on with the series because they're all male monster romance. So
yes.
Yeah, I didn't do much for Stuff Your Kindle Day. I was just like, it's just too much work. I mean, it doesn't, like, I suppose it doesn't really matter. Like, if you add a heap of crappy books, you can always just delete them out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because you haven't paid for it or anything, so.
Mm-hmm. It was very hard when it wouldn't automatically go to the AU site. You'd have to change the link and add .au for everything. But their most recent one, they made it so it would go straight to your Amazon. So it was quite easy this time around.
Yeah, because I tried to do it. It's been at the beginning of the year. And I was having all sorts of problems. So I just like, you know what? I don't have time for this. Moving on. I do not care.
Pretty much. I just searched authors that I liked. And if they were on there, I got it. And if they weren't, then.
Yeah. But in September, that was the last one, wasn't it? Yeah, because it was just after the Amazing Readathon. Yeah, in September, I had better luck. So I got a few, but not many. And then
Brittany said the next one's December 27th.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it happens 4 times a year, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You can Google
Beth's still at home, so can I call her? Don't you know her phone number?
Bro, why are we calling everybody in your No, we're not calling Grandma Beth right now.
About Grandma Nancy?
No.
No, not even Grandma Nancy?
No, because Grandma Nancy is probably eating dinner right now. Go upstairs. I'll be with you in a moment. Go.
It's almost ready.
Yes, go.
So is it the 27th, like wherever you are, or is it 27th American?
It's 27th wherever you are. So it really happens like over 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing that I wasn't sure about, whether it was like the US time or whether it was wherever you are.
And then it also depends, because some authors, they need to ask Amazon to make it free, and then it doesn't actually happen in time as well. So then it's just, they go, oh, okay, we'll just get it the next day or something like that.
Okay, fair enough. I'll have to put that in my diary, go and have a bit of a look, because I've got nothing planned over that weekend. And that week that doesn't exist between Christmas and New Year.
I was going to say, isn't the 27th a Wednesday?
But, like, it's every day's a bloody public holiday during that week, it feels like. So who knows what day it is and what's going on in the world. Monica says, I didn't realise I had my laptop on mute, and I thought to myself, gee, this sprint feels like it's going for ages. I've done that too. I forget that I've got to put headphones in when other people are on the screen with me, and I'll be like, oh crap, there's a sprint, come bolting back on that, because I don't hear, like, you don't hear the cat if I'm up that end unless I've got the headphones in. So I have to set a timer on my because I sometimes go up and do quilting up the other end and I can't see my computer. So the white elephant thing is always a disaster. People get too greedy and cruel if they don't get the gift they want. Like, it just sounds like, I like the box game that Lexi was talking about. I reckon that'd be an awesome drinking game. Oven mitts, a box taped up with duct tape, and people are rolling a dice until they get 6, and then you pass it on to the next person.
So it's like the chocolate game.
Yeah, it does. But there's the white elephant. Yeah, that just sounds like a fight waiting to happen.
I will say, I think that the white elephant thing only works in my family because most of my like we grew up poor, you know what I'm saying? But there are a lot of people in my family that are like, they have money, you know what I'm saying? So like, my grandma was the one that bought the Keurig the year that my mom got the Keurig, you know what I'm saying? So like, I think that it kind of just like depends. But I would say that if I had to pick between doing like a Secret Santa style exchange and a white elephant exchange, I would prefer Secret Santa.
Because then you're only buying for like that one person.
Right. And you know who you're buying for.
Yeah.
As opposed to white elephant. Because like when I worked at McDonald's, we would do Secret Santa. So we would sign up, and then our budget was like $20, I think. Because I mean, we were all working for
you worked at Macca's.
Yeah, right.
Okay, upstairs.
I need this for tomorrow because I need to wear this on the bus tomorrow because I keep coughing on the bus.
All right, that's fine. Go put it in your backpack. She thinks that she says she needs a mask, so I mean, I'm not going to stop her from wearing one. My God. So it was like $20, and then you would get a name, like you would get pulled into the office and told like, this is who you're buying for, right? So like, obviously, like I worked with a bunch of teenagers. So like, I think every year, I worked there for like 4 years, and every year I got like a 16-year-old girl as like the person that I had to buy for. You know what I'm saying? And like, we would give a list of like our favorite things, like fandoms and all that stuff. But like, I preferred that because at least then you're not like trying to guess what to buy for people.
Yeah. And so with the white elephant, does what you just each person buys a present and that's it?
Right. So with white elephant, each person would buy a present. So like if the 3 of us were doing like a white elephant event, like we would each buy a gift.
Yeah.
And then there would be some way of drawing 4 gifts. I mean, most of the time how I've seen it done is they're numbered, and then you draw a number, and whatever number you get is the gift that you get. But like, my thing is like, I just feel like the white elephant thing is so risky. Like, unless you do it with a bunch of like-minded people, like I feel like it would work like for booktubers, it would work. Yeah. But you would almost still have to have a theme. So like, you would almost still have to have like a bunch of booktubers that read the same genre or something.
Yeah.
Because, like, what
Yeah.
if you have a bunch of booktubers? Some of us read thrillers, some of us read horror, some of us read romance, and then a romance reader gets a horror book. Like, they're not going to necessarily want to read that. Like, if Brittany got a horror book, she's not going to read it.
No, not at all. Yeah, no, Secret Santa sounds heaps better. Although, if you're into drama, The White Elephant sounds really good. If you're into drama,
if you're living for the drama, do White Elephant. But if you just want like a nice, peaceful gift exchange, I would stick with Santa.
We usually do a food and necessity drive every year at work. We usually do clinic staff versus doctors and patients, and can donate if they want to, and pick which team they want to help out. Awesome. That's a good idea too. Rally says, congrats on being an influencer, Neva.
Thank you.
You have arrived. In the diamond painting community, you are here.
People just keep trying to influence me to do Legos. I'm not doing Legos. I'm sorry. I think that they look really cool when they're done. But I'm gonna leave the Legos to Bree, and I'm gonna call it no. I'm gonna get my pink water
bottle. Then we donate everything to a local income and homeless shelter, low income and homeless shelter rather. Things like non-perishable foods, soaps, socks, and whatnot. Usually a few toys for the kiddos. Yeah, we have here, like at our local Big W. I don't know if they do it everywhere, but here in our local community, we have a toy drive where you go up to the tree and you pick a tab off the tree, and then you go and purchase that item and put it under the tree, and then they give it to and they give it to like foster kids, or like they'll pick a charity or something. I don't know if it's the same.
I don't think there's tabs though. Like, there's just this tree out the side of Big W with this box underneath it, and it's just full of toys. So I think people just buy stuff and then throw it in when they go away.
Yeah, I think I think the one that we have here is used to be a Smith family one.
Oh yeah.
And then so it went to particular kids that, like, it went to, like, you were buying for an 8-year-old boy or a 6-year-old girl or a 10-year-old.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So you knew whether it was male or female and what age. That's where it'd go to.
So kind of like Operation Christmas Child. Did you ever do that at school?
No.
So we didn't do it for school. My grandma used to do it because her church would do the Operation boxes. So she would like go get. So there's 7 grandkids. Okay, like just grandkids. That doesn't count no great grandkids. Which there's 4, 5. 5 great grandkids now. I think I have 4. Yeah, 5. Okay, because I have 4 and my sister has 1. I was trying to think of any of my other siblings. On my mom's side of the family, they don't. So at one point she was taking all 7 of us to do the Operation Christmas boxes, but essentially what she would do is she would just go pick up a box for each age. So like, I think I did it until I was like 18.
Yeah.
So she would go pick up, like, she would get like one box that was like 18-year-old girl. And then she would go all the way down to the end, which is my brother, who I guess at that point would have been like a year old, like by the time that I stopped doing it. But she would just go pick up Christmas boxes and we would just go pick stuff out. But we didn't do it with school though. But that could be because I went to public school. I don't know.
Yeah, I went to private Christian schools. That's probably why I did it at school.
Yeah. I went to public school, so we did food drives and stuff like that, usually for a particular, it was a different charity every school I went to. I went to 11 different schools, so yeah, my parents traveled around for work. It was great. I was always the new kid, probably why I have no social skills.
You seem to be doing right today.
Basically, yeah, that's all we ever did at public school. But I knew of the Christmas boxes and stuff like that. They were usually, I think a couple of my friends did them. Actually, I don't think anybody I knew did it at school. They always did it outside of school through their church group.
Yeah, so I grew up in a church too, so it wouldn't surprise me if I'm mixing memories up.
Well, my
Yeah.
sister did it through her Catholic school.
Okay.
They went through that, but my sister went to a private Catholic school on scholarship.
Actually, I think my girls did something along those lines for their sister school in the community where their sister school was in the Philippines. I think they did something like that one year.
Yeah.
So because they went to a private Catholic school. So yeah, but I remember my friends doing it, but it was through their church groups and stuff when they were younger. So yeah. All right. And then every year the doctor jokingly complain that the clinic staff get all the patients to donate to our team because we talk to them. A bit of conspiracy in the background going on there for teams and whatnot. Rightly so, though. Which readathon are you doing now? Me, I'm not doing anything right now.
I'm doing eras with Margaret because I said that I would help. I think it's only what is it, this week or something? I don't know. It's not very long this time.
I was gonna say, wasn't it like a month last time?
Yeah, she did it. Yeah, last time that we did it, we did it for a month. But this time it's only, I think it's like to the 27th or something. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not doing anything until January.
But I mean, I try to participate in the eras, because we're all Swifties over here and stuff. But I'm not paying. I will say I'm not paying $19.89 to rent the eras movie, though. Absolutely not. You can't buy it. You can only rent it, and it's $19.89 for the rental for 48 hours.
Yeah, I'm not spending that much. Jesus.
I was like, I'll pay 19, which I understand, like the $19.89, like the play on it, like I get it.
Yeah.
But I was like, can we do $19.89 like to purchase it? Because I would do that, but not for a 48-hour rental.
No, that's a bit pricey, isn't it?
I don't know.
And are you doing a readathon? You're doing the Pokemon one, aren't you?
Yeah, doing Pokemon. That's why I'm reading Fat Witch Summer because it's got clouds on the cover, and I'm still trying to get my Sky Stone to get my starter Pokemon. But they just released a Christmas theme. Well, not Christmas. It's like a holiday themed Pokemon. Because we're trying to be inclusive. So, but yeah, if you want to get that, there's like 4 prompts. There's 2 reading prompts, and then there's a participate in Brittany's. Is it Sprintness?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So participate in Brittany's Sprintness, and then also eat your favorite like sweet or something to get the seasonal Pokemon, which is pretty exciting. So I'll probably. One of the prompts is read a book with green and red on the cover. So I'll definitely do that because I still have my Christmas Monster Smart vlog to do. And then another one was read something else.
Mm-hmm.
But I put the sprint links in the Pokemon Discord, so we might have some people show up for that.
Cool. It sounds like fun. I want to do it, but at the same time, I'm like, can I fit it in?
This first month is it's not stressful per se. It's just helpful to do some of the challenges this month because then it's a full year readathon next year. So you can just go at your own pace. You can read whatever and then see if it fits, sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I can't, I don't know. The whole, like every time I try to do a year-long anything, like a year-long challenge of any kind with books, like I always forget that I'm supposed to be doing it.
I've got the attention span of a gnat, so
I do things like I do eras, you know what I mean? I do like these month-long ones, or like I am doing. We're doing like a besties night or whatever. I think it's next week for Sprint Miss with Brittany. Like I do that, but like no. Like I even try, like last year I tried to do like the 52 and 52 or whatever it is. You know, where like you read like a book a week or whatever,
Yeah,
and then you have like the prompts. And like I failed like within the first like 4 weeks because I forgot that I was doing it.
Yeah. No, that's like me when I did my 23 and 23. I think I've read 12 of them.
I don't even think I read that, to be honest. I think because I was like looking through through the books that I had picked for 23, and I was like, oh, I'm supposed to be like literally I would have to unhaul half my shelf. If I was like actually gonna stick to what I said, which was if I don't read these by the end of the year, I have to unhaul them. Like, and I'm not going to because
No.
absolutely not. But like, because there's actually books on like in that list that I do want to read. I just didn't feel like reading them in 2023.
And that's totally fair.
I did 22 and 22 and then opted out for 23 because I failed in 22. So I figured, why set myself up for failure? I just didn't do it.
Exactly.
This year I just put books that I would like to read. They're not necessarily, I mean, they're 20, I still did 24 books, you know what I mean? Like to keep on theme or whatever. But they're just books that I want to read. And then I made a list of the series that I want to continue in, the series that I want to start. We're not going to talk about how many are on those because, well.
I don't even want to look.
I haven't even looked. I don't want to look.
No.
How many series
I made the list at work and I was like, how am I going to talk about this? Because my thing was, I was like, I could do this like in a whip and chat, right? I could do a couple of whip and chats where I talk about the books because then y'all don't have to look at my face. And I was like, I don't like the series that I want to continue and the series that I want to start are going to have to be 2 different videos.
And then when you do, like, you actually look at those, like, stats or whatever, and you go, do I actually read? Because the survey says that I do not.
Like, the survey says I have, like, Storygraph says that I've read over 100 books this year, but, my book TBR lists tell me that I've read literally nothing. So, that's fine.
Yeah. I don't even know what I'm going to do next year. I think I'm just going to do readathons. I don't know whether I want to do a goals video or not because I just feel like sometimes that sets myself up for failure because best intentions, best laid plans just go awry. And so I don't know. There are 10 classics that I want to get to next year, so I might do a video for that maybe. I don't know. So, I'm not feeling very much in the content creation mood considering I'm doing a video a day right now. It's like, I don't want to turn the camera on.
No, yeah. I think I have learnt from my last 2 goal videos to just not put too much pressure on myself. Don't try and be like, I said I wanted to read more classics a couple of years ago. I'm not a classic girly. Why did I say that? I'm not going to complete that. So then, this year I think I need to read more of my arcs and actually look into that and stop requesting arcs until I've read them.
So that's the thing. You end up requesting it and you're not even getting to them. So why are you
exactly?
I mean, each to their own. But I say to myself, why are you requesting these if you haven't
You're not reading them? Yeah.
You're not even reading them. So I bowed out of Book Sirens because I wasn't reading, I wasn't getting to them, I wasn't reading them. So I bowed out of that. I'm still part of NetGalley and I've got a few more there to read. And so I've sort of made a commitment a couple of months ago that I should just in the last week of each month, that's what I need to focus on, whether it's 1, 2, 3 or bloody 10. I need to just do that in that last week and dedicate that to arcs. And then that way I can get them off the shelf. And I want to continue. And that has been working for the most part until November.
November was a weird month. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing fit the prompts. That was the problem.
No. That's the worst thing when you're you've got these plans to read and then a readathon comes along and it's well, nothing fits. Like, that's what I'm having trouble with. I'm like, I want to read all these, like, Christmas books, but none of them have a cloud on the cover. So I need to find something that's got a cloud on the cover.
Yeah, that makes it hard. Yeah. Like, if I know I've got a readathon, I tend to not think about the other books that I had. November, I had nonfiction November that I had committed to. And I did read 2 or 3 as bonus books, which was good. I had them on audio, so that wasn't too bad. So yeah, so I could fit them in because they had white covers, so that worked. Other than that, I don't think I read any other non-fiction. Everything else was, and I did actually read one arc as a bonus as well because it had a white cover. So but I wanted to read 3 in November, and that did not happen.
Yeah, my only goals, I think, reading wise for 2024, first of all, to read the crap that's on my actual shelves and in my like, and this is just simply because, I mean, I can utilize like Libby because I really use Libby at this point only for audiobooks anyway. So really it's helping me to read down my shelves, but it's become kind of like a problem that like I keep buying Kindle books and then I don't read them. They just like, they come to my Kindle to die. Like, what are you doing? And then also like I will do like a pages and books goal like through Storygraph, but they're not going to change. Like I'm going to drop my books goal back down to 100. I did put 115 this year, which is because I read 111 books last year. So I was like, oh, I can easily hit 115. Well, I didn't really give myself room for like the slump that I had in October. Yeah. So it's fine. Like I'm not like angry at myself or anything. I think I've read 109 books or something. So I'm thinking about just like changing it to like 100 books and just calling it a day and just being like, I hit my goal, yay me. I'm just not gonna move it next year. Like it'll just be 100 books. But otherwise, like I really figured out this year that I am a mood reader, so making TBRs and playing TBR games, it just it's good content, sure, but like it stresses me out because then I have to come back every month and be like, failed my TBR game, time for a punishment. And then it's just not fun anymore. So like it would work better, I think, if I was not a mood reader.
Yeah.
Because I even tried to give myself room to be a mood reader by being like, as long as I hit the prompt, it'll still count. Well, sometimes I don't feel like reading a book about whatever. Like there were plenty of them that I would get where it was like, when I was doing the Gilmore Girls TBR game, like there was a prompt that was like, read a book that was published between 2001 and 2007, because that's when the show ran. Right? So that was like a prompt that I had found online, and I was like, oh, okay, I got that prompt 3 different times and I failed it 3 different times because I felt like reading nothing that I could find that was published between 2001 and 2007. It was all like dated to me, and I was like, I don't want to read this.
No.
I do well with TBRs because I like structure, and because I have so much going on, it's great to have that pile there. And then because like we're not going to even talk how big my shelves are of books to be read. We'll just skip that bit. But it's not overwhelming is the wrong word, but if I go to the bookshelf and I look, I end up not picking because I can't decide.
Yeah.
Whereas if I've pulled out at the beginning of the month, I walk past my shelves, I get a vibe off a few books and I put them in a pile, and that'll be my TBR, because I don't do TBR games because I just don't. I know that if I'm looking for something to read, I can just go to that pile, pull a book out, and I don't think about what the books are on there or anything like that. I don't think about what I'm in the mood for. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Other times it's great. Like I get through them all, and then other times I don't. But I don't have a punishment because I don't do a TBR game. So.
Yeah, well, I don't give myself a punishment on my TBR game because I know if I start doing that, I'm not going to like wanting to do my TBR game, and then it's just resentful of myself.
Yeah. I've got a Jenga game down here. I was thinking of writing or the prompts on it, and pulling out, like, because I can comfortably read 12 books in a good month, 7 in a bad month.
Yeah.
So I figured if I pull out 7, because then I also have bingo prompts on top of that as well, and maybe use a Jenga one, do that. I thought about doing that. It's still sitting down there to be looked at in the box.
So on my Kindle, I have like every month I change the caption of it every month, but I have like a collection that's just like a monthly hopefuls. So like right now it says like December hopefuls, and I mean most of the books move from month to month, right? Like I don't tend to add a ton of books to it throughout the month. I mean, at the end of this month, what I'll do is I'll clean it out completely. I'll just reshelve whatever books are in there, and I'll just start over for 2024. But I do it that way because at least then when I'm like, well, I don't know what to read, I can at least open that collection up, and it gives me something to go off of.
Yeah.
I just went over a whole heap of questions by Jordan Rayner, like not questions, Happy New Year and everything like that, because it was, I don't know whether it's StreamYards has doubled them up or whether this is just
we're getting spammed.
Or getting spammed. So I've just gone over them. Sorry, Jordan, if you're not spamming us, but yeah, I just went over them. Coda's also joined us as well. And on that note, I think we might go to a sprint because I can hear tick, 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 at the door. Someone wants me. So she's probably hungry. So I'm going to go and make her something to eat and all that sort of stuff. So is 45 minutes okay with everybody?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll probably put Atlas down to sleep and get some housework done.
Awesome. All right, no worries. Well, we'll see you all in. I'm actually going to end over on the craft channel. So thank you to everybody that's joined over on the craft channel. We are going to continue with Dusty and Neva, and yeah. So I'll just end that one, and then they can. So thank you very much for joining, everybody, and we'll see you all again next week. Bye.
Bye.
Let's remove that, and fingers crossed that we don't get kicked off. I hope everyone's got their fingers crossed. All right, so Divinely Designs has now gone. I usually just stream over there for a couple of hours just to keep the watch time up and all the rest of it. But we will be back in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody, and we'll see you all soon. Well, hello, everybody. How did you go?
I didn't read. I'm a little overwhelmed at the moment. I'm fine, but like something like I had a coworker that just reached out to me, bro, and oh my god, I had enough decisions to make. And I have more decisions to make. Okay. So I mean, everybody already knows like not everything, but you know the gist of what's happening. So we were gonna move, right? Okay, give me a second. You talk amongst yourselves. Hold on.
Okay, we'll do that.
I got up to 85%
Cool.
of Fat Witch Summer. And yeah, I had some lunch and I put Atlas to bed. And yeah, instead of doing housework, I'm like, I don't feel like doing that right now. So I just sat down and read.
Do we ever feel like doing housework?
I know, right?
It's just never ending. I forgot how messy, like, because Mia hasn't been here for a couple of years. Like, I don't know if you know, she lived with us for her first 5 years of her life, and then she's gone back to her mum.
Yeah.
And so she hasn't been here for a couple of years. And both me and Neralee are in the house by ourselves now because my husband's over at the workshop most nights because of the neighbours, although they've been quiet for a week. And my other daughter moved out of home at the beginning of the year. So the house, like, we clean it and it stays clean. Savannah and Mia come at the same time because they're on holidays at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And both of us just stand there and go, oh my God, they're pigs. Like, I knew they were messy, but wow, they've stepped it up a level. And like, Neralee walks through the house cursing and all the rest. I'm careful, Neralee, you're starting to sound like your mum. I give her, he says, yeah, shut up, leave me alone.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like we do the bare minimum while they're here because there's no point. Like, Savannah's terrible. She actually just, like Louis the Fly, leaves a trail wherever she goes of rubbish, bowls, cups. And I'm constantly walking behind her and I'm like, girl, stop it. Stop it.
I try so hard to keep with that food at the table rule because I know if it doesn't stay at the table, it's just going to be all throughout the house. And they don't stay at the table. It does go all throughout the house. And I'm like, ugh. Oh, I also put dinner on. I just put slow cooker on because our freezer has stuffed itself. And Friday night's usually like frozen pizza movie night. But seeing as we don't have a freezer, I'm not buying frozen pizza.
No. And the worst time of year for it to go kaput too because it's so hot to cook and stuff. But slow cookers are good for that aspect.
Yeah, like all our meat was gone. I had a packet of drumsticks in the fridge, so I just threw that in with some pasta sauce, and hopefully it'll taste okay.
Yeah, mash up some potatoes and just put the drumsticks and the sauce over top, and you're good to go.
Yeah,
crusty bread, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I mean the kids they probably won't eat it anyway because even though all they ask for is food, they still don't eat food.
That's kids. My kids are teenagers and they ask me to cook food and they still don't eat it. So I don't think that ever changes. I got up to chapter 37, which leaves me with about 60 pages. And this
very exciting.
If I knew this woman in real life, I think I would have bitch slapped her by now. Like, seriously, like, how dumb can you be? And anyway, that's just my personal opinion. Like, obviously, you know, she, because this is the one I was reading last night on your sprints, so it's called Breaking the Spell. She grew up in Western Australia from a Christian family, and she married relatively young, and basically he came from a family where the men were men and they didn't talk or ruffle any of the women. You know, her indoors was like, you just didn't get involved. So her husband was a bit like that, and they traveled around and had a great time, lived in New Zealand and all the rest of it. They had a pretty blessed life and whatnot, but it started to fall apart because her husband wasn't talking about the things that were bothering him and stuff like that, essentially had a nervous breakdown. So that was the catalyst for them to end up in this ashram. following the Bhagwan. And like he obviously, you know, if you're looking for something or you're seeking for something, someone can say the right thing, strike the right chords, and you're going to follow blindly. And that's pretty much what happened. But the things that happened in the ashram, like terminations of pregnancy, forced sterilization, all this sort of stuff. But a lot of time it was forced, but it wasn't, because the women were going there to get it done anyway. But it wasn't like her daughter was also sterilized as well, like had no children or anything like that. Her friend had fallen pregnant at the ashram, went and got a termination and sterilized at the same time.
Wow.
And then the daughter went and done it as well. So no children, no nothing, and sterilized. And it's just got to the part where the daughter is now realizing what her mother had done to her by taking her there and taking her away from her family and all that sort of stuff. Mind you, like they followed this Bhagwan to the nth degree. Like they tried to kill off his doctor. She got basically house arrest to Germany. She could never leave Germany. Once she was imprisoned in the US for a couple of years. She left, went to Germany, and then the US government tried to extradite her back to the US to charge her with conspiracy to commit murder against a public official, which I think was the prosecutor, if I remember correctly. And so the German government wouldn't allow the US government to take her back because they had struck a deal and all that sort of stuff, but it had been 5 years since they decided to pursue it. And the only reason they pursued it is because the statute of limitations was about to expire in the US within 3 weeks. And so the German government made it impossible for the American government to extradite her back. But essentially, she was under an international arrest warrant. So if she left Germany, she could be arrested and taken back. It didn't matter what country it was in. So she's under house arrest. So she didn't get to go and see her dad or anything like that. It's like there's that's just a gloss over. There's a whole heap of other stuff that happens in it. But it's like, and I had a cousin that followed this guy.
Wow.
That's why I picked it up. Like she was she was either on track to be a lawyer or an engineer or something. Gave it all up to wash dishes. And I just we used to give her heaps. Like she's probably a couple of years older than me. I mean, the ashrams were disbanded in the end because he died. The Bhagwan died, I think in 1990 or 91.
Okay.
So they were disbanded, but he just got people that were seeking, and he was fairly prevalent during the 70s, but he really made headlines in the 80s when he went to the United States. And I think he was in Oregon, and they had a big commune there, and he absconded. Like he was just getting money hand over fist from all these wealthy, privileged people and all the rest of it. He had like lines and lines of cars, which there is a picture of Cadillacs.
Wow.
That was in Oregon. So and it's just an interesting read because I remember the headlines and all that sort of stuff. He was arrested, but he still he managed to not get jail time or anything like that. He ended up back in India, and then he changed from the Bhagwan to Osho, I think it was. He changed his name to Buddha, and then there was a big uproar in India about that, and then he changed it to Osho, I think it was, and all the Bhagwan books and everything, the religious texts and all that sort of stuff went off the shelves, and then it was replaced with this new one, and then a few years later he died on that. But he knew how to talk the talk and all that sort of stuff, and it's quite funny because her husband's just come into it, and you're getting his point of view of why he wanted to go to the ashram. And one line, that's the quote of the year: "I was following my cock." Nicely put.
That's literally men, though.
Yeah. So, and I'm like, yeah, well, blind Freddie could have seen that, but anyway, all right. But it's been very interesting, mainly because of that family connection to it, knowing about it and stuff like that. So yeah. But yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the things. Yeah.
So is that a true story?
Yeah.
What you're
Yeah.
reading? Wow.
Yeah, it's a memoir. I'm assuming she gets her crap together in the end, but
Yeah.
for the most part, she's just. And I guess like if you're lost and you're and you're disheartened with your faith, because I think she was Catholic, or at least he was, but the church was very heavy in their lives and all that sort of stuff. So I guess if you're lost and you're seeking something, as I said, it just takes the right person to be that charismatic person to be able to talk, and obviously that guy could talk because he had he had hundreds of ashrams all over, or communes, or whatever you want to call them, all over the world, and people were just funneling money into this guy's bank account. And I mean, I guess so, like there was the Oregon commune was the biggest one that he had, and it took the most money, but the people of Oregon were not happy that it was there. So
no, I bet they were.
Things went down that and all that sort of stuff. But it just surprises me because I wouldn't. But then you have to put yourself into that person's shoes. Would I, if I was seeking, something on that? So yeah, would I blindly follow? So yeah, I'll be glad when it's finished though, because then it'll be off my list. I can move it on.
You can read something light and fluffy afterwards, just as like a little cleanse.
Hopefully, I'll just end up going to Wheel of Time, which is probably not light and fluffy, but still.
As long as it's a palate cleanser.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, but I don't mind reading stuff like that of trauma, just to see how people deal with it themselves. Yeah. I mean, you can learn a lot from these sort of books of how they deal. And she's starting to realize that she was in denial, and for her, if she was in denial for things, it didn't exist, so there was no issue until it comes back to bite you in the ass years later, and you can't leave Germany. It's stuck there. So how did you go, Neva? You were saying that you didn't read.
Oh, I did not read.
Okay.
Ari and I are probably going to be having some different arrangements here, but it makes so I don't have to change jobs.
Oh, that's good.
Oh my God! What is life at this point in time? Yeah. So a coworker reached out to me. I know her obviously. Like I wouldn't like moving with somebody I don't know. But we work opposite shifts. Like she works in the morning time, and I work at night, obviously. And so she is offering for Ari and I to rent a room from her, and to help us like get a car and an apartment and all that stuff. So with everything that's happening with my best friend right now, some things are happening over there, which we were still going to go there. But it eases everybody a little bit, I think. Also, my coworker has 2 children. One is 9 and one is 13, but they're both girls. So it gives Ari, little people, whatever. Because at the end, the goal was to just not get. Not that I don't love my family in Iowa. I do. But there are only 3 kinds of people that live in Iowa. Okay. There's the people that were born there and then they die there. The people that leave and then go back and then kind of like get stuck, and then people like me who are like, well, we've been displaced, so where else do we go? But there's not like a lot of like diversity there. There's not a lot of like, I don't know. Ari is not used to the environment that Iowa would give her. It's a lot of very just like whitewashed America. I don't know how else to describe it.
That's fine.
And Ari's not like used to, like she lived in Florida and then we moved here, and like there's a lot of diversity and whatever. So
yeah,
I just feel like I don't really know. So I had to talk to her, and then I talked to AJ because I guess she reached out to AJ, but people don't want me to apparently leave my job, which that's nice.
That's nice. Yeah,
I feel like valued, You know what I'm saying?
But not only that, it's one less stress that you've got to find a job, to find a place.
Yeah.
This way, at least if you can keep your job, you're at a place where you're on opposite shifts, so you're not going to be in each other's pockets. It'll give you an opportunity to breathe and take a breath and get your grounding of where you need to go next.
Yeah. And so, and I mean, I think I will still have to transfer Ari's schools. I don't think that the school she's at right now is like in the same district. Like they're not very far from us, but within the same district. So, like that's fine because I've already prepped her for like we're gonna have to transfer we're gonna have to change your schools and stuff like that. Like we're already prepared for that. But my issue here was I was like trying to be like, okay, my last paycheck is on this day. What do I do after this paycheck? You know what I mean? Because I don't know about anywhere else. But in America, they like to they like to start you where you have to wait another 2 weeks. That means like I'd have to go a whole month with no paycheck, and that's not like a thing that I was super like stoked to do. And like the whole Christmas thing like is already hard. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't want to have to try to like balance like everything else. You know. But I know that like Dolly's biggest thing was she was like she didn't want us to leave the state, which like I get it. Yeah. And that's fine. Yeah. Okay. And then you need to go to bed, bro. All right, don't worry about folding right now. Okay, so you have black leggings, wonderful. And what shirt do you have?
I got Paw Patrol underwear.
Paw Patrol underwear, great.
And I got my shirt that says new makeup.
Oh, that says I run this place, actually. But sure, you can show the sprints your shirt.
Look what shirt I'm gonna wear tomorrow.
It says I run this place.
Yes. Very apt.
Great. Go fold all that stuff up, please. You can sit on the end of my bed, and then I need you to go to sleep. Because you've already taken your night medicine, that means it's time for you to lay down, watch a movie, and go to bed, okay? Yeah. All right, I'll come help you in a moment. Okay?
So it sounds like that things are starting to sort of fall into place a little bit better for you. Not so up in the air.
Yeah, thank God, because I felt like I was just, I mean, not that going to Dolly's house was a safe place. Like, it would have given me kind of time to breathe. You know what I mean? But it also just felt like all of this has just felt like a free fall.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like somebody just, like, launched me into the air and was like, well, land where you land. Like, so, I mean, thank God. But
yeah, I've been there a few times, thrown out of the cannon.
Yeah, like I'm just not trying to. I don't know. Life decided to life real quick, and then I was like, okay, well, what do I do now? And then certain people think that I want to talk to them. I don't want to talk to them. I don't have anything. I have nothing nice to say. It's not even that I don't want to talk to them. It's just I don't have anything nice to say. So I know that talking to them is only going to cause a fight, and I don't feel like it.
Yeah, it's counterproductive if you're going to just be nasty to one another. And, of course, then there's a little person that is witnessing it all, which then, upsets her. It's
easier for her to just say, can I call my dad? And I say, sure. And then call him and hand her the phone and let her do what she does. I don't, like, unless there's something detrimental, something coming up, whatever, I don't really need to speak to him.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Jean says the problem with our work white elephant also people not spending the dollar limit. That's also another thing too. Yeah, a lot of people are keeping out and bringing stuff in that they already use.
I mean, I get regifting things that maybe like you don't like or that you didn't find useful, or maybe like, I mean, my mom used to regift like kitchen appliances that would just sit in the box for a year because she was like, I don't know how to use this, I don't need it. But like, why are you going to use the thing and then gift it?
That's a bit that is just rude. That's just flat out rude.
How are you gonna use the thing and then be like, oh, here's a white elephant present?
Yeah, like no, I don't think so.
That's weird.
All the white elephant exchanges I've done are like crappy gifts, gag stuff, etc. Yeah, they can be fun. They can be fun. As long as you can theme them, I guess. JK Alambo at Jordan, Dusty, Lexi, Monica. Hi, everybody. Just subscribe and join the channel. Awesome. Thank you very much. People get so annoyed if you steal something they like from them. Yeah, it gets a bit feral. We did it once. We did like, I didn't know it was called a white elephant, but we did something very similar at a craft retreat where everybody had to bring a present, unnamed and all the rest of it, and put it up on a bench. And then your name got called out and you went and picked a present, but you had the opportunity to steal the person's present from that picked before you. Like it wasn't anybody's. It had to be the person before you. And some people get a wee bit feral. Like this one lady spat chips big time. So I just made her, because we're at a crafting retreat, all the sewing machines were there. I just made one up at night and then put it on her table just to appease the beast, because the other person wasn't going to give the gift back. Like,
no. Well, they don't have to.
No, and like this other chick just lost it, and I'm like, wow. Won't be doing that again.
Mm-hmm.
Old ladies get feral, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, they get feral as. The way we do a white elephant is everybody brings 4 or 5 things wrapped, and we draw numbers to determine the order in which we picked. Each round we pick or steal. Yeah. Oh yes, we have groups that do the pick a card and buy a gift for someone. Kiddos here too. Yeah, fair enough. We tend to use Mathams. Is that how you pronounce that? I don't even know what that is.
Mathams?
I don't know what that is. Stuff we have already lying around that might be otherwise donated somewhere else. I'm not sure what that is.
Matham is a word invented by Tolkien.
Oh, Tolkien.
It was used to refer to trinkets or any item that hobbits had no particular immediate use for, but were unwilling to throw away.
Oh, okay, there you go. That's why I don't know what that word is.
I mean, it makes sense, though.
I was gonna say,
it does make sense, but it made me feel real dumb.
I've read The Hobbit, but I guess I don't remember that word.
Yeah, like, I'm looking at it going, I've got nothing. We definitely did that at my church as a kid, Operation a Christmas Child. We'd get a box and soap, toothpaste, socks, crayons, toys, and other things. Yeah, we did that. Girl Guides did that too with Papua New Guinea. We did that one year, and that was all it was all useful stuff that they could use, and then just one small gift. Then stopped going to church, as a lot of people do. This year we are including homemade things like we've made and not used for mostly knit and crochet stuff. Fair enough. Very nice. That's too many, Neva. Speaking as someone who has over 20 cousins and currly at 6 great-grandchildren.
I was literally only just talking about like my generation of people. Like that doesn't count. Like, I mean, there's lots of cousins. Like I mean, my mom is passed away now, but like, if you count like spouses of cousins, so like my aunt, so that's, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there's 15 first cousins if you count spouses.
Damn.
Yeah. So that would be my mom's generation of cousins. But the thing is like when you see like a cousin photo, you only see like the core cousins, right? Which is my uncle. So, I mean, my mom has passed away now, but originally that would have been my mom, my uncle, my cousins Tara and Jeremy, who are brother and sister, and then my cousin Chris. Those are the core 5.
Yeah.
But then if you count like spouses and all of that, there's more than that. Yeah.
Yeah. I've
got
cousins to start putting babies out. My auntie has 9 kids.
Yeah, I mean half of my family is made up by my mom's kids because there's 6 of them. She just decided to have the most. I don't know why that was.
Well, I have 7 grandchildren.
Oh, really?
I only see one of the grandchildren though, because I have an estranged relationship with my son because of mental health issues and stuff like that. So he has violent tendencies that are under control right now, but he's got 6 kids, so
wow.
Lots of grown babies there.
I'm happy with my 3. I don't think I could do it.
I have 4 kids, so 3 girls, 1 boy. My son he turned 30 this year, so.
And he already had 6 kids.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he doesn't have to.
I was
do the 9 months work.
Look at the same woman. Like he's been with his girlfriend since they were 16.
Oh, that's why. See, my mom started having kids when she was 16.
Yeah, and they had their first kid. He was 17, she was 16, and I think they had their first kid. He was just about to turn 18. So, and I think she was just about to turn 17. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think my mom had
get a TV is my opinion, but anyway.
When she was 32. So I mean, my mom had 6 kids between the ages of 16 and 32, plus 2 miscarriages. So,
yeah.
I mean, couldn't be me. I mean, actually, it could have been, to be honest, because I have 4. Like, I have 4, and then I had 2 miscarriages. But then, like, after my second miscarriage, I was like, "Listen, you cannot turn into your mother, ma'am. Don't do it, okay?" No. And I still get questions. I'm 32, and I still get questions of, "Are you gonna give Ari another sibling, bro?" Listen. A miracle would have to transpire because I told myself that if she got to the age of 5 and I didn't have another kid, that was it. Okay. I mean, I guess that could change. I mean, I guess, but she keeps asking if we can go to the store and buy a sibling, and I'm like, no, that's not how that works.
Society frowns on that, Ari. You're not allowed to buy children.
You will see someone's baby like on Facebook, like one of my friends' babies, because they're all having babies, and she'd be like, "Can we go buy that baby?" And I'm like, "That's not how that works, dude. Like, I can't just go buy a baby. Like, I mean, I could, but it's not a thing that you're supposed to do."
No.
Hello, Deb. Thank you for joining. A bit late. Housework has prevailed, but preferred to swim. Fair enough. Went to public Catholic school, which confuses people who aren't from this area. It was technically public, but every single person was Catholic. And we did Catholic religion. That is confusing. I can see why they get confused because, yeah, I automatically equate Catholic school to private. Kamakat is here from the Bookimon Discord. Hello,
cool.
Welcome.
Hello.
Nice to have you here. The only year-long reading challenge readathon I do is beat the backlist. Okay. One which just had 24 prompts release. I did 40 out of the 52 according to Storygraph. That's pretty good. I am just going to set my Goodreads goal at 100 again this year. Even though I surpassed it this year, I'm just going to leave it because I think if I put any more on it, it's just going to add pressure, whereas I could comfortably do 2 books a week.
I put mine as 52 the last 3 years, I think, and I've always passed it. Like, I just finished my 169th book.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's this year and last year were last year I was on mat leave the whole year. and but I had a newborn, so I don't know how I did 151 books. But now I've come back to work and I've got 3 kids under 5, and then for some reason I finished 169 books. So can you tell my mental health is not great?
Audio?
Yes, I think definitely have used audio this year a lot more, like just driving.
Yeah.
And then like they're not all 500 plus books. I think people forget that. Like they like novellas count towards your reading goal. Like 69 page books is still a book.
Yeah, well, see, out of the 200 and plus that I've done, I know that at least 60 of those have been novellas.
Yeah.
Or books under 200 is what I class as a novella. I don't know about I mean, that's just normally
yeah, no, that sounds like a novella.
Yeah, to me, that's a novella because, I mean, considering majority of my books look like this.
To me, anything under 200 pages is a novella.
Yeah.
If I feel
the meaning, it's 150 and under when you look up. But for me, like when you're reading chunky books like that, 200 pages and under is a novella to me.
But a lot of people, I feel like they base that off of people that, for them, like a chunky book is like 400 pages. A chunky book to me is, because that's why, like, when I was doing my TBR game, people were really confused because I would put, like, I had a prompt that was like read a big book or whatever, and then in parentheses it would say 600 plus pages, and people were like, that's a big book to you? And I'm like, yeah, but like they were confused because they were like 400 pages, and I'm like, no, 400 pages is like contemporary romance on Kindle Unlimited. So
300 to 500 pages is a normal size book.
Yeah.
Most books come in at that.
I mean, because it's because I read fantasy that I'm reading these like 800-900 page books. Well, except Pucking Around, which decided to be 800 pages, and that's a romance.
What?
So here's the thing. So Pucking Around. Okay. So this is why I did it, because people were upset with me in November because I don't think I didn't put Pucking Around on my thing because I had Divine Rivals because because obviously I can't predict the future. So the St. Martin's thing hadn't happened, right?
Yeah.
And people were like, a lot of people decided to pick Pucking Around up because it was on the Goodreads Choice Awards or whatever. It was like a nomination, and people were like, Neva, why didn't you pick that? And I was like, I didn't pick it because it's 758 pages. Because I already had Magnolia Parks on there, which is a pretty chunky book. It's like over 500 pages. And that's also, I mean, that would be considered contemporary romance. So I felt bad putting a 700 plus page book on. I mean, I'm going to do it next year now because everybody bitched about it. But like, I felt bad doing it. You know what I'm saying? Even though that was it was a 6-star book for me or 5-star book for me. I really liked the poly rep in it. Like, it was really good, whatever. There was like no third act breakup. But my thing was, like, it's a chunky book. Now, I didn't know that it was that big. I read it during my first 24-hour challenge vlog where I read with the timer for 24 hours or whatever. And I finished it in like the equivalent of 2 days. And I didn't know that it was so large because I read it on my Kindle. It's on KU. I read it on my Kindle. I don't look at page number on my Kindle. I don't give a crap of page number. Yeah. So I went to log it into my journal, like my reading journal, and I was like, that can't be right. And I like scoured the internet to make sure this sucker was as big as it said. And then I started watching people's vlogs where they were ordering this book, and I was like, why is it so many pages? I'm like, I don't understand.
What happened in the book to make it that long? Like, isn't it a romance? Like,
so there's two theories that I have, and they haven't been confirmed, so don't quote me, okay? But my 2 theories are this: one, it's a Kindle Unlimited book, and they get paid per page number that you read. So this is another reason why when people say they're gonna read romances and stuff on Kindle Unlimited, I tell them, like, you're going to have chunky books. Like, I'm sorry, like even the thrillers honestly are too long. Like Kristen Moglen, the reason I don't love her books, which I've read a few, but the reason I don't absolutely like love her as an author is because she is a Kindle Unlimited author. And I feel like her books, we get a conclusion and then they just keep going.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't need all this. You know what I'm saying? So I do like warn people of that when they decide when they're like, yeah, I'm a Kindle Unlimited. I want to be a Kindle Unlimited girly. And I'm like, okay, well, you're going to be reading long books because these people don't get paid very much as it is. So they're writing 800-900 page books so they can get paid. The other theory that I have is that this book is broken down into 4 main point of views. Now we don't right. So
I thought it was only 3
no,
in the
so
I thought it was a throuple.
Rachel and then 3 men. So if you read That One Night, which is a novella,
I have read that.
Yeah, I suggest to people that they read it. It might be like 200 pages, I don't know. But I suggest people that they read that because it gives you a lot of background information as to how she meets Jake, which is the first dude, right? Okay. So she meets Jake, then that turns into Cal, Daddy Cal, as I like to call him, because I love him so much. Anyway, so and then when you move into Pucking Around, right? She gets hired by the Jacksonville Rays, which is a hockey team, as like their doctor. That's the whole premise of this. She doesn't know that Jake plays for Jacksonville Rays. Okay, so that's the whole thing. You get background on that. So she meets him. Then Cal gets involved. There is bisexual rep in this as well. There's like male stuff that happens. So I just need y'all to know, like, it's very gay. Like, this is a very gay book. Like, it's
I hate when like you have like a throuple and then the 2 guys are like don't get together. I'm like, well then what are you doing?
You get poly rep, you get bisexual rep, there's male action. There is one thing I'm not gonna say on this live right now that I didn't love, but like it's warned about. I don't know if people were on that live when we talked about that. You're welcome. I'll tell you, Sash. Like, I'll send you a message and I'll tell you.
Yeah, you're right.
That's all right.
And then,
you can put it in the private chat because the chances are I'm not going to read this book because it's 900 pages.
Oh yeah, I'll put it in the private chat. So
it's okay. And by the time if I do go to read it, by the time I go, I'm not going to remember what you bloody said. Like,
well, it is in like the trigger/content warnings.
Okay.
Too. Like this thing is, but I guess I didn't read them well enough because when the scene happened, I was like, oh, no. And then I was like, please don't let this happen again. But it's very gay, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. But then we also have Amari, who is the goalie for the Jacksonville Rays, and he is Finnish, I believe. Like, he's very grumpy. Like, he's very grumpy. He's very gruff. He's like, doesn't really have time for any of them at first. Like, at first he's like, I don't want any involvement with the men at all. Like, as far as like romantically. So like he's okay with like being them being like his paramours or whatever, but he doesn't want to actually like be involved. I mean, by the end that it does change, you know what I'm saying? Like whatever. But we don't get Amari's point of view until later in the book. But it is broken down into 4 point of views. Because you get Jake, you get Daddy Cal, you get Rachel, and you get Amari.
Okay. Have you read it, Sash?
No. But Big W has it for $12.
Oh.
So it's been traditionally published here in Australia, so I can't get it on KU.
Yeah.
But I have it on my Kindle, so I must have done something naughty.
There is also an audiobook now, like if people want to read it that way. I did listen to the sample of the audiobook. It's not bad. I don't know that I will buy it because now like I have like voices in my head because I read it with my eyes. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense.
Did you say you have voices in your head?
Yeah. Like,
I'm here like I thought it gave you a disorder. I was like, what?
Like when... Like, you know, like when you read a book, like you have voices for each character.
I'm like, are you recommending this?
Neva, you probably shouldn't admit that in public, hey?
I'm crazy, but I'm not quite, you know.
Not quite that far.
mentally-
Okay, fair
not
enough.
quite that mentally ill yet.
I'm listening to you
I-
talk, and I was answering a question, and I'm like,
Wait,
my
what?
brain just glitched and went,
Yeah,
did she say she's got voices in her head?
And you may be able to find the audiobook like from like the library or something too, now that it's been traditionally published, depending on what the library carries. But like I really liked that one, and then Pucking Wild. Honestly, I think Pucking Around I think I gave 4.75 stars. Because Pucking Wild I gave 6 stars, and that's reverse. It's reverse age gap. With of the characters that you meet in Pucking Around. So, Rachel's best friend, and then one of the hockey players.
25 hours.
Yeah, it's long, bro. Although, wait, because I've been told that the audiobook also includes Pucking. Or no, it also includes That One Night.
Oh.
So supposedly I don't know.
That would make sense then. If the
supposedly
novella's in there
the
too.
audiobook includes That One Night, so you get both. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I was told. But Pucking Wild, bro, like I suggest that book to everybody because you could read it as a standalone. I think that one. I think it's.
You told me I shouldn't. I said I'm just going to read Pucking Wild, and you're like, no, read Pucking Around first.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm a purist. That's just who I am as a person. Now here's what I'm going to tell you. You can read if you don't care so much about the background of how Teresa and what is his name?
All the books are on Scribd if you got Scribd.
Man, I liked him too. I can't remember his name right now. But if you
I found them on Libby.
If you don't care about their background, like really like how they met and all of that stuff, you could read Pucking Wild first, I guess. I mean, if you really don't care to read Pucking Around.
Well, I'll read Pucking Around first because it's what I choose.
I will say there is kind of like a dominatrix kink in Pucking Wild too. She refers to him as puppy like a lot. Like truthfully, this book, I'm not a dominant person. I just need everyone to know I'm very submissive in relationships. But this book made me want to date a 22-year-old man. Like it really made me want to do it. Like it just like it awoke the dom in me, and I'm not that person like at all.
Have you read Mercy by Sarah Kate? Because that's reverse age gap, and she's the dom.
No, maybe I should.
Yeah,
but that book, because I actually didn't know that I would like Pucking Wild, but I liked Teresa in Pucking Around, so I was like, well, we can try it out. I don't know that I'll be reading the third book. Because there's I don't know. It's like, I don't even know if I want to call it polyrep. I don't think it's polyrep. I think it's more like open relationship. Like she's sleeping with two of the girl that I know we're going to be following into the third book is sleeping with two of the hockey players, but then she gets pregnant, and she gets pregnant in Pucking Wild, and I just don't know that I care enough to deal with that. Yeah. And I do like that character, but I'm like, I'm not a pregnancy tropes in books of any kind are not my bag.
I'm not a fan of like epilogues where they like get pregnant and have all the kids. I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm not a fan either. I've been there, done that. I don't want to read about it.
Anyway, I need to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
They're both on Pucking Wild and Pucking Around. Audios are both on Scribd, or what is it now? Ever End?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever it's calling itself.
This makes me want to get Everend again, because like I kind of just let it go because I wasn't really using it, just so I can listen to them.
Yeah. Without the voices in your head.
I don't think I want to buy them because I already have the voices in my head, you know.
It was like I'm answering this question. Someone's asking me a craft question from the Patreon. I'm answering this question. Listen to what you're saying, and it was like the brain. My fingers just stopped, and my brain just stopped.
You're like, wait, no, not like mentally ill voices, just like
Eva,
when I
you
read.
shouldn't have said that out loud.
Sorry, I said the quiet part out loud. No, when I like, but you know what I mean. Like when you read books, like you put voices.
Well, that's the same as when I have read books and then I've watched the movie and they've cast the movie wrong, in my opinion, because I've formulated what the characters should look like and sound like and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Jamie B's books. My TBR wall of books are just a tool to make choosing what I read next easier. If I eventually finish them all, it doesn't matter when or really. Yeah, I'm the same. I don't care if I've got a huge amount of books. Between my daughter and myself, we've got probably now close to 2,000 books, and I would say half, maybe even 3/4 of them are not read. Oh no, yeah, maybe 3/4. On that. So, but you know, that's 2 libraries combined together. I have read more than her this year, but that's only because she's at uni. And she has started she did a reading vlog the other day. She's going to upload it this weekend apparently. So, yeah. So I'll get to watch that. Share it around the place. Jen finished their book. Awesome. Congratulations. I got food. Lexi, I managed to finish cleaning. Now I just have to take the trash out. That is awesome. Everybody's being very productive. Started a new book called Tide and Punishment. Awesome. Hope you're liking it. How did your last day of work go, Neva?
I haven't had my last day yet. I might not be having my last day.
Yeah, that'd be good if you didn't have to. That'd be awesome.
Originally, my last day is supposed to be next Wednesday, but now with events that are transpiring, there may not be a last day.
That's good.
That would be great, to be honest.
That is that's a huge stress off your shoulders. Most definitely. Jamie B books finished 47 pages, reading A Taste of Magic by Andre Norton. Awesome. And Kamakat, I read 2 chapters of Hell Followed With Us. Awesome. Got to chapter 27, making supper, spaghetti, yum, and worked on the puzzle as well. Awesome. Sadia, I haven't read a single thing. My family came home and I have to help make dinner. That happens. Most definitely. Ali K, it's funny to hear you say that it's too hot to cook and I'm sitting here wrapped in 2 blankets.
I was thinking, I was like, I had to put slippers on to take my recycle out earlier. I forget sometimes that y'all like that not everyone is in winter.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm in a t-shirt and shorts and I've got the fan and the aircon going and the house aircon on as well.
Because like every time you're like, oh, it's really hot today, I'm like, oh yeah, it's summer for her.
Yeah. Yes, it is. And it's been just stinking hot. It's 32 degrees today, which I think is 90 something for you. Something around that mark. Okay. High 80s.
Here's the thing. I would prefer that, I mean, people will say like, oh, I prefer it too hot than too cold. But like, I almost prefer the cold because at least with the cold, like you can add clothes. I can only get undressed so far. You know what I'm saying?
You only get so naked before you're getting arrested.
I can only wear so little clothes before they start yelling about indecency. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Go dress yourself. Christina, the book is called Breaking Spell. And it's by Jane Stork. Very interesting book. And it's not a slow read. I just put it down because of the amazing readathon and I haven't had a chance to pick it up. And I've read a chapter here and there since July. But I'm endeavoring to finish it off today with any luck. So
I feel like everyone participated in Amazing Readathon. That's just the story of our lives. We picked up 12 books last month, but we didn't actually finish anything. It's fine.
Yeah.
Because actually I got tagged in I think her channel name is Bandana Book Mom.
Oh yeah, Talia, yep.
Yeah, we got tagged in that video and I went and watched it and she was like, this readathon broke me. And I was like, it broke us all.
Exactly. I did finish everything that I started in November, except the one of the bonus books. I finished the reading part of it. The later part of the book was recipes, so I didn't include those pages because they were recipes.
Oh yeah. I mean,
So I just the actual part of, because it was a non-fiction book, the actual reading part of the book, I logged that, but I didn't log the recipe part.
So to be honest with you, like I had started my reread of Harry Potter in like August, because that's when I usually started. I usually started July 31st.
Yeah.
This is just a traditional thing. But then when I found out that you and Kodo were going to be reading it in 2024, I was like, well, I'll just put this on hold. Yes, because I mean, I have them all on audio. I've had them on audio for years, and then I also have them all on my Kindle, so which I also have for years. So I was like, either way, and I have them physically, but I was like, either way, I can read them all, and then I can talk to everybody else and see what everybody else thinks. If you hate it, it's fine.
Sounds awesome about the house. I would say beige.
I think she's talking about when I said that I was white bread America.
Yeah. Beige. I love it when Neva says bro to Ari.
Ari does not appreciate when I say bro to her, but somehow, like, I just don't. Here's the thing. I am not that person that like talks to their kids like they're not human beings. So like the way I talk to Ari is just like the way I talk to everybody else.
Yeah. I was the same with my kids. I didn't do baby talk or anything like that. I mean, it's just, yeah. And now I just get lip from my kids. So.
I mean, I definitely, like, if you watch, like, old videos of me talking to Ari, like, when she was a baby, like, I definitely, like, make my voice more soothing or whatever. But I'm not, like, over here being like, goo goo gaga, you want your papa? Like, I don't do all that.
No, my face says it all. I had a friend that used to do that, and I would just look at her, and I'm like, do you know how difficult you are making that for your child for babysitters? And she goes, what do you mean? I'm like, you're going back to work, aren't you? You're going to have someone looking after your child while you're at work, and you're teaching them baby talk. How is your child going to communicate with these people?
That's why it amazes me when people are like, wow, Ari talks so well for 6. And I'm like, okay. Like, no, because listen, she went from not talking at all to just not ever shutting up. So, like, it's fine. But, like, once she started really talking, she just talked like a normal person. And so when people say things like that, and then I'll notice it in other kids. That's the thing. Like, kids that were not, like, that like their parents don't talk to them like they're, you know, small human beings. You can tell like the difference. And then I'm like,
most definitely.
Huh?
You can most definitely can tell the difference
you can tell the
difference.
Like, and so I'm just like, oh, okay, well maybe there is a difference, but like also this is just how I talk, so I'm not gonna change the way I talk just because. For what?
I feel ridiculous if I do it. It's like, really?
Yeah, I feel stupid. Like, it's like, also when people do that, like, to their dogs, like, to their animals, like, I feel dumb. Like, what? Like,
what? Don't get me started.
Like, I mean, I do, like, if I'm talking to a baby, like, I do lower my voice, and I do make it more,
do
like,
voice and stuff like that.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna be like, oh, you're just a cutie wootie. Like, I'm not doing that. Absolutely not. Like, it makes me uncomfortable to even do it. Like, I
can tell.
My mom and my stepdad didn't do that either. Like, my stepdad will talk to Ari like she's 16. He'll be like, maybe we should listen to our mom. Like, that's how he talks to her. He talks to her like he talks to me. So, like, it is, I don't know. It makes me very uncomfortable. Like, I can't even do it. Like, I can't even, like, pretend to do it. It's just weird. Alexi said, I'm glad that you have a support in real life, Neva. If the school districts are right next to each other, you may be able to look at an open enrollment. I'm going to look,
especially if you're going to be looking for an apartment, because that's what Mia's doing at the moment, because her mum is looking for a place closer to her school. So they've left it, even though she's in another district, she's still traveling to her school. And they're leaving that open for her until the end of next year. if she
Yeah.
hasn't found a place in the district, then she'll have to change to
Change.
another school.
Yeah, I'm just gonna call, now that I know what we're doing, I'm just gonna call her school tomorrow and be like, hey, this is the situation. Like, is there any way that we can get a bus out there? If not, like, can she still stay at this school? Because I'm sure that this person that we're going to go, I'm not going to say their name on the internet, but I'm sure that they will help me to get her to and from school and all of that in order to, you know, do that. Because I would prefer that she not have to switch, because Ari has a hard time warming up to people. She doesn't really love strangers. So like, even the transition, she was in the same school technically, because they have ELC here. So what they do for kindergarten or preschool and kindergarten is you go to the ELC, which is the early learning center, and then they transfer to the elementary school. And so when she went to ELC, which I think last year on the internet I was calling it Muggle University, because like I was trying to come up with something that was not her actual school name.
Yeah, fair enough. That's fair enough.
And then what's funny is that a lot of times if people ask about it, I will call the school she goes to now, I'll call it Hogwarts, which is funny to me, because then when I found Mrs. Coffee, she also calls her kids' school Hogwarts, and it made me laugh. Because like I didn't know that from her, but like I was just like, yeah, we're the same. But when Ari transferred, or when Ari moved, she didn't transfer because they're in the same school, but when she moved to Hogwarts, which is the elementary school, she actually had trouble understanding that she had to have a different teacher. Like, she couldn't understand why she couldn't have the same teacher forever. And so it took, and then they switched classrooms for her math class, like her math portion, because her first grade teacher teaches like the accelerated math, which I didn't even know you did that in first grade, but okay. And so she has had a sub in that class for a little while because her math teacher had a baby. And so she was like sending, when we went to her parent teacher conference, her teacher said that she would send her classmates, like her friends, to go ask this teacher questions for her because she didn't want to go do it.
Oh,
which I was like, "Are you?"
Oh,
Which like is endearing that these children would do that, but like,
yeah, that's sweet. They got it back. That's
but
sweet.
it's just that like, so I know that it'll be hard for her at first.
Yeah,
To, I mean, she will do it, but it'll be hard, and I prefer not to.
I mean, and it is, you know, inevitable that you do have to swap schools sometimes and stuff like that. But I mean, if you've got the support there, and I mean, these days it's not like, you know, when we were younger, you went to a new school and, you know, suck it up, princess, off you go.
Right.
Now they have support, and you've got a buddy, and
I went to like 6 different elementary schools, bro. And every single one, my mom was like, "Have a great day," and I'm like, "Okay, cool. I know nobody, but all right." Sure. I mean, by the time I got to high school and I had to transfer my senior year and like go to a whole different school my senior year, I was just like, whatever. But like in elementary school, like that's scary, bro. Like, I'm not trying to learn new people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not. No.
That's all scary people in there. I don't want to go there. ML and Ali have been lurking for hours, wrapping presents, eating dinner, etc. with you all in the background. So I figured I should actually say hi. So hi. Hello. And on that note, I think we will go to a sprint because Little Em wants me to watch a movie, The Grinch, with her. So if it's okay with everybody, we're actually going to do a long sprint this time, 1 hour and 30 minutes. Is that okay? That's all good? Cool. Me. No worries. It's the cartoon one. So I think it goes for 1 hour and 25. So she's already had lunch. It's just she wants me to watch it with her, and she's going home on Tuesday. So I thought I better spend some time with her this Friday. That because their aunties aren't home today. So, all right, let me just change the timer to 90 minutes. And we will be back in 1 hour and a half, everybody. Happy reading. Hello.
Hello, hello.
How did we all go?
I took a shower
Yes.
and did bedtime with Ari because she kept coming down here. Even though I was like, bro, you have to go to bed. And then she was like, can I watch Coraline? I was like, not for bed, no. What's the last thing I needed you screaming about the other mother in your sleep? Absolutely not. So that's what I did. And now I'm back to working on this. I'm painting. I'm determined to get this done. I did end up having to roll it.
What diamond painting are you working on?
The Island Babe one, the girl.
Oh, yeah.
But my table is so small. Like, because I'm just using like a lap disc. I'm probably going to. I did kit up the Hannah Lynn one because I wanted to see how much 310 there was.
Mm-hmm.
There actually isn't very much. It's like a brown color.
Oh, okay.
So I'm better with that, I think, than if it was just like a crap ton of 310. But also the fairy dust diamond that's in it. There was, I don't remember how many bags there were, but there was so much that it fills one of these big ones.
Yeah.
And that's just of the fairy dust diamond, which is like a white fairy dust. So I think everywhere in this canvas that there is white
is fairy dust.
Is fairy dust. So like I feel like it's gonna be, plus there's like 4 or 5 ABs. It's gonna be a very sparkly canvas.
Boy.
But yeah, I had to roll it, and I'm probably gonna have to buy a pool noodle at some point because it keeps wanting to collapse on itself, like in the middle of where I have it rolled.
Yeah.
But for now, it's fine.
Well, I watched The Grinch. I may or may not have fell asleep during The Grinch. And may or may not have woken myself up snoring. Just saying. Well, I am catching up on 2 years worth of sleep. So, yeah. Because of my lovely neighbours. They've been so quiet. They've even been respectful and sitting out on the back veranda talking like normal human beings instead of yelling at one another.
Wow.
So,
I can't.
They're the same people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are the same people.
They got scared. I can't believe it took like actual physical force for them to shut the hell up.
Yeah. Like Brendan went full red mode on him.
Wow.
Oh, that's sad. But anyway, I mean, he's in trouble for it. But as you said, he goes, if I've got to take one for the community, I'll take one for the community. So, but anyway, we'll see what happens. How'd you go?
I listened to more of Akamath.
Mm-hmm.
What chapter are you on, Nevers? This is your first time reading it?
Let me just tell you. Give me a second because I have to like re-download this stupid Audible app. That's why I didn't actually read because my phone died during that sprint and my charger is in the room with Ari. I'm not going in there.
Yes. That's fine.
So I brought my wireless charger down here, but it's not back on yet. So give me a second and I'll tell you. I think I'm on chapter like 40 or 50. I don't know. I'm pretty like I'm.
What just happened?
Are
they back from the summer court?
They were talking about this. There's like a celebration that's gonna happen.
Starfall?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Because I'm in the summer court right now. She's just went and had a tour at all the beautiful gems and stuff that Tarquin has.
They were talking about Starfall and like what that entailed or whatever because she didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
And it's like called something else in like the human realm or whatever.
Yeah. Well, they all have different, like the different courts have different celebrations too. So,
right. Well, and she was talking about how she wanted to tell Reese, you know, how she felt and all that stuff, and how he wouldn't call her a whore for feeling that way. It's saying chapter. Is that right? Hold on.
Have you read this before?
No. So I've read the first book. I've read twice. And that's because I didn't feel like I read it at the beginning of the end of 2022, beginning of 2023, and I didn't feel like I remembered enough about what had happened in the first book to move on to the second. Because what I had done is I had read the first one and then read half of A Court of Mist and Fury, and then like put it down and never picked it back up. And I was like, I don't like. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm at chapter 44. I'm like halfway into chapter 44. We are definitely gonna speed that up because of course I had to re-download it, so it was at one time speed talking like that ain't happening. I was only not. Because I'll probably listen on my iPad actually for then the next sprint. It says I have 3.5 hours left at 2 times speed, so but I reread A Court of Mist and Fury in October, I think, because I think it was the only book that I managed to read during my slump. Like I finished it, and then I started A Court of Mist and Fury, but then it didn't really fit anything for Clue because the one prompt that it did fit, we had lost like our team, so we had that extra whatever punishment or whatever, and it didn't fit the extra punishment. It would have fit the prompt for like non-human character, but what I think the extra prompt was like the book had to be black or something. Like it was
Yeah.
You know, and so I was like,
had to be
this doesn't work. But I also would just want to say that one of the wives in this Seeking Sister Wife show was reading A Court of Thorns and Roses. And even though they blurred the cover of the book, I like went back because I was like, is that Avatar? It definitely is. Because you know how you can tell because of the whatever it is, it's on the front of it. There's on the wolf, there's on the front. And like even though they had it blurred, like it's a very distinct cover. And I was like, oh, you're reading Avatar, that's cool. But yeah, I mean I'm enjoying it. Like I like Mist and Fury better than I liked the first one. I mean, technically, like, I know what happens by the end just because someone else in my house read all of the books and then, like, told me things about it. It was fine. But I don't remember.
Feel like you'd have to live under a rock if you don't know.
Yeah, and plus, like, I've seen spoilers, like, throughout the years. Like, these books are not new books.
No,
how old are these books now? I haven't read them, so how old are they?
Aftermath was 2016, so Akatar was 2015. Oh,
yeah.
Gosh.
And like,
okay, so it's been around for a while.
Yeah, Throne of Glass is even older than that. So like, because like Throne of Glass, people were like, I don't know why you want to read Throne of Glass. I'm like, I might as well read all of Sarah J. Maas's universe at this point. Like, it's fine. I own them all. Like Throne of Glass, I own physically, audio, and ebook. But the only reason I own them physically is because they were switching the covers out, and I don't like the new American covers, and I wanted the ones that had the chick on the front. So I bought them on sale as they were phasing them out, which is really the only reason that I have them, because I'm not probably going to read them physically. But I mean, Throne of Glass, I know what happens at the end, but like I'm still going to read them.
I mean, like, especially like if you're in the book community, and then you hear about Aelin, and then you read Throne of Glass, and you're like, where the fuck is Aelin?
Yeah, yeah, because that's who everybody talked about, and like that character is not throughout the whole series, bro. It's like because actually, when I started Throne of Glass, I was like, I was like, who the hell is Selena? Like, who is this? And like I was like texting people that I knew had read this book, and they were like, what do you mean? And I was like, who is this? I was like, I thought this book was about Aelin. They were like, no. They were like, that's who everybody talks about, but like, no. And I was like, okay, well, great. And he was so good. it's just interesting that like that's what the book community focuses on.
Yeah.
You know?
Is it a little bit of monkey see, monkey do?
I think you have to read it to understand it.
Okay.
And if you're going to read it, neither, I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna read
So,
it.
what genre is it? Like, is it romance, fantasy?
It's young adult fantasy. It does go into the adult side of things later on, and it's not really like romance is a subplot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like this is probably the more of the fantasy than the rest of her series. But it also is also her first. It's her first work. So
And she
you can
started
tell-
writing. She started writing them when she was like 16, I think.
Yeah, she was
So-
16 when she wrote this. So, when she wrote Throne of Glass. So, and you can tell that. Like, if you read Akatar first and then you read Throne of Glass, I don't think you'll like Throne of Glass because it's just so much younger than. Like, her you can tell her writing has definitely improved.
Yeah.
See,
Well,
and
one would hope from a 16-year-old.
I like young adult fantasy, so it didn't really bother me that I had read A Court of Thorns and Roses, like the first book first. I still enjoyed the first 4 books that I read from Throne of Glass. My issue was that somebody was in the background, like, trying to pressure me to read books. I don't do well under pressure. Like, get away from me. Just, like, let me read. We're not going to read. But in 2024... Throne of Glass is a series I'm going to continue because I do enjoy the series. Like, it's a fun series. I just don't like being pressured to read things.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
It's another reason why you don't do TBRs, hey?
Exactly. If I feel like I'm being pressured to, because they wanted to make like a whole vlog and like, I mean, obviously now I'm not doing that, but like, I mean, I might make a vlog of me reading them, but they wanted to be like in part of the vlog, so they wanted me to like record them talking about the book, which like I was open to doing, but I was also like, you have to give me time to read this. Like I have other shit to read too.
It's also like an 8-book series.
Right. And depending on how you choose to read it, which I did start with the Assassin's Blade because I am reading them in the order they came in the box set. And I probably at some point will read it in the way that people like to read it, which is like the romantics way or whatever the hell, where you read Assassin's Blade like 3 or 4 books in, and then you read the last 2 books or whatever it is, like in tandem. I may do that, but the only reason that I would even be open to doing it is because I have them on audio. So at least if I'm doing them in tandem, like I can just have it stop itself whenever I get to that. You know what I mean? But like if I had to sit here and juggle 2 thick books, absolutely not happening. Absolutely.
I don't know. I'd like to do the tandem thing, but because I am listening to them on audio, that's too confusing for me.
Yeah. Yeah, and
like, I'd have to have it in front, like physically.
The couple of people that I know that have done tandem reads with the audio have said that they've done it because they're so used to doing audios anyway that it wasn't a huge deal for them to switch between the two, and it's like the same narrator. So
yeah,
it's just like
she's the best narrator I've ever heard, to be honest.
For Throne of Glass, yeah. But honestly, for A Court of Mist and Fury, because I'm listening just to the regular audiobooks, right? I'm not listening to the graphic audios.
Yeah.
I did listen to the graphic audio for the first half of A Court of Thorns and Roses, and I just didn't love it. However, I do like the chick that does the narration for Feyre in the graphic audios more than I like the narrator for the regular audiobooks.
Yeah.
I just feel like the voice fits better.
Kale listened to them all this year, and he said he listened to the graphic audios for the first 4 Akatar books, but they didn't have one for Silver Flames, so he had to listen to the normal Silver Flames one, and he does not like that narrator at all for the normal audiobooks. He's like, why didn't they bring Elizabeth back in, because she also does the Crescent City books.
She does, which is kind of why I'm like, why didn't you just do that? The chick that does the graphic audios, the Feyre's part for the graphic audios, I really do prefer her voice. I don't know, Jennifer Ikeda or whatever that does the narration for the regular Akatar, her voice is like too old. If that makes sense.
Okay. Yep. We'll check out what's going on back at 12:30. That's how far behind we are.
I'm gonna have to leave in 10 minutes. I just wanted to preempt that.
Cool, no worries. We'll get through some of these. So Julie, hey, lagging, so I'm watching the best as I can. Still reading Escaping from Houdini. I want to get a good chunk of it read tonight. Long day tomorrow. I have class, library. This was like 2 hours ago. This is quite common for Friday. It took us 6 hours once to get to the bottom of the comments.
One time. Not like 6 hours to get to the bottom of the comments, like multiple times, like 6 hours to actually get through all the bottom once.
Yeah.
Which we've at least got to the bottom of the comments at least once since we started. So I mean we're
doing well. That's an achievement if we've got to the bottom at least once before the 6 hour mark. But we've had some pretty interesting conversations along the way, and a lot of the time it's actually driven by the comments. So Mathams are generally gifts that just keep being passed around. Hobbits, okay, we learned that earlier. Thank you, Jamie, because like we were all confused by that. This feels like me trying to explain to people how a 4.5 set. Yep, okay. Oh no, I have over 20 first cousins, including spouses. If you have the kids, that's huge. That's huge.
I mean, when I say my family, I legitimately only mean my mom's half. If we included my dad's half, I don't even want to count how many cousins and random family members there are in the McClams at all. But I didn't grow up with my dad's family. So when I talk about like my family, I don't usually count them just because like I don't know them.
Well, let's put it this way. When our family got together, we went to a park. We didn't go to someone's house.
That's what we do too. If it's the whole family, we have people. Yeah, we used to split like our Thanksgiving and our Christmas. Well, okay, I guess Thanksgiving they did at my grandma's, but that's because there were less people that were going to be able to make it. Christmas, though, every year is in a community center.
Mm-hmm.
in one
of like hire a hole out.
Yeah, like in one of the 3 towns that my family lives in, because all my entire family lives in 3 towns that are pretty much like back to back to each other, right?
Yeah.
They will pick one of the community centers in one of the towns, and that's where they meet up. So this year, like I know which community center it is. And it is the smaller community center of the 3, but that community center still holds over 100 people.
Damn.
That's wild.
And they just went
That's a big day. That's exhausting. I'm just thinking about it. That's exhausting to me.
That's why, like, when Ari and I go for holiday, we only go for one. Because I can only deal with doing, like, one holiday a year. Because I'm like, this is too many people. I love y'all, but not this much.
If you had to give a book for a present, what book, from a book you read this year, which book would you give?
I'm actually doing that, and I'm giving Little Fires Everywhere.
Nice.
So I read that this year, and I really enjoyed it. And the person I'm giving it to gave me The Memory Keeper's Daughter by Kim Edwards. I don't know if you've read that. It's kind of similar, but not really. I know, I just got the same vibes, so I'm hoping that she'll like it. Because, like, The Memory Keeper's Daughter is about this doctor who has, he delivers his wife twins, but the girl twin actually has Down syndrome, and so he gets the nurse to go get rid of it, but then the nurse runs away with the daughter and raises her as her own. And it's about them growing up and how their lives interconnect and stuff. And I thought, I don't know, I felt those same sort of vibes with Little Fires Everywhere.
Little Fires Everywhere. Who wrote that?
Celestine.
Yeah.
So,
cool.
Yeah.
If I had to give a book, I would, out of my books that I've read this year, I've had many good books this year, but I would give The Lost Flowers of Alice Hart by Holly Ringlet. Yeah. What about you, Neva?
Okay, so we're not going to talk about the book that I would actually give because we're boycotting them right now.
Yeah. I was going. All right, the alternative to the one that we all know that you'd give.
But in alternative, honestly, I think I would give How to Sell. Well, did I read that this year or did I read that last year? No, How to Sell a Haunted House. That came out this year, didn't it?
Yeah.
I would give that book. And here's why. Because while it's probably not for everyone since it is horror, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's grief horror. And I'm just saying, like, the grief part of that book, I feel like it's like Pet Sematary, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like everyone should read Pet Sematary simply for the grief part. You know?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So, like, that's what I would give. And yes, I'm aware that, like, it's not for everybody, but, like, I would give that book before I gave, like, Magnolia Parks. Because that book is really not for everybody.
Nope.
Like, and the thing is, like, I enjoyed Magnolia Parks, but I don't know that I will like Daisy Hates. That's what I'm worried about. Because I didn't really care one way or the other about Daisy in Magnolia Parks. I didn't, and I mean, Christian is fine, but, like, I didn't really care about him that much either. And that's who we're following is Daisy, Christian, and Julian. So I have heard that if you like Magnolia Parks, you may or may not like Daisy Hates.
I want to try Daisy Hates, to be honest, even though I DNF Magnolia Parks, because I'm the opposite. I was actually intrigued by her character.
Yeah, and I don't know how much I care about Julian, but I feel like we saw more of Julian in Magnolia Parks because he was, you know what I mean? So, I mean, I'm going to give it a chance because I own the entire series.
What's wrong?
But, like, I just don't know if I care about her.
Jean's going to start Golden Key by Cass Geller, a bookstagrammer, dark fantasy romance.
Ooh.
Nice. ML only has 7 books left in my Goodreads challenge. Not sure about reaching that. Just depends. You could always read some novellas and then you could. Nell joined us 3 hours ago.
Oh my god, why is there so much confetti in this part?
Wait, what book was 800? Pucking Around, wasn't it?
Pucking Around?
Yeah. Anyone have a vampire or witchy novella recommendations that aren't romance?
I was gonna say A Dowry of Blood, except Dowry of Blood is romance.
Pretty romance, yeah.
And it's very
this is not really, well, it's sort of not novella as such, but the Vine Witch series actually has a little tiny bit of romance, but not full on. It's quite a good series. I enjoyed it anyway. Or Raven Spell, Raven Song is another one by Luann G. Smith. If you're looking for a cozy mystery, what was that called? I just read it just recently. It's a problem if you can't remember what books you read and you've only read them in the last month.
That's because you get a series on, so
I can't remember the name of it. And
Maggie?
Oh, I don't know where it is now. Yeah, that would probably be the 2 that I'd recommend.
Really?
I'm always in the go for a go big or go home for chunky prompt books. Read a book that has at least 400 pages. Okay, pick up 8. Yeah. True story from Amazing Readathon. I think that they have totally lost Mars part of I don't know this.
Pucking
So,
around.
yeah.
I mean, I personally like Mari. I don't think their dynamic wouldn't have worked without him. The way that the dynamic ends up being, the dynamic would have had to have been completely different in order to get rid of him. Yeah, so the audiobook is so long because it does include
okay.
That One Night.
Yeah. So that's the novella, right?
Yeah. Because the novella definitely took me about 2 hours to read when I read it with my eyeballs. So.
Not with your eyeballs.
Yeah, my eyeballs.
That's where I'm struggling with this book. Like, it only takes a little while to get used to reading with your eyeballs again, but because of November, I read audios, and then I've picked this up to try and read it. It's taken me a couple of goes to get into the swing of things.
Yeah, well,
like, oh my god, I've lost the ability to read.
Yeah, I decided to go back to reading Kindle Unlimited books on my Kindle, like around.
Yeah. Well, I would like to do that. Kindle and my internet have other ideas.
I know, and I have discovered something. So the book that I DNF'd last year. That had pew pew play, if you understand.
Oh yeah, yep.
So I was like, let me pick this book up because it keeps telling me like to read this. Like there's like another book in this series, I guess, or whatever. But
which book is it?
Hold on, it's called
Haunting Adeline.
No, this
Sinner. Long Shot.
Tessier. Okay, so I thought that The Ritual was the one that I read. No, it was this one. This one. This is the one. But now I'm enjoying it. I'm like 7 chapters in, and now I'm conflicted because I'm like, I DNF'd this last year simply because he was using that which he should not be using to, to sing. But now I'm like intrigued by it, and now I'm like sucked in. So I'm like, well, I guess I'm just gonna read it and call it a days. I don't know what that means about me, but that's fine.
A new era, perhaps? I hope not. But anyway, Coda had to step away for a while, but I'm back. What did I miss? A lot.
Yeah,
you missed a lot, Coda. Rachel's in the background. Me with popcorn, just vibing with the convo. Awesome. Glad we can be entertaining. It amuses me that someone who just turns up I hear voices when I read.
Listen,
and it made me want to be a Dom. This scene is hilarious.
Nothing if not entertaining. You know what I'm saying?
So
I
true.
say things in a way that I guess make people laugh. I don't even really mean to, but if anyone did join this stream and then promptly click out after hearing that,
oh well, they're not our people. They're not our people. Can you take over, Neva? Because there's someone at my door.
Yep. For the cold, I can put more clothes on. These girls at work be constantly running these space heaters, even in summer. Just put more clothes on before coming to work. Yeah. I tend to just take a hoodie with me to work.
Yeah.
Even though they did give us long sleeve shirts now, so I just put like a t-shirt on for like an extra layer, and then I put the long sleeve shirt on over it, and it's very comfortable. But yeah, I can put clothes on. It's harder to take them off.
Yeah.
Treat my nieces and nephews like they're actual people. Talk to my 3-month-old nephew with full sentences and regular speech. Yeah, I've always done the same thing. And then here was Sash saying maybe she'll get some housework done.
I did.
Yay! 90 minutes. Oh yeah, we are so far behind.
Yes, we are.
Courtney went to bed like an hour ago, so that's fine. Good night, Courtney. I'm sure Lexi also went to bed because she said here that she would have to go to bed at some point, but she did watch the Grinch movie. Are you back?
Yeah,
doing some cleaning, organizing, and audio booking. We love to see it.
Good job, Erin.
You want to read them or you want me to read them? I can read them.
You can go for it.
All right, cool. Forgot all about this tab. That that happens until you hear the tab.
I'm sorry.
You gotta go. Okay, bye, Sash.
But thank you for having me.
No worries. Bye.
Bye.
I feel like this is a question for you.
Trifle is the most disgusting thing on the face of the planet, so no.
I've never had it. What is it?
Oh, it's gross. It's like it's just I don't like jelly, for one. So trifle is an English dessert. It has cake, jelly, and custard in it. Okay, so
Ew.
it's like it's a
What?
layered dessert. It's a layered dessert, so it has cake, it has jelly, it has custard. I'll see if I can find a picture of it. Like, it's disgusting. I do actually have a recipe because my grandfather was English, my grandmother was Spanish, and she made it from my great-grandmother's recipe on my grandfather's side, which is on my mum's side. And it's the most disgusting thing on the face of the earth. Like, I don't like, to me, it's like, I don't like soggy food. Like, I don't like food that goes soggy, like cereal and stuff like that. So for me to eat that, I feel like it's soggy because of the texture of the jelly, and then you've got the custard, and then you've got a cake in there as well. If you've watched Friends,
Yeah, I have.
you know where Rachel makes the dessert for Thanksgiving or whatever it was, where she put mincemeat in it because she mixed up the two. That's similar to what
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna pass on
yeah.
that. Sounds
So I'm just trying to find a dish. I mean, this looks this looks pretty. It has fruit and stuff in it as well, and this looks pretty. But
just because it looks pretty,
I'm feeling traumatized by this question, Shannon.
You have triggered Nicole. It's
fully, and that's a hard thing to do. To get me to
it
have
sounds gross.
Oh, it is. It's not great. It's not great. Like, this looks pretty. Like, it looks pretty.
Oh,
that has pretty. Yeah, it looks pretty. It looks Christmassy on that. It's very much an English dessert. So it has jelly, custard, cake. So this particular one has, you know, those jam rolls you get where it's the like the vanilla cake, and then it's got jam in it. In the center. There we go. There we go. That's what that is. So and then there's cream on top, and then they've sprinkled it with fruit. But most people's look like this, where it's just thrown in a bowl.
Oh no!
So yeah, so it generally, like, oh, here you go. No, this is more to what you got at a Christmas dinner. Okay, this is more close to. It's wrong. It's wrong on so many levels.
Like, at least the first one looked pretty. But the other two just look like, if someone brought that to the Thanksgiving, I would be like, what the hell is this?
No, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. So, thank you, Shannon, for the trauma.
But we don't,
because the jelly is water and gelatin, so it's hitting up against the cake. Okay, and then you've got the custard in there as well, so it's up against the cake, so the cake goes soggy.
Disgusting.
And it's just
no.
Yuck.
Jamie finished her book, A Taste of Magic by Andre Norton, and then read about a chapter or so in each of 5 additional books. We love to see it. Got to chapter 50, managed to read 39 pages. So I think what is happening is that these comments are showing up on both accounts.
Yeah, because it seems to be like doubling up, and it never usually does that.
Because Sasha's did that as well. Where, like, you could see where she had commented and it showed up on yours, but then it also showed up on mine, because hers had the little membership emblem next to it. Yeah. So I think it's just, so I'm just only going to read it once, but I think it's sending to both channels. Yeah,
because normally it doesn't do that. It normally, in our comments, it just has it the once, but for some reason today it's like,
it's weird. It's being weird. I'm going to finish chapter, then go to bed. I'm sure you're in bed by this point. Got an early morning today, or tomorrow, and long day. Good night. How is Wheel of Time reading going, Nicole?
Oh, good. I'm up to, I did go a little bit further, but I would say close to halfway through. I'm at chapter 24 right now, so I'm about halfway through. Really digging the vibe, but I want to get this this one finished today, and then I can concentrate on Wheel of Time tomorrow. But loving it.
I don't think I've ever read a book series that wasn't mystery based. Yeah, most of the series that I have that I need to continue are fantasy series. Like, why did I do this to myself? Because like I was like, let me make a list. Because like we were just sitting at work, like we weren't doing anything. And so I try to do content planning while I'm at work if I don't have anything to do, because I can like listen to an audiobook or whatever while I'm doing that. Yeah, the series that I'm currently reading, almost all of them are, I mean, some of them I've only read like one of. Like Wayward Children, I only read one. And Bree said to like sit down and read all of them back to back because they're there's novellas, they're very short. So what I'm going to end up doing is either buying the audiobooks or borrowing them all from the library all at once.
Yeah.
I haven't decided. But everything on here is pretty much fantasy except for like 1, 2. I have 3 series that are not fantasy, but all the rest of them are fantasy. And then like the Noodle Shop Mystery series is the longest series. It's got 10 books. I've only read 1. So
I'm in denial. I'm in denial about how many series I have, and I'm not gonna count them.
I think these are just the ones that I marked them as currently reading, but these are just the ones that I'm personally going to be continuing.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I do have to sit down because in August, Chrissy gave me a whole heap of series to start. Yeah. And I have to make the decision whether I actually want to continue on with them. So I've read a couple of first books, like I think all of them except for 2 that she recommended were a series. One of them I do want to. There's 8 in that one. That's the Woody Creek series. That is by Joy Detman. I definitely want to continue that. And I also want to continue the one from Penny, someone, I can't think of it. It was No Angel, but it's about a publishing family.
Yeah.
And there's only 3 in that. So I definitely want to finish that. And I've got a heap of thriller ones that I don't know whether I want to continue on with. One, I have only 2 books to go in it, and they're only novella size, so I'll probably burn through them in January. But yeah, I don't want to look because I know that I've started a lot.
I will say that the list that I made was exclusively what I could access on my Kindle because I had my phone with me at work, but I obviously don't have like my bookshelves for me to just. So I'm sure there's like more on my bookshelves because some of these I have bought as books on my Kindle too. Like I have them in both forms, but I know there are ones on my shelves that I just couldn't think of, like off the top of my head that I want to start. So I'm sure there will, like last year or this year for 2023, I started the year with 85 series that I was currently reading. Yeah. Because what I did was
I lay down.
I put them like a dumbass because I wanted to torture myself. I put them in a spreadsheet. And what I did was I went through all of the books that I had read in 2022. And a lot of these books were parts of series from Kindle Unlimited, but I only read like 1 book because I didn't really want to continue, but I put them in the spreadsheet anyway. And I was like, what are you doing, ma'am?
Yeah, no, I won't be doing that.
So I'll only be adding them to my series list, like my series I'm currently reading list, if I've read the book, one of the books in the series, and I really am going to continue. Because like I didn't put like the Delilah Green series, which it's called something else, but Bright Falls, I think it's called, is not in here. But the only reason it's not in here is because I don't have those on my Kindle. I have them as physical books. But I know that I'm gonna continue that series because Brittany's making me read Asher Parker for her vlog. So the vlog we're all collaborating on. So reading Christmas in Blue Dog Valley by Annie England Noblin. I don't often read Christmas stories, but I like this one so far. I haven't really. Well, I did read a bunch of Christmas books last month for the Chaos Weekend thing. And I do have some audios that I'm going to listen to, but also we're doing for Besties Sprint Miss. which I think is next Friday. I'm pretty sure it's next Friday. We're reading 'Tis the Season for Revenge. I'm so excited. I read it last year and I gave it 5 stars. It was so good. Like, it's like Legally Blonde, but Christmas. And it was just so funny and kind of stupid, but like I really enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? So I've gotten the besties to agree to read it. So I think we all just grabbed it. It's an Audible exclusive if you want, because it's KU. So if you want the audiobook, but I know me and Brittany both grabbed the audiobook because I was like, I need this in my life, truthfully. I also
it is the season for revenge. It sounds like I like that title.
Yeah, and it's like a pink title, like a pink cover. And like I really want to buy it like for my shelf because I mean this time next year I feel like me and Ari are gonna be good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm wanting to actually decorate my bookshelves for next Christmas, but I want to do it in like a pink Christmas theme. I'm not really a traditional Christmas color kind of girl, you know?
Yeah, I'm not. I sort of. It depends on what mood I'm in.
Ari says she wants our whole house to be pink. I don't really know about that. I mean, I like pink. Pink is my favorite color, but I don't know.
That might be a little bit too much.
She was watching Selena and Chef with me the other day, and Selena Gomez has like a pink, like KitchenMaid like mixer.
Yeah.
I looked, and like KitchenMaid is a good brand, so like it's expensive anyway, and the pink one is not that much more expensive than like the white one. So she's like, "Can we get a pink mixer?" And I was like, "Sure, bud, we'll get a pink mixer."
So that's another series that you're starting, just so you know.
'Tis the Season. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know that has like other books to the series. I've never looked into the other books.
Yeah, I was just looking it up then.
I don't know.
It's very pink.
Yeah, it is very pink. I don't know if I want to continue that series. I'm gonna look into it before I add it to my list. I really did like the first one, but it is stupid. Like it's a holiday book. Like it's it's a Hallmark movie in a book. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, Coda made it to chapter 23 and starting to get tired. And then said that they were going to bed, which I know they're in bed by now. Good night, Coda. We love you so much. How to Sell a Haunted House came out in January. Oh, we must be getting close to the end of these comments because that we talked about that this time. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it came out in January or December because I pre-ordered it and then did not read it until May, I think. And the reason is because my mom passed away in February of 2020 and I started reading it when it first came out and then was like, maybe this is not the time to read this book. Like I went to Brittany and
especially
I was like,
if it's grief horror, no.
Yeah, she was like, why are you reading this right now? And I was like, oh, it'll be fine. And then I read like the first chapter and I was crying, so I was like, never mind. We'll come back later. But I really enjoyed it. I loved it, honestly. The audiobook is really good as well. I would give I'm a Fan, Bandit Queens, or Trespasses as Christmas gifts, but it would depend on the person because 2 of those books are love-hate. That's
Bandit Queens is pretty good. I'm a Fan is good too if you like that sort of stuff. Trespassers, no.
Nicole's like, do not give me that book.
Yeah, I wouldn't throw the book at you, but I don't think it'd land on my shelves. But I do actually have it on my shelves because those 3 books were in this year's Women's Prize for Fiction. So, Chris really loves Trespassers. I do not, however, but the other 2 books I really love. So we are in agreement, and our reading taste of the Women's Prize for Fiction aligned somewhat. But yeah.
I would give Pod as a gift because it's a great conversation starter, and Real Life is making it a documentary. Wonderful.
Huh? Is it really going to be a documentary? Pod is about a spinner dolphin, so it's from the point of view of a dolphin. This is another one that was on the Women's Prize for Fiction, and it's very violent and has a lot of sexual assault and all that sort of stuff because dolphins are asses. Just saying.
Dolphins are terrible. Dolphins are assailants, bro.
Yeah, fully. And there's like, there's animal cruelty in it and all that sort of stuff. Like it's I get what she was trying to do and all that sort of stuff, but for a lot of people it would be a hard read.
Great.
because of the sexual assault in it, the animal cruelty in it, and all that sort of stuff. So like, there was a lot of topics that aren't great and whatnot. So yeah, it was in my bottom 4 for the 16 that I read of the Women's Prize for Fiction. Fire Rush was better than Pod. That was Fire Rush was about I can't remember, I think it was set in the 70s. But anyway, it was reggae. Like in the reggae music scene in the 70s in London, and like it had some issues in it as well, like, but I actually enjoyed that one. That wasn't too bad. Like, it was okay, but it wasn't the best. It's still okay. I wouldn't give it as a gift though.
Aaron is angry with you about your stance on trifle.
Subscribe it.
Apparently, here in America and in Canada, Kraft makes trifle recipes with pudding instead of custard. Yeah, I'm gonna pass. It sounds disgusting, to be honest.
It's even with pudding. No, why? That's terrible.
Like, no, I think I will not do that. Never been a custard heavy dessert that Aaron hasn't loved. We love that you love custard. I'm not a custard.
I'm down. I'm okay with custard. I don't do jelly. I don't like. If I've got a sore throat, I'll do jelly, but I don't like the texture of it. And I'll do custard with apple pie, like custard and apple pie. Yum.
It's the sogginess. That's it. Deb loves
Deb, I'm sorry, Deb. We can't be friends anymore. No, I'm joking. Each to their own. Like, each to their own.
Shannon says her grandmother would make a 7-layer trifle. She would also use frozen fruit sometimes, and the fruit didn't always thaw by the time she served it.
Oh, interesting concept.
These comments are making me not want to eat this even more, to be honest.
You're not missing out on anything.
You're not convincing me to eat this. Like,
no.
At all.
You have my permission. If I serve you up trifle, you have my permission to throw it back at me.
I'll be like, Nicole, what the hell is this?
This is shit show.
Are you going to eat this? Because if you're not, I'm not eating it.
Yes.
Yeah, some people's are, most people's are, but for some reason, some of them are showing up in more than one. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. In the back of House of StreamYards, we've got double up on comments, which we've never had before. So I'd say it's just a glitch in StreamYards. They're probably doing some sort of back end stuff. And
with Sash, it's possible. Well, I don't know. With Sausage Possible, I don't know what her back of the house looks like, because like on ours, we can choose which channel we comment on. It's possible that because like Sash was one of the people that was one of the only people I saw where her comment doubled up, which means that when she typed it from back here, it may have sent to both channels.
Yeah, it would went to both channels for sure.
I've had trifle where the person put extra pistachios and digestive biscuits to thicken it, but it is added to the.
That is the perfect word for it. It is goop in a bowl. Now, come on. Like, why would you serve up trifle when there's so many other better desserts? Apple pie and custard, for example. Lemon meringue pie. Pavlova. Like,
lemon meringue pie is delicious.
I know. It's divine. You know, and then you've got pavlova, which is just like a pure sugar rush with cream.
I just feel like there's just so much better things you could eat.
Yeah, it's a very English dessert. It's a very disgusting dessert. I don't even know. I think it came to be around the turn of the century, I think, is when trifle came on. No, it wouldn't have been. It would have been later than that. It probably would have been after the Depression, actually.
Well, that's why people are eating trifle, because they were in the Great Depression.
And the reason that it would have came around is because the cake would have been stale. So to moisten the cake.
Because you're not making it with fresh cake. That's the problem. They be making it out here with fresh cake, so it's gross.
Like, so that would that logically speaking, that would, and from
Because I feel
a
because like my grandma has made things like my great grandma. I mean, may she rest in peace. Now I loved my great grandma. She was kind of racist, but she was never racist to me, so it's fine, I guess. Not really, but it is what it is.
I love my grandma, but she was a bit of a racist, but not to me. Yeah,
a lot of the people on that side of the family are at least a little, like, even if they don't mean to be racist, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how else to really describe it, but she would like make things that she was like, yeah, we would eat this during like the Depression.
so I was right with my original one. It actually came from the 18th century, in Britain, and were designed to use over leftover
Cake.
up leftovers. Stale cake, pieces of stale cake were soaked in alcohol and then stacked with a fruit and custard and sometimes jelly in a round
Well, that's
bowl.
what it is. They were so drunk that they didn't care how mushy it was.
Yeah, you have to be maggot. Okay, this is a very Aussie term. Okay, you have to be maggot to enjoy this dessert. Okay, so maggot means extremely drunk, falling over. You have no taste buds left. You're done.
So, in
right?
other words, for American people, you would have to be completely wasted,
Yeah,
to like it.
Yeah.
Which it helps because apparently the stale cake is first soaked in alcohol.
So essentially, you're eating leftovers.
Here's the thing. So my grandma would make things, and I would be like, "Why would you eat this?" Like, she used to make this like, ooh, it's so gross. She used to make this like green bean concoction. It was like green beans and bacon, like, which she said that when they would make it, they would use like the leftover like bacon fat because like they didn't have like enough bacon to like really go around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But she would put bacon in it. It was canned green beans, bacon, and like saltine crackers. And she's because it was used as like a filler because it was cheap. You know what I mean? Shit is nasty. It's disgusting. So
I've had fresh green beans, not the stuff out of a can. I will never eat a vegetable out of a can. No, I'd eat grass before I'd eat green beans out of a can.
The only canned vegetable I'm eating out of a can is like corn, like regular, like whole kernel corn, not sweet corn. Like I don't like creamed corn. No, but like whole kernel corn. But that's just because you can rinse that enough in fresh water. And then put fresh water over it, that it tastes fine.
Yeah, and that's usually done in like a light briny sort of like a salty water anyway, so it's not so bad. So according to this, it was they soaked it in wine and then layered it with custard and covered it in whip soluble froth. I don't even want to fathom what the freaking hell that is. Like, I'm sorry, but someone asked the question, do Germans eat trifle? If they're smart people, no, they don't. I mean, it's probably no different than tiramisu. Like tiramisu, but that's nice. Like that's got chocolate and stuff in it.
Tiramisu is not soggy.
No, it's not.
Tiramisu is delicious. Thank you.
Yeah, no.
What the hell? I'm sorry, if you are putting something on top of this, it's called froth. I don't want it.
American trifles are similar, but fortunately have a little bit less complicated. They consist of multiple layers of crumbed or cubed cake, pudding, and fruit, and the flavors vary widely from raspberry, peach yogurt to peach yogurt is wrong, and angel food cake to brownies, white chocolate pudding, and candy bar bits are put in it. I mean, way to amp it up, the United States. Holy crap. That is diabetes in a bowl.
That's why we're all so overweight. It's why we're all so ill. Actually, okay.
Way to just put that on steroids. Take trifle.
If the brownie thing is what they're counting as trifle in America, I've had that. And that's not actually bad because it's just like
that's the picture they show for the American one.
Yeah, because brownies, at least we're in America, brownies are dense enough that they can stand underneath.
Yeah.
ice cream. Because we do a lot. Listen, America does a lot of a la mode. Okay, like apple pie a la mode was created in America.
Mm-hmm.
Like actually, Gordon Ramsay went to the place where apple pie a la mode was created in America on
Isn't apple pie a la mode just apple pie with whipped cream on top?
No, it's apple pie with ice cream.
Oh, okay, yep.
Yeah,
I
so
was close. It had cream in it.
yeah, but the place where it was like created or whatever, I don't know, where I guess where they put the first scoop of ice cream on top of a piece of pie.
Yeah.
a place here in America, I don't remember, Pennsylvania maybe. Because actually Gordon Ramsay went to that hotel on Hotel Hell to like try to save their hotel.
Okay, yeah.
But I mean, the thing is, like, we have like brownie a la mode. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why they call it a la mode. I don't really understand that part, but it's fine. So, like, if what they're counting as not tiramisu is delicious. If what they're counting as trifle here is like that brownie ice cream concoction, I've had that, and it's not. I mean, it's not.
No. This consists of multiple layers of crumbed or cubed cake, pudding, and fruit. Flavors can vary widely from raspberry, peach yogurt, angel food cake to brownies, white chocolate pudding, and candy bar bits. The Germans take a little bit of a healthier approach.
No, thank you. That really sounds like it's about to put you in a diabetic coma, even if you don't even have diabetes.
The Germans, they do one such as apple and pumpernickel trifle, which looks really nice. Like it's got a layer of like a crumb and then some cream and then a little bit of fruit and then a layer of crumb, then some cream and then topped with fruit. Actually looks really nice. And it also says they aren't especially unhealthy. However, Lubschneier Plattenpudding, ooh, there's some words for you, is a decadent dessert straight out of the Man's novel. Man's. Yeah. So out of all of them, the Britain's one is the most disgusting. The American one which evidently is also the Australian one. The British one is also the Australian one because
America is about to it's about to give you diabetes.
Yeah, it's either going to give you diabetes or put you in a coma. If you want to enjoy this sort of food, then you need to go to Germany because that's the most healthiest one out of all.
But I'm also just not going to enjoy this food. So, Chris said that Fire Rush has the best audiobook and Glory has the worst.
Yes, I would agree with this. Glory, I felt like I was being yelled at by the principal. The narrator was very passionate. Like, all I'm going to say is the narrator was extremely passionate. And wanted you, under no uncertain terms, to hear the message of the book while she yelled it at you.
I just wanted to make sure you understood what was happening.
She berated you, basically. But Fire Rush actually had, like, the reggae music in the background between the chapters and everything, so you really got into the groove of listening to it. Yeah, it was awesome. You had a little bit of a boogie while I was at the quilt machine listening to it, having a bit of a boogie.
Fire Rush, you had like a concert, and Glory, you just got like beat down.
Yeah, fully. Yeah, pretty much. That's how it went.
Thomas said that they will also skip trifle.
Okay, we can be friends, Thomas.
The way Nicole said each to their own just then, it was very much each to their own, but you're wrong. Yeah. Like each to their own, you know, we're not gonna yuck
each to their own, but I am over here and I'm judging you and I'm judging you harshly.
We're not gonna yuck anyone's yum over here, but also
you're getting the side eye from me. Hey. Do not sit next to me while you're eating it. Go somewhere else. Yeah, but the sponge is a sponge cake, is a type of cake, and grog is alcohol.
Yeah, I assumed that. I assumed that, but thank you for telling everyone else.
No worries. Because not everybody knows what grog is.
Pop with kiwi fruit, strawberries, and cream.
Chef's kiss, definitely.
Trifle is gross. Monica said. Deb said that trifle is for the oldies.
Yes. It is very much like, well,
like
like
my old
I
I
have
wrote
never made it. I can probably, if my grandmother's Christmas pudding is anything to go by, I know why. Like, that is so soaked in alcohol, you cannot drive after it. You will register on the breathalyzer. So she was probably pissed when she made it. Because if I know my nan, it would have been one for the pudding, one for me, one for the pudding, one for me. And so leading up to Christmas, she was pretty tanked. But yeah, it's ugh.
Yeah, it sounds not good, and no one here is going to convince me to eat it because it just the more we talk about it, the least I want to eat it. In Tribal's defense, it's marginally better than the terrible Christmas fruitcake people insist on giving. I'm not gonna lie, I've never had a Christmas fruitcake, and I will never eat one.
I don't like Christmas fruit cake, but I do like my nan's Christmas pudding. As I said, you get a little bit drunk on that. Takes your breath away. And with a nice brandy, very traditional English feast, with a brandy custard over the top. It's quite nice. Very drunk.
Quite nice.
Quite nice. Very nice.
Aaron said, yes, I do want to eat cake soaked in alcohol, and I do. We're glad that you do. The worst thing I've actually ever had was this concoction with Jell-O and cottage cheese. Ambrosia salad? Is that what you're talking about? That is nasty. That is... No, I cannot. My grandma...
Okay, there's another food that I'm putting on the list that I'll never touch. This one right here.
So this was another thing. I think they made it like during the Depression or something because my great grandma used to make this too. But she also made one that was... I actually like this one. She called it red hot applesauce Jell-O. It's exactly what it sounds like. So it was like... she would use cinnamon applesauce, right? And then she would use red Jell-O, so usually like cherry, not strawberry, but like cherry Jell-O.
I just looked up ambrosia salad. Oh my lord! And I'm not even religious.
It looks like someone...
Oh, this looks like the picture I'm looking at. It looks like someone's hurled in a bowl and put a cherry on top.
Yes, it looks like somebody yacked in a bowl and said, "Here's some." And here's the thing: when my grandma would make it, she would cover the top with cherries. Yeah, it's disgusting. It's gross. And the thing is the ambrosia salad is not always that color. I've also seen it be white. I've also seen it be green. Yeah. That's like a pink, but I've also seen it be green, and I've also seen it be white.
Oh, you've all got to look this up. This is wrong on so many levels. This is wrong on so many levels.
My grandma would make this red hot Jell-O. It was cherry Jell-O, cinnamon applesauce, and then like red hots, like the candy. Because she would melt those down, and it was so good. Like the texture wasn't really weird, you know. It was, I don't know, that was good. But ambrosia salad is disgusting. Aaron asked if you use canned tomatoes.
I use canned.
Do you? Because you said you wouldn't eat a vegetable out of a can. I think
I do use but that's pureed. So I wouldn't eat it like I use it in my spaghetti bolognese. I wouldn't eat it out of the tin. And also, I do corn, I do tomatoes. So yeah, I do it, but that's a fruit technically.
That's what I was about to say. Technically, tomatoes are a fruit. So.
And a lot of time I actually make my own, like because I grow my own vegetables and stuff. So I make my own sauce. Just for those playing at home, ambrosia salad was invented in 1867. Maria Massey Barringer of Concord, North Carolina, provided the recipe in her Dixie cookery. Or I managed my table for 12 years.
Of course, it would be an American that came up with that nasty crap. I'm sorry, disgusting. I'm sorry.
So she used she counseled readers to stick with fresh grated coconut, sweetened with a little sugar in alternate layers with pulped oranges. Ew. The only thing I can say, coconut and orange should go together with some rum and have a pina colada.
That's about it.
Yeah, with a dash of pineapple juice, or something like that, or a fluffy duck. A fluffy duck is coconut and orange juice with a bit of cream in it.
Listen to me.
But
when I see an ambrosia salad on someone's table, I get scared. I'm just saying. Disgusting.
Oh, so where does ambrosia salad originate from? It comes from America. A variety of fruit salad originating in the southern United States. Most ambrosia recipes contain canned, often sweetened, or fresh pineapple, canned mandarin, orange slices, or with fresh orange sections, and miniature marshmallows and coconut. Okay, so that's the white stuff that's in it. Is that like...
It's mixed together with like whipped cream. But some people do use cottage cheese. Like they take all the fruit and throw in the bowl with cottage cheese. So gross. Either way, it's so gross. And the thing is it smells gross. Like when you like.
No,
this
I'm
is
sorry. No.
From my childhood. But like you would walk into a room, you knew there was ambrosia salad because you could smell it.
So your ambrosia salad is to my trifle. It's traumatizing.
Bro, and I remember my grandma being like, I know you want some of this ambrosia. No, I don't.
Mm-mm.
That shit away from me. Absolutely not. Disgusting. Good night, Jean. We are about only 10 minutes behind these comments now, thank God. Love the trifle conversation. Good night.
Good night.
I'm sure we'll probably still be here talking about ambrosia. Tiramisu is constructed very much the same. I've usually used ladyfingers for trifle, just like tiramisu.
Yeah, I have seen people use ladyfingers as opposed to the cake. The cake just goes soggy. It's just, and because it's soaked in alcohol too, it's like
I also agree with this. To be honest with you, pudding is only good in one flavor, and that is chocolate. And it's only good to go to the store, buy the crap in the little plastic tins, and use a spoon to eat it. The only kind I like is, again, chocolate. Now, it can be any variety of chocolate. It can be like the triple chocolate. It can be like regular just chocolate, whatever. But then you eat that shit with a spoon. Maybe put some whipped cream on it if you're making it from scratch, and that's it. That's all that pudding is good for. Okay? Otherwise, no. And anyone who eats tapioca pudding, to each their own.
But I'm over here giving you the side eye.
Have fun with that.
Judgment.
Disgusting. Angel food in trifle, that just makes it even worse. If you think about it, trifle usually ends up like a chunky sweet soup. Ooh. See, this shit is not making me want to eat this.
You shouldn't. That's why. It's not something that you should eat. It's something that they ate out of necessity back in the 1800s. It is no longer required. We have better food now.
Congealed green mush was a side dish at Thanksgiving. Yeah, I don't even know what was in that, but all of those different things were called ambrosia salad. At least in my family. And regardless, I do not care.
Congealed green mush. Is that mushy peas, perhaps? Because you're in Canada, right?
I think she's talking about the ambrosia salad.
Oh, okay.
Because I've seen... So ambrosia salad seems to come in 3 colors. White, green, or pink.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell makes it green.
Yeah, where does the green come from?
I've never made it.
Food coloring.
I've literally...
food coloring.
I've literally never made it. I've just seen other people make it, and it's disgusting. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I forgot to tell you. So I got a message today.
Oh, okay.
So I had ordered... So I know I told you about this, but I ordered Mariah and I matching pens.
Yep.
Diamond painting pens, for anyone who's why would you order matching pens? So I ordered these
special like that.
Yeah. I ordered these a while back. I had them before life exploded, but I was it cost me $200 for these pens. Not a piece, but all anyway. So I got a message today saying that they rushed the shipping on it so that we would get them in time for Christmas.
Oh, that's nice.
You know, we're about to like move or whatever, because I was gonna have them send them to a different address, but then I was like, if they get here by Christmas, then it's fine, whatever.
Yeah.
But, like, I've seen what the blanks look like, dude. They look they're gonna be so pretty. They're like unicorn pens. So she has like a purple one, and I have a pink one. Like and no one's getting anything wrapped for Christmas. Like, I'm just handing people shit and being like, Merry Christmas. So, yeah, but I will say that I do want to order a couple of pens from Enabler's Outpost. Because, so they did a drop of Harry Potter themed pens.
Yep.
So they have like you are not going to know what this means. You'll know after there's a mark, not the dark mark, but there's another thing that it's called it's the Deathly Hallows emblem. So it's like a circle with a triangle with a line. Okay. Yep. She's like, sure.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. My girls are into Harry Potter, so I do actually know what you're talking about.
So they used like little, it looks like glitter bits almost.
Yep.
Sequence, whatever. But then what they did was they made them in each color of the houses.
Oh, very
so
nice.
I asked, like, I had commented on their post because I was upset because I was like, damn, like, I missed the drop. Like, I would have at least liked the Hufflepuff one, you know what I mean? Because that's my house. Okay. But they messaged me and they made me a custom listing, which I was like, I'm not gonna be able to order these till after Christmas. And they were like, that's totally fine. But for all 4 pens, it's only $175 American.
Oh, wow.
Which I was like, $175. Like, for 4 pens.
That's like, you know, that's my soul and then some.
But you know what I'm saying though. In America, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like 4 custom turned pens.
That's pretty good.
I paid like $120 for this one, but I'm wondering if it's
because so is it the same shop or different shop?
It's a different shop. Because here's the thing: in 2024, I'm really trying to support small shops. You know, which I feel like most of the things that I bought have been small shops, like as far as like accessories. But I do want to try a couple of small shops for paintings as well. So I do
have a good swim, Deb. Enjoy.
Yes. Have fun. May.
Toodles means bye, in case you didn't know.
Toodles! Listen, we watch Mickey Mouse Clubhouse in this house.
Yeah.
Also, Ari tends to watch like Bluey is an Australian show, so she just walks around using Australian language all the time. Yeah. Like she no longer
I feel like most people know what things mean now, and
she no longer says bathroom. The bathroom is now the dunny.
See, we weren't allowed to say dunny when we were younger because that was considered a swear word in our house. You are a lady. You do not.
Interesting.
Because like when my mum said that to me as I was getting old, I'm like, "Who told you that lie that I was a lady?" She just looked at me and just went, "Well, I can't argue with that, but all right."
I mean, well, because and the only reason I haven't been like you can't say that is because they say it in Bluey.
Yeah. There's like but when we were younger, when I was younger, I wasn't allowed to say it. It was just a thing that I don't know whether other people weren't allowed to say it. In our house, we weren't allowed to.
Yeah. So, Gene is gonna leave us on the TV. We'll probably still be here because when are we ever not here? Honestly, I made a trifle with angel food cake, Cool Whip, and vanilla pudding for a baby shower. I hope it was good. It just
sounds lovely, Jean. Not. No. I'm sorry, Jean. I couldn't help but drip in some sarcasm there. I'm sorry.
The green mush, it's ambrosia salad. Like I said, ambrosia salad I don't know what makes it green. I don't really want to know, to be honest.
Yeah.
But ambrosia salad comes in 3 colors.
It's got to be a drop of food coloring.
She said I've only ever seen it be green. It might be, or they put the Grinch in there. I don't know. What they've done. So gross.
A bit of this, a bit of that, a dash of Grinch.
My girl made ambrosia salad every holiday, changing the Jello flavor every so often. There's apparently a trick to adding in pineapple. Yeah. Ambrosia salad also tends to have pineapple in it.
It said that on the list. I'm
A lot of
sorry,
people
but
use fruit cocktail.
oh lordy,
So you have
this conversation is making me religious. I think I've called out the Lord's name for like 3 or 4 times now.
in my head, I'm just seeing like different colored ambrosia salad, but in my head I can see the the cherries, the halved cherries from the fruit cocktail.
Like,
So gross.
does the like? I don't understand why you need to put the cherry on top. The cherry on top does not make this better, people. If anything, it actually makes it worse because they either the glacier cherries out of the jar, the chopped up ones in the fruit cocktail.
It makes it festive.
There's nothing festive about that.
It's so gross. I cannot with it. I can't. Oh my god, I can't.
Who brought up the topic of food?
Yes, corn is a grain. It is not a vegetable. That is true.
True. This is true. If we're gonna get technical.
Listen, here's the thing. I don't even mind cottage cheese. Actually, the other day I bought some because I only ever buy like really. Wow, I'm like crying. I'm laughing so hard. I only buy the small containers because no one else in my family, like no one else here, will eat cottage cheese. But I grew up eating cottage cheese, so like I don't mind it, but I eat it just like plain. Like I don't eat it like my mom used to put like pineapple and shit on it. No, thank you.
I'm sorry, but cottage cheese and fruit do not go together. Yeah, leave them separate.
So I will sometimes like put some like ground pepper. You know what I mean? Just like to give it something. But
I usually get a cottage cheese and I chop up some chives and cracked pepper and have it on like a rice cracker or something like that.
Yeah. So I personally don't mind cottage cheese, but I'm not going to eat it mixed into shit. And also, like, I do, like, some people, like, my mom used to use cottage cheese, like, in lasagna. I don't find it to be that offensive, me personally. But we were too poor. Well, we were too poor for, like, the ricotta cheese.
Yeah.
So there are recipes where you can not use ricotta and you can use cottage cheese.
Yeah, because it's essentially, the ricotta cheese is just a little bit creamier than the cottage cheese.
Yeah. So, that doesn't really bother me. You know what I'm saying? And I like cottage cheese like as a food, but I'm not mixing it with fruit and
cottage cheese is really nice when you mix it with eggs and make an omelet. It makes them really fluffy.
That's true.
Yeah.
I was going to bed, but then you say stuff like that. You're welcome. I'm going to do what I said. Probably laughing so hard I'm crying about ambrosia salad because that's a trauma response I didn't know I had, to be honest. I didn't realize I was so
now you understand my trifle trauma.
What's crazy is I had forgotten about ambrosia salad until Jean said something.
Yeah.
And then I was like, ambrosia salad? Like that, like, wow. Tapioca pudding is gross. So is rice pudding.
Yeah, so is rice pudding, yeah.
Here's the thing, I will eat
bread pudding as well. Ew. Bread pudding is an English. I don't know if you have it in this, like if you make it where they soak it in milk and bake it.
My stepdad was a chef for a lot of years, like culinary trained and everything, and he likes bread pudding. No. I would eat rice pudding before I eat tapioca pudding. And here's why, because at least like freshly made, I've had it like freshly made, like, you know, and at least when it's like freshly made, the rice is soft. Tapioca is like eating bugs, bro. It's like crunchy. I'm not doing it. Disgusting. At least with like fresh rice pudding, like if it's fresh, like it's just been made and it's like warm, I will eat it because it reminds, like the texture of it reminds me of like oatmeal kind of, and I don't mind oatmeal.
It's the same. There's this stuff that it's called junket. Here it's in a packet. It's feral. Like it's feral as it's as feral as fuck. Like it's just disgusting. Like who freaking I just don't understand where someone thought this was a good idea. Let's put this in the packet and watch all the people of the world eat it. And it's called junket. Like it's like a jelly I don't even know how to describe it. And not tapioca. What's the other one? Sago is another one. It's like the little balls that you cook in. It's gross. These are all really old.
Listen, I'm not trying to be funny, bro, but we have had so much trauma around food in the last 30 minutes. And bro,
all the things that are junket is a pudding, but it comes in like tablet form. And they turn it like you can use it for like jams and stuff like that. But it's like
disgusting.
Junket tablets in Australia. I'm just trying to find it. You can get flavored ones and all sorts of stuff. It's probably not a thing now. But
ambrosia salad is not ambrosia of the gods. You are correct. It is ambrosia from hell. I don't know.
Green is food coloring, yes.
It's either food coloring or lime jello. Either way, disgusting because it looks like snot, and I'm not doing it.
I guess junket is like a running, like a really, really thick custard looking thing.
That looks disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. That's why they call it junket, because that's what you want to do with it, is junket. Straight to the trash bin.
Oh, here we go. This looks like a good...
Good evening, Linz. Welcome to the whatever the hell this stream is doing. Thomas, we're all doing a read of Harry Potter with Nicole and Coda next year. When does it start?
As soon as we're finished Wheel of Time, and we're on book 12, halfway through book 12. So we're probably going to be starting it either end of February, beginning of March, I'd say, is when we'll start.
So watch out for that. I'm sure Nicole will let us know when they're going to start.
If you're part of our Discord, there is a part there where we do announcements and stuff like that. So yeah,
great. Go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's linked in Nicole's video. So go join the Discord so that you can come read Harry Potter with us. My aunt's in-law that would make the ambrosia salad said it was very high class. Disgusting. No. We were all made to at least eat it. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. My grandma would put that shit on my plate, bro, and I would just wait until everyone else had left, and then I would put it in the trash. Like, I'm not eating it. I'm sorry. Like, and my grandma knew me well enough to know I'm not going to eat it. She would just put it on my plate because she's my grandma. You know what I'm saying? Like, disgusting. I don't care how high class ambrosia salad is, okay? I don't care. I'm not eating it.
Disgusting. According to Google, it was not high class.
The green jello and red cherries look Christmassy. Yeah. Like Christmassy throw up, to be honest. The fruit in the salad looks like ornaments. Well, the cottage cheese are cool for like snow. That was what grandma always said anyway. Nah, I'm gonna have to disagree with your grandma. I'm sorry. But like in my head, like all I can see is the red cherries, just like because you could see them like no matter what color it was, you could always see the red cherries just like throughout from the fruit cocktail. Disgusting. Disgusting. I cannot. I meant thanks for the laugh before bed. Go to bed. We love you so much. I was supposed to learn all grandma's holiday recipes, but somehow I never got around to making her jello-based salads. Listen, the only jello-based salad that I liked that my grandma made was the applesauce red hot jello. Like, I liked that. And technically that would be a jello-based salad, but it was, like, actually good. Because it really just tasted like cherry. It it just tasted like super spicy cinnamon jello.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because, like, it had the red hots and, like, then the cherry jello and then the cinnamon applesauce. But the texture of the jello with the applesauce actually worked. I mean, don't let it sit out too long because it'll separate. But, but when it was, like, cold, like, because what we would do is everybody, like, you would take a scoop and put it on your plate and then it would immediately go back in the fridge.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you wanted more, you would just go to the fridge to get more.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's the same trauma about ambrosia salad. Yeah. And no, I don't like the tapioca beads in boba. I don't.
I'm not a fan of the tapioca ones. I do like the little popping beads though.
I like other beads in that are in boba, but I do not like the tapioca. No.
It's chewy. It's like little bits of
Disgusting.
rubber in the bottom.
I
It's
like the ones. I like the ones that are more like. They're more like gel. I don't know how.
Yeah, they're the popping ones that have the syrup in them. Yeah,
Yeah, they have like syrup in them. I like those,
Yeah.
but I don't do tapioca beads. Absolutely.
Mm.
Erin said she doesn't think she's seen Junket since she was a kid.
No, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it around for a while. I do know that they sometimes have it around jam season, like the berry season and stuff, because you can use it as a rennet, which sometimes goes in jam. It's rare though, but it's also used to separate milk to make cheese. So yeah.
All my aunts from both sides made ambrosia salad for every single family holiday and get together. It's disgusting. I mean, you can bring it to the cookout, but I'm not going to eat it. It's going to sit there and look nasty. Thank you.
And progressively get more nasty.
I mean, listen, I'm also from this generation, but like, I'm also stubborn. So like my family learned really quick that like they could tell me that that I have to clean the plate, but I'd be like, "Well, you put this on my plate. I'm not going to eat it." And then they would make me just sit there and stare at the plate. Cool. Like I will sit here and stare at the plate. Like I'm not going to eat it. I'm sorry. It's why I don't make Ari eat things that I know she doesn't like. Now I will occasionally have her try things, especially things that I know she's liked before that she claims she doesn't like tuna fish. She claims she doesn't like tuna. She eats tuna just fine. She just 6, so whatever, man.
Yeah, 6 and having a moment.
This horrible holiday desserts conversation has made my day, but I'm off to bed. Good night. Also, we made it to the end of the comments.
All right, let's go for a sprint, shall we? Do a 40 and recover from that trauma of our childhood of eating disgusting foods.
Oh my god. I'm about to post on Facebook and be like, does anyone remember ambrosia salad? I'm triggered. You all have to be too. You're welcome.
Oh, we blame you, Shannon, for this. You started it with the trifle conversation. But it's been fun. I hope everybody's had a good time because we've all had a good chuckle. Well, I have anyway. I mean,
I'm traumatized, but I'm still laughing.
So when you go to therapy this week and your therapist asks how your week was, you can tell them all about your trauma from it.
It's gonna be like, any triggers this week? And I'll be like, well, we've uncovered a new one, ambrosia salad.
Oh, I wish there was a fly on the wall for that one. All right, let me set the timer. All right, look at that. I'm already ahead of the game. All right, we will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Hello.
Hello.
How'd you go?
I listened to a couple more chapters, and also, well, one more chapter, and also, I definitely posted to my Facebook, asked if anyone remembered ambrosia salad, and my best friend Dolly commented and said, "Dastardly concoction."
It's disgusting. I've never had it. It looks disgusting, and it will never cross these lips.
My friend Shauna is from Canada, and she said that she buys it once a year because she loves it. It's her guilty pleasure. I was like, I'm glad you love it, girl. But no.
Yuck. Yeah, no. I'm sorry. No.
Absolutely.
You're gonna dream about it when you go to sleep. You watch.
I'm gonna be chased by green ambrosia salad in my dreams.
So did you get anything read? Did you say that you read something?
Yeah, I read, or I listened to another chapter of A Court of Mist and Fury.
Cool.
It's probably gonna be like 4 or 5 stars.
Cool. I read 20 pages with my eyeballs. I have 40 pages to go, so I'll definitely get this book finished today.
You can do it.
Yeah. It's getting, like, I thought, like, there was one part where I'm like, yeah, you could probably wrap this up, but no. Heaps more is happening, which is good, because we'll definitely get a conclusion to the whole thing. Very interesting story indeed. Then I can move on to the Wheel of Time.
Oh, that reminds me, I gotta put the books that y'all are supposed to be that we're supposed to be reading tomorrow with Bree on the Facebook or the YouTube.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm thinking, what the hell are you talking about?
Well, like, I know what the books are, so I keep forgetting that I need to, like, tell you all what the books are.
Yeah, what time is that happening?
7 p.m. Eastern.
So that's 10 p.m. 10 a.m. Saturday
I mean,
morning.
I can say the books, like, it's not a big deal. So we're reading one that's called Elft. Yeah, we're reading one that's called Elft. Hold on, I'll show you what the cover looks like, because the cover leaves nothing to be desired. So it looks like that.
Let me make it bigger. I can't see it. These old eyes are not working. Okay. Fair enough.
We're also reading. Oh my god, where'd it go?
Who's it by?
Well, hold on. I lost it. Hold on. Please hold. Elft is by Ginger Kane. Kane spelled with a K. And then we're also reading The Naughty List, which looks like this.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's available in Australia. Elft.
Elft is not available in Australia. Clearly, they said you're not allowed to have sexual-looking candy canes.
Aha, here we go. I had to go a different way.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I just searched the author.
And then we're also reading The Naughty List, which just has like a picture of Santa on it. Or it looks like Santa. It's by Ellie Mae McGregor.
Is it The Naughty List? Did you say?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I think The Naughty List is like 50-something pages, and then Elft is like less than that, like 30 pages or something.
I know I can't buy it, but I want to add it to my list. Okay, fine. Be like that. Let me just take a screenshot.
Yeah, you can't even buy The Naughty List as a paperback, but you can buy Elft as a paperback.
Interesting.
And Elft is part of a like a duology.
Yep.
The second one is like a New Year's one. It's called Corked, I think.
Oh my god, where did they come up with? Yeah, the second one comes up as Corked. Yep. Why won't you let me add you to the Kindle Australia? Step up your game. You'll have to. I haven't checked YouTube today, so I'll have to go on and get the times and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, cool. All right, where were we up to? Oh yeah, I've done that reading and all the rest of it. Made some phone calls and essentially did nothing else. That was it. Really.
That's fair.
Jean said, I really enjoyed this. At least I finally know what that green gunk was. Ew. And has gone to bed for real. Well, thank you for joining, Jean. I know that you've probably long gone, but thank you for joining. I appreciate you being here. And it's been a lot of fun talking about all the disgusting foods that get dished up at Christmas time. Another one that my grandmother used to make was White Christmas. It's made with rice bubbles. And it's got glacé cherries in it and like mixed fruit, and it's got like icing sugar and kofa in it, like you make chocolate crackles with it. And it's so flippin' sweet. It's like it would put you in a diabetic coma for sure. It used to be on the side of the rice bubbles, Kellogg's rice bubbles. Let me bring up an image of it.
I swear to God, people just want to kill us at the holidays. Like that's their.
I know, like
they're like, come
classic White Christmas. That's what it looks like.
No,
like,
come spend
it's
time.
like it's almost a fudge type thing, but it's not.
That should be the tagline for all these desserts. Come hang out with your family and also possibly end up in the hospital. You're welcome. So
yeah, there's some disgusting stuff out there. And I suppose like a lot of it comes from, England and stuff like that, which ew. Oh, looks a bit, how are you going out there with the sky? Looks like we might get a bit of a storm. Blue on one side and looking awfully grey on the other side. A distant cousin made green ambrosia salad with mayonnaise, marshmallows, and grapes. I refused to eat it. I loathe mayonnaise. So ambrosia salad was not going anywhere near my mouth. That would be so, like,
that's worse than doing it with whipped cream or cottage cheese, bro.
Yeah, like that would be, yeah. And grapes,
why are you mixing
marshmallows and grapes? These are not two foods that should go together. Ew.
That's disgusting.
It is. Oh, yuck. I remember the mayonnaise in ambrosia salad. It would drip everywhere and make the... that's just...
Yeah, I know people that put carrots on it. They put, like, carrots on it instead of the cherries. Disgusting.
No, this is wrong. Jane is still here. I'm still here. Really need to sleep, but I'm curious what our next topic is going to be.
Unhinged. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah. What? Read Not So Yours Truly, a
woman monster romance.
Yeah. I was going to say an internet romance. I don't know. All these letters that you all use, like, I don't know. I can't keep up. Also, finally wrote an email. I hate writing emails, especially when you know the people are going to misinterpret them. Yeah, that makes it hard. So how will I watch your sprints with Bree?
Go to my community tab. There is a members only post. Maybe like 4 posts down now, but there's a members only post and it has the link attached to it.
Cool.
So, yeah, and you're a member, Jean, so you can just click at 7:00. Just click the link.
I read about 25 pages reading in Libby. That's what I was saying before. I can't get if we were villains here in Australia. Like, it's just rude. I'm gonna have to read it with my eyeballs.
Like anywhere?
If I read German or French, I'd be right. No, it's not. It's not on Scribd. It's not in Audible.
Because
I haven't checked.
I mean, I have to read it with my eyeballs to do it this way, but like Kindle Unlimited has it in America.
Yeah, no, it's not. I've got the book anyway, but I just don't have the audiobook. So if I've started reading it and I want to continue reading it during the day, I like to have the audio as backup. But I done a Google search last night, and it was available. This title is currently not currently available for purchase. I can purchase the Kindle book, but I can't get an audio.
That's weird.
It is weird. And I'm not entirely sure why. It's all good. I've got a couple of books. What I think I'll do is I'll read, because that's for that vlog. I think what I'll do
February, I think. So
yeah, but what I think I'll do is, because January is going to be pretty busy for me anyway, so I'm going to do audio for the other two that I'm doing. But I think what I'll do is actually read this one directly after reading these two books that I'm reading with my physical eyeballs, because I'll already be in that frame of mind, and then I'll read it a lot quicker, as opposed to doing, because I'm doing the two readathons in January, the boot camp one, and then Leandra's one. Are you doing the boot camp one? You said you were doing that. Aren't you a co-host?
Yes. And I'm also doing Leandra's too. Yeah,
I'm on a couple of sprints with Leandra during January as well.
So. I just have to figure out sprints for Leandra's.
Yeah. I think Leandra sent me a message today. I'm going to be on with on the 6th, which is the Sunday for me, on Leandra's channel, I think. I don't know. I didn't read that. I said, yeah, cool, no worries, just book me in, and I didn't read all of the message because I knew what it was about. So
it's fair.
I mean, I'll go back and read it tonight, because that was just as well. I was about to start sprints when I seen it. So that's why I just went, yeah, cool, just book me in. I got the date and put it into my calendar and that. So yeah. Where are we at? Didn't read, but finished reorganizing my shelf, and now I have a pile of 40 books sitting on the floor to be unhauled. But that's good, because you've made room. So yeah, I'm hoping that between Christmas and New Year we can get Savannah's room all painted and start putting the bookshelves into her room to get the library set up, because I would like to start filming in there next year, as opposed to filming in my craft area. So yeah. So it's a little bit, I mean, there are books behind me and all that sort of stuff. Did Coda recommend Elft?
No, so Bree got a hold of me and she said, do you want to do Patreon sprints with your members? Like, you invite your members. And I was like, okay, sure. And then she's like, okay, I don't have anything. So I went to Amazon and I just typed in Christmas smut.
As you do. That's not a sentence I'd ever thought I'd hear. Christmas smut. Just type in Christmas smut.
I just typed in Christmas smut, and those were two that looked good, but that were also short enough that we could probably read two on the live. So I sent them to her. Well, I sent her Elft first, and I was like, "This is like 39 pages." She's like, "Okay, try to find another one. We could probably do a second one." And then I found the naughty list, and she's like, Santa smut, and I was like, I guess.
I'm tempted to use Elft for the reindeer readathon. You should.
Go ahead. You should.
Found the link. Awesome. And look, you've got a new member.
Oh, yay. Thank you so much. Listen, if you just joined so you can be on Christmas Smut Sprints tomorrow, thank you so much. Honestly.
What is your favorite holiday food?
Like this holiday specific.
Well, seeing it's coming up to Christmas, let's go with your favorite Christmas holiday food.
So my family always makes peanut butter. I don't really know what they're called. We call them scotcheroos, but I don't know if they're like peanut butter rice. They're like peanut butter and chocolate rice crispy things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know really. So basically, they're like a Rice Krispie treat, like a but like small, like this big. They're only like this big. And they have like a layer of like milk chocolate on the bottom, and then the whole thing is like dipped in peanut butter.
Okay.
They're delicious. But also you can buy scotcheroos, like where I'm from, you can buy them at the gas station. They come in like a little like plastic container and you can eat them.
Okay.
My brother makes fun of me every time I come home because I'll be like, okay, we have to get 2 things. And he's like, what? And I say Casey's pizza and scotcheroos. And he was like, you and the damn scotcheroos. But I don't like at the gas station they call them like chocolate peanut butter Rice Krispie treats or something. But like yeah, but our family's always called them scotcheroos. But we only get them at Christmas time. But I also like peppermint bark as well.
I don't generally have a favorite Christmas food, but at Christmas time, because it's so damn hot here in Australia, we tend to have a cold Christmas a Christmas meal, and my favorite would be prawns if we were having a seafood spread, and if we were having a more of a traditional spread, we'd probably have like cold chicken, ham, and all that sort of stuff. And ham off the bone is probably my favorite. About that, I'm not. I do eat chocolate and stuff like that, but I'm not a person that eats cake a lot, or like I'm not into the sweets and stuff. I prefer savory stuff over everything, so that's why I think I gravitate towards the ham, and I just like a nice salad with it. I'm very boring, I'm sorry. What can I say? So a new member, which is very, very exciting. And is there a list of readathons? I can't keep track. Pages of Page.
Paige does a really good job of collecting all of the readathons every month. Because she digs around, she asks her friends, like she does all of that. So that's where I would go.
There was a group of us, myself included, that was part of MJ's brainchild, which was the BookTube bulletin board, but I think she canned it because she wasn't really doing much with it, and there was me, Courtney was that part of it, and there was a couple other booktubers as well, and then we were supposed to take turns of doing the monthly announcements, but Paige does a way better job in my opinion, because she just manages to scour everywhere and find them all. I mean, there was one that she done, there was 31 different readathons that she had listed.
Last year, at Halloween, she had 50 just for the month of October. Because Reni and we did a readathon last year. We did the Hocus Pocus readathon last year. Because I was actually really surprised because she tagged me in the video, and I was like, why would I be tagging this video? Because I didn't think Paige knew who I was at that point, and I clicked on it, and it's because she had shouted out our little thing where we read.
I'm just getting her channel, and then you can. I'm assuming that Paige is still going to be doing it next year.
I would think she's been doing it at least the last 2 years that I know of, because she did it this year.
I know that since I've been on BookTube, I know she's been doing
it. And honestly, you could probably watch her old ones even to see what's been, and then just look and see if people are still doing those readathons.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, at this point, I just kind of joined readathons that either I'm asked to participate in or that are run by my friends. It sounds like something that I can keep up with. The only reason that I'm not doing Book'em is because I will fail. I know that I won't keep up with it.
Yeah, it's a year long like that, and I'm the same. Like as much as I'm
But I
like
jump
FOMOing at the moment because everybody's doing it. Once I know, I know once I get into the year,
I'll be fine.
it's yeah,
and I jump into their sprints and stuff if I see that they're sprinting. But like I just there's no reason for me to try to stress myself out by doing it because I won't keep up.
What's your best dance move when you go to a club? I don't know. It looks like a dead cockroach having a party.
Dance, dude. Like, here's the thing: when I go out, like it's usually to like go to karaoke, and I don't dance at karaoke. I mean, I guess I kind of jump around sometimes, but like that.
I have not gone to a nightclub in a very long time, and I don't do dance moves. I just sort of, pop out. I'm usually just sitting there chit-chatting with my friends and, having a few drinks and whatnot and listening to some good tunes. And, but I haven't gone to a nightclub in years.
Yeah, I don't really go to nightclubs, but like I said, like if I go out, like it's to do karaoke.
Yeah, if I go out anywhere, it'll be to the pub or whatever, and there might be some live music there, but not to nightclubs. Like I haven't gone to nightclubs since before Savannah was born. So, no, I don't have a dance move. I'm just trying to think the last time I went to a nightclub. Bloody hell, that was a long time ago. Are you going to be doing dramatic readings, Neva?
I mean, not of the actual. I mean, I guess I could talk to Brie. I mean, I guess I could do dramatic readings of the synopses. I don't know what these synopses are, to be honest, but not of like the actual books.
How's your NetGalley reading going? Non-existent, like mine.
I haven't picked up a NetGalley book in a grip. I need to though, because I have like.
I'm actually listening to one now. It's a YA. It's called The Witch something rather. Let me just pull it up. I've only just started listening to it. The Witch Finds a Serpent is what I am listening to at the moment. So, I've only just started. I'm only like 17% in stuff. They're still setting up. So
I have a couple that I need to like really read. Also, I just got a notification that my pens will be here on Monday. So they must have really expedited that shipping.
Yeah,
because that's even earlier than what Etsy was projecting. Because Etsy was saying the 21st, which is Thursday.
Yeah,
would be the earliest. So yeah, I mean, I know that the pens were already done. Like I put my payment in or whatever, and like the pens were already, the blanks were made and they were turned because I had already told them how I wanted them turned. I'm so excited, bro. I was like, it looks
as
like
I have just started with NetGalley, I'm only sitting on 22%. So
I don't even know what I'm at. Hold on, I'll tell you. Probably like 0%. Just kidding. I honestly have no idea because I started my account over just because like I got so overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And I still have like all of the books that I had from my other account. So if I really, really wanted to, which I do this sometimes, I will sometimes if I know that I got an arc of a book that I really want to read, I will go back and read it. And then just thank the publisher or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so I'm trying to like I'm doing reviews on stuff that
I have 13.
Like I was approved for this one ages ago. But yeah, like some of them I'm just doing the read now just to get my thing up, and then
I'm gonna be real. My NetGalley score is 0% because I haven't actually reviewed anything since I set up the new NetGalley account. I have 13 that I'm approved for. Honestly, what I need to do is I really was gonna read NetGalley stuff during Clue, but I didn't have any. I don't really get audio arcs, so that didn't really work for me. But what I need to do, I think, is I just need to finish this KU book that I'm reading, and then I need to just go through the books that I have that are currently on my shelf for NetGalley and just read from the top and just read them down because they're all like thrillers. Like it's nothing that I don't want to read. Like it's all thrillers.
Yeah, that's the same as mine. And that's pretty much what I'm doing as well, just going down.
Yeah, they're basically all thrillers except two of them look like two of them are holiday books.
Yeah.
And then one is like a contemporary. I mean, the holiday books are contemporary romance, but the other one is like a Dungeons and Dragons. It's called Dungeons and Drama, but it looks so cute. It's like a Dungeons and Dragons contemporary romance. But I need to just buckle down, and just read them, and it'll be fine.
I've got a couple of horrors, a couple of historical fictions, romance. And that's all I've got. So I think I've got what I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got 9 to read.
I definitely am that person who I know what I like to read, so I'm not gonna actually request anything that I wouldn't read. Like I'm not gonna request anything that I wouldn't buy off a shelf.
Yeah, and I'm doing the same thing. Like, there's no point in reading crap because just for the sake of reading crap.
The only exception I have is I do have one book on my NetGalley shelf right now. That's like Taylor Swift coded that I just needed to know. You know, but the rest of them are all things that I would actually buy. Although I think I probably would buy the Taylor Swift coded book just because of the way that the cover looks. I would probably still buy.
Yeah, I got rejected for a craft book, believe it or not.
Wow, how rude of them!
Oh, that's what I said. I'm like, how many subscribers do I need to have?
Right. I will say that NetGalley is like the only place that I know of where you don't really need like you getting approved for things isn't necessarily based off of subscriber count. Because I definitely did NetGalley.
But when you've got a craft channel that has 31,000 subscribers. You would expect that they'd go, oh yeah, right. I guess this chick actually knows what she, like what she likes in crafting. And I think it was even a patchwork book as well. Like my channel is predominantly patchwork. Like,
well, apparently not. Apparently they didn't believe you or something.
I just looked at it and went, well, that was rude. But okay, I'll read this instead. So yeah, that's how our NetGalley's going. Jean's favorite food is turkey and stuffing, dark meat only. See, we're too hot to have all that stuff, like to cook on a summer's day when it's like 35-degree heat, and then you throw the oven in on that. No thanks.
Well, I don't like turkey, so
yeah. And a lot of the time, I like when I've had Christmas dinners and stuff like that, I go down the day before and I'll get a couple of roast chooks and I'll get some ham and all that sort of stuff leading up to Christmas. But because this year we're not having a meal at home, I haven't done any of that because we're going out for dinner instead a couple of days beforehand. So basically I haven't done that this year, but generally there's, a roast chook or something like that, and we'll have a salad. I think I've made scotcheroos. Not sure if I spelled that right. But they sound very familiar.
Other people probably just don't call them scotcheroos. I don't know. My grandma called them scotcheroos. Like
prawns. That's fine. Not everybody likes seafood, so yeah. That I've always loved seafood. It's been a big part of my diet for a long time. So we used to have big seafood spreads. Not so much now because Brendan doesn't like seafood either. And no one likes sitting at a table with someone that's judging you every time you put something in your mouth. So yeah, one of my favorites is a cookie thingy. Put peanut butter mixture between 2 Ritz crackers and dip this sandwich cookie into melted chocolate.
Oh yeah, I've had those. Those are good.
Yeah, because it's it's like salty.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen those, but I haven't. So the link is in the description for Paige's channel. I made the mistake of looking up Christmas me. Not me at all.
Listen, if you type
be
in
careful.
smut of any kind, you will find tentacle smut. It
Mm.
just is what it is. Tentacle is not really for me either, which I didn't know until October. When we did Smuttober, that's how I found out that me and tentacles are not a thing that vibe. So
Yeah, I can't, like, just even hearing about it, I can honestly say it's not something I would read either. Do they know who you are? You're very crafty. Yes, I know. Like, I was quite surprised because it was a patchwork book. I can't even remember the name of the author now, but it was a patchwork book coming out. I thought, surely, I talk craft, like my background is all craft and all that sort of stuff. And I have a craft channel with a substantial amount of, but, okay, whatever floats your boat. People, I guess I'm not doing any reviews on that. So, yeah. Although I was thinking that I should just write to the publishers and try and get onto their email list instead, like their send out list, because I might have better luck that way. Do you guys actually have turkeys? Yeah, we have turkeys here, but we don't do like the big Thanksgiving or anything like that. So, when I go to the store, they do have turkeys there, but they tend to have it like a quarter of a turkey. So it's not a big thing as far as I'm aware. Like, I could be completely wrong. There could be families out there that do the whole shebang. But yeah, like we do more of a cold Christmas dinner and all that sort of stuff. Could they have denied you because of where you live? Well, I did explain, like when you fill out the thing, that I did put there that I had a predominantly was that a different thing I applied for? I don't know. I had to fill out something of and whatnot, and I had to put in, and predominantly my audience is the US, so it wouldn't matter that I was reviewing it here because I live here. But yeah, we have turkey for Thanksgiving and Christmas, ham at Easter. Yeah, no, we have all the things. Okay, Jean is saying good night. I'm really turning off the phone now. Good night, Jean. See you around. Have a good sleep, and we'll see you next time. And on that note, we are at the end of the comments. What do you want to do, Neva? Do you want to keep going? Do you want to end the sprints? Do you want to go for another one? Go for an hour?
I mean, we can keep going. I ain't got here. Listen, if it's up to me, I ain't got nowhere to be till 7 a.m.
It's cool. No worries. All right, I might do an hour sprint because it is almost 5:30 here.
That's fine.
And I'd like to sit down with Mia. She's in there talking to her only right now, but I'll go and cook her dinner. And I guarantee you she's going to ask for noodles. And I also have to water my garden. So I'm going to try and get her to eat something different than noodles, or she's going to turn into a noodle. And so, yeah. All right. Stop that. Change that to 60 minutes. And we will be back in an hour. Happy reading, everybody, and we'll see you soon. Well, hello, everybody. We are back. That was a quick sprint compared to some of the ones we've had today. I just finished dinner. Did not read anything, but did a little bit of gardening, planted some more stuff, and fed the children. Well, one of the children, anyway. The other one was being too fussy, so I'm like, well, you're old enough to fend for yourself. You're on your own. So yeah, my care factor went out the window. How'd you go?
I'm almost to chapter 50, so thank God for that.
How many chapters are in the book?
I don't know. I can check and look. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. If I don't have the physical book in front of me, I don't really pay attention.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Oh God, I have a whole other part to read. 69.
Yeah, so you don't have too much to go.
Yeah, so once I get to chapter 51, then after that I'll be on part 3. So I'm at the end of part 2.
Cool.
I'm on chapter 48.
I am up to chapter 40 in mine. I have 46 chapters, I think. So I got another 6 chapters. No, 47. So another 7 chapters to go, which is not too bad. I should finish that tonight, and then it's done and dusted. And then I can move on to the next one. So it's slowly but surely clearing my Goodreads to read list. I think I've only got 3 on there. 4. I haven't put Wheel of Time on there yet because I'm still reading that. But I've got the Witchfinder Serpent on there. Count of Monte Cristo after this particular one. Count of Monte Cristo and The Orphan Sky. So 3 more after this one to finish out the year. So I think I can get that done. Maybe. I'm hoping. And that'll should take me up to 206 books for the year, which is not too bad. All right, let's have a look and see who said what in where. Deb has gone for the day. Thanks for a great day. Thanks for joining us, Deb, if you're still hanging around and listening. Jamie B's books. The cats are getting annoyed at me, so I guess it's past my bedtime. Thanks for the sprints. Nothing like the animals to dictate when you've got to go to bed, right?
Right.
Monica is still with us, listening to A Gathering of Shadows by V. Schwab, and I'm just bored. I don't know. Not for sure if I'll DNF it. If you're bored, maybe you should DNF it, move on something better.
Yeah.
What's the weirdest non-smut book you've ever bought or read? Weirdest non-smut.
I don't know. I don't really read a lot. To be honest with you, like, the weird books that I read are smut books. like just normal books. Like, they're not usually really that weird.
I think the weirdest book that I've read, it was I just can't remember. I don't know if it was this year or whether it was last year. It was Frank's Kafka, and it was Trial. It's a classic, but it was weird. Like, I didn't quite, I don't know. I sort of understood it. I can't even speak English. No wonder I couldn't understand it. Like, it was really weird because it was like, I don't even know how to describe it. So it was the main protagonist was being charged with a crime, but he didn't know what crime he was being charged with. And the courthouse was in a block of units, and like it was the weirdest. Like, I was confused the entire book. I'm like, I don't know. I'm sure I don't understand what's going on. I sort of get that, like, now that like months after I've read it, I sort of get what it was about. Like, it was taking a look at how ridiculous the judicial system is. and all that sort of stuff. And like, but it was so weird. Like,
I mean, I guess Catherine House is one that I read this year that was weird.
mm-hmm.
Because it's disjointed. Like, it's a very disjointed book because you only know what the main character knows, and she basically knows nothing.
Oh, okay, yep.
That's like the whole point of the book is that she doesn't really know what's going on.
Yeah.
So I mean, that was a weird book. But I give it 4
I don't even know when. Yeah. I thought I read it this year, but it must have been last year. Remote Control by Kendi is it Okorafor? That was pretty weird too. I read it in January. It was 208 pages, and it was just weird. So basically, it was published in 1925. So somebody must have laid a false information against Joseph K., for he was arrested one morning without having done anything wrong. From the first sentence onwards, Joseph K. is on trial for his right to exist in a novel which, more than any other, is infinitely perspective about the nature of terror. And that's pretty much it.
Wow.
So it was just weird. I just read the 1 star, the Jingle Bells. Someone put a 1 star on it. What is this shit? I'm glad I'm not the only one that doesn't understand what I read. Like, I sort of understood what I read. Like, I get the gist of it. Like, it was taking a look at the judicial system and how ridiculous it can be.
Yeah.
But he's also known that, like, Frank Kafka's, he's also known for writing weird shit. So I shouldn't be surprised, really. Chris kept attempting to read but never read. I think it's that time of the night for most people, or morning. Because what time is it now?
3:30, almost.
Yeah. Monica says, "It is the season to DNF," is what my friends keep saying. I've just had it on my shelf for so long now. I'm conflicted. If you're bored, just DNF it. Like, life's too short to read boring books.
And I mean, you can always give the book away or try to sell it, or
Yeah. When you're reading a romance, what are the tropes that you hate? I'm sick of enemies to lovers thing.
So for me, it has to be true enemies to lovers. Like, don't call it that if that's not what it is. And the only time that you don't get true enemies to lovers in contemporary romance, in my opinion. Like, there's like rivals to lovers, but there's not, like, you're not going to get enemies to lovers unless you're reading dark romance, like Sophie Lark or something. I personally don't like the pregnancy trope. I like in any form. The exception that I found was Out on a Limb. However, you can't have that book without the pregnancy trope. Like, that's the whole point, is that these two people go to a Halloween party. One of them is, like, his leg has been amputated, I believe, due to, like, an accident or something. And the other, she was, like, born with a deformed hand. That's, like, the whole point of this, is they both dress up as pirates for this Halloween party, and they hook up, and it, like, I'm simplifying it, but that's basically it. But she gets pregnant at the Halloween party. Like, you know that within the first, like, chapter, right? But if it's like, I'm not gonna gravitate. I don't usually gravitate toward books that are like single parent tropes either. I don't care to read that. Like I live that, so I don't need to read it. You know what I mean? Like if somebody suggests it to me and is like, this is a trope that's in there, it won't stop me from reading it. But I really don't like the pregnancy trope. Like the pregnancy trope will has made me DNF before, especially if it's like you don't know that it's coming, like the surprise pregnancy trope or the mistaken pregnancy. I'm just like, no, I hate everything about this. But really, that's the only trope that really makes me just like really annoyed, you know. But also, I wish that they would call enemies to lovers something else when it comes to.
Yeah, because I've read books where it's not enemies to lovers, and you're right. Like most of them need to be dark romances.
Yeah, I mean, rivals to lovers, that's a thing. Like you could just call it like, and there are plenty of contemporary romance writers that do put rivals to lovers on the front or whatever. But that's different than enemies to lovers. Because enemies to lovers is like Romeo. Well, no, it's Romeo and Juliet, I guess, would be like forbidden love technically, but like
that's forbidden love because it's the families that are warring, not the two.
Enemies to lovers would be like Sophie Lark, okay, like Brutal Prince. That's enemies to lovers because yes, it's also it's not forbidden love because the families don't like each other because they're like different versions of the mafia, like they're you know what I mean. But the kids actually hate each other. Like she eats something in that book that the main character is allergic to with the hope of getting him sick and like almost kills him. That's enemies to lovers. Thank you. I'm trying to like
toxic as fuck, but yeah, okay.
Well, because the marriage ends up being like arranged.
Yeah,
they like break into his house and stuff. Like there's like a whole thing. So that she ends up being made to like marry him or whatever. So like of course it's toxic, but like that's enemies to lovers. Like not you and I are in like what is that book? The one where it's the hating game? Is that what it's called?
I haven't read, to be honest, I haven't read a lot of.
Yeah, it's like an office romance. I know a lot of people were reading it like last year. I'm pretty sure it's the hating game. They made it into a movie with a couple of people. The chick that plays Arya from Pretty Little Liars was in the movie. That's not hate to love, y'all. That's just like office rivalry.
To be honest, I don't actually give it much thought of like because I don't like I read a very wide mixture of books. I don't stay in one genre. In a given month, I can read several different genres of books. So, you know, I could read romance in January and then not pick up another romance until August. So
yeah, I do this too.
Yeah, so I don't know whether I don't have an opinion on this because of that fact that I'm not actually in that genre, like romance genre all the time, to actually have something that I hate because I'm constantly reading different things. So
I think I've just read enough romance books to know what the tropes usually are. You know what I mean?
I get shitty like with books when they just take for freaking ever to get to the point. I think there was one I was reading last week. I think it was the week before, and I'm like, what was it? The hockey one. Oh God, I can't even remember the name of it now. Like, where they take over the ice skaters rink. What's that one?
Icebreaker?
That's it. That's the one. Icebreaker. Like, Mia walked past, I was reading it, and I was sitting up, and then I just threw myself back because it was just getting boring. Mia goes, "Is your book not good, Mima?" I'm like, no, it's terrible. But I was reading it because it was Forget a Clue. So yeah, I think if it drags out, like I get frustrated with romance books because like just give us a point. Like we don't need an 800-page book. I feel like I'm reading a different book to others. It's got an average 4.22 rating on Goodreads. You're right though. Time to DNF, and I'll just Google what happened. Yeah.
So V. Schwab seems to have a pretty dedicated following, and it seems that you either like V. Schwab or you don't. I tried that one book, the Adeline, The Life of Addie LaRue. That book, hated it.
Yeah.
Crystal really liked it. I tried to read it 3 different times and DNF'd it each time. So
I didn't mind it. It's not my favorite book. I liked Gallant better.
Yeah, and I know that like Brittany doesn't really enjoy V. Schwab as an adult author, but likes all of their YA stuff. So I think it's just a matter of you either really like V. Schwab or you don't.
Yeah. 30 pages read. Would have been more. Okay, I can't read. Obviously, I'm getting tired. But my brother got home from work and was telling us about his stressful day. Yeah, I got that a little while ago from there, LA too, about her boss that sent everybody home and left them short-staffed for today, which was great. Apparently. Chris says, I'm sick of books where the lead character obsesses for 200 pages over someone who only appeared in chapter 1. I had to review 3 books like this where the character spent decades doing this. Can you DNF books? Like if they're from NetGalley and places? Like surely you can DNF and say, this wasn't for me or whatever.
This is what I do when it comes to NetGalley, because they do warn against doing that, because if you DNF enough books, especially if they're from the same publishers will stop. Like they'll basically put you on like a don't give them books list. What I do is if I'm going to DNF a book, so the book that I'm thinking of in particular is All Good People Here by Ashley Flowers. Terrible book. I DNF that book. I only read 30% and then I skipped to the end so that I knew exactly what the ending was. And then I got pissed off and I cried and I threw my Kindle. And then I reviewed the book. Now I gave it 3 stars, I think, because I read it in 2022, which was a time when I wasn't giving books less than 3 stars. I've since gone into Storygraph and fixed that. It's a 1-star book. I just write what I can about what I read, and I explain why I DNF'd it. I just don't, because if you check on NetGalley that you DNF the book, they will not allow you to write a review. So my suggestion is to give it like a 1 or 2 star, give it a rating. I think you might be able to do it where you don't have to give it a rating at all. Like you can give it like 0 stars, whatever, or no rating. But then write in your review why you DNF'd it, because that's what I did. I mean, I did give it 3 stars. I don't know why I did that.
See, I would be able to like. But I mean, I would be inclined. I would be inclined to just say, this book wasn't for me. This is why X, Y, and Z, and still give them feedback, because isn't that the point?
I mean, I did also explain the things that I liked about the book. She had a ghostwriter. She didn't write this book by herself, but I did express that, like, I was hoping for this book to be a 5-star, like this was a 5-star prediction book for me because I like her podcast and all that. Like I explained in great detail why I gave this book the rating that I gave it, and also why I DNF'd it. But I did put in my review that I DNF'd the book.
Yeah. Because I mean, isn't the point of NetGalley and getting advanced reader copies to give it an honest review so that the publishing house knows what the readers are looking for in a book, and to possibly even do further edits? Like,
I mean, I will say that I seem to be a minority of people that didn't like this book, like that book in particular. But I also feel like, because I know who Ashley Flowers is in the podcasting world, I don't think that enough people would have given her a bad review. Even though it felt like what she did was she went and she looked up a specific case, which she's covered. She's covered this case on her podcast, so she knows this case back to front. I feel like what she did was she took that case, which I won't say it here in case y'all want to read the book, but she took that case and she just recycled it. Like she basically took all of the main parts of it and then twisted the end so that we got a conclusion. Because I mean, there's technically a conclusion to the end of the case that she used for this book, but not everyone believes the conclusion, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah.
But she twisted it in such a way that we got a different conclusion. Honestly, the book could have been good. I was just annoyed that she took it and she twisted, like she basically recycled the case and then just twisted the end. That's what it felt like. And she threw in a reporter for good measure. Because, like, our main character is a reporter.
Okay. Fair enough. The miscommunication trope and the third act breaker. Yeah, miscommunication frustrates me. I guess that.
I feel like these both go hand in hand, though. You always get a third act breakup when there's miscommunication.
Yeah.
In contemporary romance, I used to dock points for that. Like my rating would go down depending, like if there was a third act breakup. However, it got to the point where a lot of contemporary romance, not so much dark romance necessarily, some does still. Dark romance tends to be a little bit different with their third act breakups, if there even is one, you know? Contemporary romance, that seems to be a trope that authors use, I think, because it's easy to build upon. So it's easy to have it be the climactic part is the breakup, and then we come back down and they live happily ever after. It's easy. That's an easy flow, right?
Yeah.
I have since started just docking, basically just lowering my rating for miscommunication / third act breakup tropes, depending on how ridiculous the third act breakup is. Because sometimes the third act breakup is really so stupid that, like, if y'all had just opened your mouth and said something,
we wouldn't be here right now.
Secretly Yours by Tessa Bailey, I'm looking at you. Okay? Because Brittany and I were both vibing with Secretly Yours, which is the first one in that series. We both were really vibing with it. We were both talking about giving it 5 stars. And then we got to the third act breakup and we knew it was coming, but it was just so stupid. Like, y'all could have, like, if she had said something to him and he had said something to her, it wouldn't have been an issue. Like, but the two of them decided not to talk to each other. And then at the end, we were supposed to believe that everything was fine and no one needed therapy. Like, that's what we were supposed to believe. And I was like, this was the stupidest third act breakup. So I did give it only 4 stars instead of 5. I do think that sometimes those two tropes can be used well. Like it can be used to maybe hash out certain issues. I've seen that happen in third act breakups, where the third act breakup happens because the issue that they're having needs to actually be hashed out before they can have, like, a happily ever after, which that's fine.
Yeah. If it's constructive, it's fine.
Yeah, but I think a lot of times it's used because it's an easy flow from one point of the story to the end.
Yeah. Fair enough. To be honest, I've never really given it much thought. It's only been in the last probably 18 months since I started talking, because normally I just talk about books, what I like about this, that, and the other, right? I've never really got into the tropes of things and what I don't like and what I what I do like and all that sort of stuff. It's only been through sprints and through booktube that I actually give this a thought, because a lot of the time I just pick up a book because I want to read a story. You know, I don't care how well constructed it is. If it's a good story, I'm down for it. If it's a shit story, well, then obviously I'm not going to continue reading it. But,
yeah.
And then I think that also too, like, since I've gone to audiobooks, I'm reading more books that I probably wouldn't have read because it's just in audio and it's just something to get me through the day. So
Yeah.
I don't give it much thought about what's actually, what I like and what I don't like. I'm just like, it's something that's getting me through the day, or I had a fun time reading it. Yeah, I don't think about tropes or anything like that. And that's my honest opinion, like my honest thoughts on it. So when people ask me, I really don't have an answer because I don't give it much thought. But miscommunication drives me crazy. So I guess if I had to say something, that would be one. Because, I mean, you're grown-ass adults. I mean, in YA, you can sort of understand miscommunication in relationships and all the rest of it because they're kids in high school or just starting out in college. They don't necessarily have the emotional maturity to navigate a relationship. But when you're talking someone in their 30s or even older and stuff, of books that I've read, and there's a miscommunication, it's like, really? You don't know how to talk? Even though I know it's fiction, but still, like, it still makes me frustrated a little bit. I'm still shocked by the Kate Karan thing. How do you have so much success and ruin it in such a spectacular way? It makes no sense. Kate Karan, who's that? Do you know who that is?
Yeah, she's an author.
Oh, okay.
An author behaving badly. Basically, the long and short of it is she made a whole bunch of stock accounts and was going through harassing reviewers and other authors. A bunch of them were POC.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's long and short. I don't actually know who she is. Like, I didn't read her book or anything. I don't care to. But yeah, an author behaving badly.
There seems to be a lot of authors behaving badly lately.
Well, and then she tried to, like, blame her mental health or something.
Oh, okay. Chris says, try not to. I know that was really blasé then, but there just seems to be a lot of that lately too.
Yeah, there's a lot. It's fine. It is.
Yeah. I try not to DNF. I don't DNF NetGalley books. I would have DNF'd Children of Paradise, yeah, and two of the book of books, but I really wanted to say I had read the whole long list. I did the same thing because I didn't feel I could give my opinion if I had not finished a book. And I found a lot of people this year that read that supposedly, and I'll put up the inverted commas, supposedly we're going to read the long list, DNF'd a lot of books. I mean, Demon Copperhead, I fell asleep while listening to that during the day, not even at night.
Wow.
This to me is a shit book. Like, it might have been good if it had been at 400 pages because I think we could have got through a lot of the stuff that was in the book within 450 pages. In my opinion, there was way too many pages in that book. It didn't need to be that long. I get what she was trying to do and all the rest of it. Although everybody was saying that it was similar to Charles Dickens' book. I hadn't read Charles Dickens' book, so I couldn't make that comparison. So I can only go from the point of view of someone who was reading this book for what it was. And while the storyline was really good, I liked the storyline, there was just way too much crap in there that didn't need to be in there. But that is just my opinion. Lots of other people loved it, but that book and not many books put me to sleep. That book put me to sleep. And Children of Paradise, that was just flat out disgusting.
So for me, I just feel like I mean, as the self-proclaimed DNF queen, I don't DNF that many books. I think it's mostly because I know what I want, like what I like to read. So like, and if I DNF a book not very far in, I won't count it as a DNF, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I only count a DNF if I have read 20% or more of it. Like, I have to have read a good chunk of it. So, I mean, just looking at my DNF list for this year, I actually, for the whole year, I DNF'd a few more than I usually do. 1, 2, 3, 4. I DNF'd 12 out of 100, and I think I read 109 books this year. I DNF'd 12. For different reasons, but my thing is this: if the book doesn't make sense to me, so Burn Down, Rise Up is a book that I would actually like to retry in 2024. I DNF this book because I didn't understand what was happening. But I think that if I had listened to the audiobook, it might have been better. It was very convoluted as to what was supposed to be haunting the subway in New York City. Like I couldn't follow what was happening.
Okay.
Book of Night was just a terrible book, to be honest. I would like to try other Holly Black, but for a book that's Book of Night is supposed to be her adult debut novel, and it read like a YA novel, but we had a 25 and a 30-year-old main character, like they were sisters, and they just felt like me and my sister when I was 12. You know what I mean? Like I was just like, I don't care for this. The Butcher and the Wren, I DNF'd. I might try this one again at some point. This is written by Elena Urquhart, who is one half of the Morbid podcast. She's one of the hosts for that. I don't know if I just didn't like the writing or if I couldn't follow what was happening. I'm not really sure. I don't really remember why I DNF'd this, but I did, you know?
Yeah.
Final Girls, terrible. I'm sorry. I love Riley Sager, but this book was not the vibe.
Fair enough.
Like they just kept saying, like, you're a final girl over and over again. Like, I got it. Thank you. The first 5 times you said it.
According to my story graph, I have DNF'd 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 books this year. But I can honestly say that Anna Karenina, Nicholas Nickleby, and Middlemarch are all soft DNFs because I will be going back to them next year. Anna Karenina, I don't know, actually. I don't know whether I will go back to that or not.
So I guess some of these I do count. I was going through to see what, because some of these I wrote explanations for. Some of them I didn't, but some of them I did write explanations for. So, Final Girls, I wrote an explanation. I said, did not finish book. And if you write an explanation, it will tell you where you stopped, like where you DNF'd. So it says that I stopped at 22%. And I said, I just did not care about these characters at all. It was a miss for me. I just remember them just reiterating that they were like, we were the final girls. It was like these 2 women. We were the final girls. And then everyone would laugh. Like, I just didn't understand what was going on.
This is weird.
And it was a buddy read, and no one else seemed to really like this book either. We Were Liars by E. Lockhart. I wanted to love this book, okay, because Reni didn't like it, so I was like, I'm determined that I'm gonna like this. I didn't. I stopped at 12%, and I said it was super boring, and I didn't care. And also, there were some racial things in that book that I was not vibing with. You Shouldn't Have Come Here. I stopped at 15% because the main character gave me the ick. Like, he literally just creeped me out every time I had to. And it was like a man narrator, but he sounded like the creepy man from up the street that has a white van. And I was like, I hate this.
It's a white van.
You know, the one that's like, hey kid, can you help me?
Come here, little girl, I have candy for you.
That guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Cinderella Is Dead. I DNF'd it because it was boring. I do remember that. Like, it just, I wanted to like it because it's like a Cinderella retelling, like a black Cinderella retelling, and it was gay. Like, that was the whole point. Was like she didn't want to marry the prince because she wanted to marry a girl, but like it was stupid. Where the Crawdads Sing. I did break my own rule with this. I count it as a DNF because my grandma gave me this book thinking that I would like it. Like, she was like, you're going to love this book. And I had purposely not read this thing. I had purposely avoided this book. All last year, I avoided this book on purpose. I didn't even watch the movie on purpose because I knew I was not going to like it. I DNF'd it at 4% because I did not care. Like, this girl's mom dies at the very beginning of the book.
No, she leaves.
Or she leaves. Right. Okay.
She leaves because the husband's beating into her.
Right. Okay. And then the daughter leaves, right? Because
all the other kids, but everybody leaves, and the daughter is the only one that stays behind with the father.
And the father is a terrible person. Yes. And this whole time, like, I felt like I should have felt something. I should have felt sad for her. I didn't care. I did not care.
I didn't feel sad for her. I was, because I read that in November. I think I gave it 4 stars from memory.
No, I gave that thing 0 stars. I DNF'd it because I was like, I just don't like. I felt like I should have cared. Like I should have felt something, and I just did not care that she had a terrible.
No, I don't think you were like. I didn't get the whole. I needed to care greatly about the like. It was shitty what happened to her, and all that sort of stuff. But I liked how, for me, what I took away from it, and I mean, I don't know if this is the right thing or what, but what I took away from it was, well, I didn't even log it apparently. Oh, here we go. I gave it 5 stars. But what I took away from it was her ability to survive and not necessarily thrive, but she survived, even though like she went to school and it didn't work out for her. She ended up learning how to read and write, and she just enveloped herself with nature around her. To me, that appeals to me. That if I could go and live in the middle of nowhere where no one came near me, I'd be more than happy to live off the land. And
I think I just truly didn't give a shit that she had a terrible life. Like, I was just like, okay, cool. Like, go cry about it. Like, that's how I felt. So I was like, this is not the book that I should be.
Yeah, because there was two timelines in it, because there was the now where the person had been murdered, and then there was and they naturally assumed it was her.
Also, unfortunately, I don't think I would have liked this book anyway because I know the story behind the author.
Yeah.
And the author is trash. So
yeah.
And then the fact that she wrote this book, and because actually my grandma called me after and asked if I'd read the book, and I said, well, I DNF'd it. Like, I decided not to read it, but I didn't want to tell you because, like, I feel bad. Like, because my grandma will really be trying to give me books that she thinks I like. And then she had just found out about the author. This was, like, 2 or 3 months ago. And I was like, I knew about the author before he gave me the book. And she was like, why didn't you say something? And I was like, because I didn't want you to, like, feel bad. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not your fault.
The last thing you want to do is offend your grandma when she's thinking of you. Like,
I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, like, there's been plenty of gifts that my grandmas have given me, and they're just like, what the fuck? Do you not know me at all?
Because I even said, like, when I went to read the book, like, I was talking about it on Sprints, and I was like, my grandma gave me this book, so, like, I'm gonna try to read it, but, like, I don't. Like, I've been avoiding it because I knew that I wasn't gonna be able to read it with an open mind, knowing what this book was probably based on. You know? No, thank you. The only other one that I actually wrote a reason why I didn't like it was the book You're Invited by Amanda J. Tisa. I wanted to like this book. I got it from Book of the Month because it has it has a interview element, and I will say that I thought that the audiobook was done really well as far as like the full cast and the voice actors and everything. This book was so boring, bro. It was so boring. So I was like, and the thing is, like, I DNF'd it at 58%. That's what tells you that I was trying. Like, I was really trying because I had the audiobook, and I DNF'd it at 58%. And I was like, you know what? Let me just find out what the twist is. I was like, because maybe if I know what the twist is, it'll make me want to finish this book. The twist was the worst thing I ever read. It was a terrible twist. So, like, my what I wrote was I DNF'd it because it was boring and the twist is trash. Because, like, the twist The twist was just gross, in my opinion. Like the way that they chose, I mean, we knew that the person that ended up being, you know, the bad guy, I had a feeling throughout the whole book that it was this person, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was about this person that gave me like the heebie-jeebies. You know what I mean? That made me feel, because usually in thrillers, I don't guess who the bad guy is, but something about this guy just did not sit right with me, this specific character. And then when we got to the end and I knew why this guy was the bad guy, I was like, first of all, why did you write this? And second of all, disgusting, absolutely atrocious, diabolical. Like I could not. It was worse. The twist in this book was worse than All Good People Here. And the All Good People Here twist was also just terrible. Like, it was just gross. You know? Disgusting. I haven't
read either one of those books, but I think I have actually heard you talk about the first one that you were just talking about.
Which one?
Before. The
People Here?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, probably because poor Crystal had to be on 24-hour sprints with me at like 2 or 3 in the morning when I was finishing this book, and that was back in the day, like before I was on night shift. So I was delulu by 2 a.m. I was so by the ending of this book that I was sitting here like this with my Kindle, because it's an e-arc, right? So I'm sitting here with my Kindle, and I'm reading I think I read the last like chapter or something, and then the epilogue. And I was so angry that we came back from sprints, and I had my Kindle and I went like this.
I'm done.
It was like, that good, huh? And I just looked at her, and I had to take a minute because I literally started to cry. I was so angry at this twist that it was 2 a.m. Okay, I literally started to cry, and she was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "How could she end the book this way? Disgusting. I hate everything about it." And the thing is like, it didn't have to end the way that it ended. That's, I think, what pissed me off, was like, there was an event that happened, but it could have been not like reversed, but it could have been rectified. Like he could have gone and like called somebody and said, "Hey, this thing happened. I need help." And instead he took a different direction. And I was like, I'm done with this. I hate everything about life. Thank you.
Monica says those 2 tropes, depending on how it's done, is just lazy writing.
Yeah, it definitely can be lazy writing, but I also just think that it's one of those tropes that they're popular tropes in contemporary romance, so we're gonna keep seeing it.
and they're popular with people, and they sell, and those tropes sell books.
Yeah, because there are plenty of people that like a good miscommunication. I mean, I'm not that person.
No, I get frustrated.
Like, what's the point? But like,
Shannon agrees with Neva. I can't stand romances where adults act like idiots. You're adults. Why are you acting like teenagers?
My thing is, if it's something that's like, hey,
that's not just exclusive to books. It's in real life as well.
Like, yeah, it's like a thing of like, hey, this is really going against my boundary. Could we rectify this? Like, I mean, if the other person chooses not to listen, then they're an asshole. But like, if you don't even open your mouth and say, hey, this thing really bothers me, no one knows that it bothers you.
Yeah.
And then you want to be, and then you have the audacity. And this is what pisses me off about books, is that then the person that feels like they're wronged has the audacity to feel like they're wronged when they didn't say anything. And they'll even be like, well, I didn't tell him anything, but he should have known.
He's not a mind reader. And what you tolerate, you validate. What you tolerate, you validate. Isn't that right?
Like, so he's a mind reader now then?
Yeah. Like, okay. That, I get frustrated. I get frustrated in real life when chicks say that. Oh, he should know. No. Does he come, like, is he a mind reader? Is he psychic?
Well, and I also hate when, like, one main character will tell, and like, one love interest will tell the other love interest, like, hey, this is really bothering me. And the other love interest will be like, well, maybe you should just get over it. Like, that's their reaction. In real life, that's gonna make me punch you in the face. So
whatever's in my hand right now is coming your way real fast.
Like,
yeah, I'm not violent, just saying. But that's enough for this flip.
I'm also not a violent person, but like I will look at somebody and be like, I really could punch you right now. Like, I really could do it. Please get away from me.
Just go and stand over there and just don't look at me. Need you not there. I think quite a few of the Booker Prize, Women Prize channels didn't read the long list, all the books they claim to have read. The booktuber who thought Dog of the North was about a dog, for example, yeah, like, okay, it's not about it. It's not about a dog. There is a dog in it. There is a dog in it, but it's not about the dog.
I won't lie. I didn't really care about this specific thing, so I only watched Nicole's videos on this. Like, I only knew about it because of your videos.
Yeah.
But like, how are you gonna do I mean, I've seen that happen though. Like, people that really tried to capitalize on the whole reading Colleen Hoover, so you don't have to. I don't remember who the hell it was, because I promptly unfollowed their channel. Like, I unsubscribed. Like, I unsubscribed. Because I feel like she only did this because she thought that it would get her a ton of views, which, like, it did. But you could tell that the people in her comment section had also never read Colleen Hoover. Like, they were really trusting that she had read these books. And she was talking about November 9, and she was like, yeah, this book was so toxic. It is. It's a very toxic book. However, it was not toxic for the reason that she thought that it was. So she was like, because there's an event that happens in this book that makes it so that the two main characters cross paths. So you don't know that. I mean, no one here is going to read this book, so I'm just going to ruin it for you. So, because I've read it, so you don't have to. Essentially, our main character, whose name I believe is Ben, I can't remember what the female main character's name is because I don't care. I only remember the main character's name because that's my sister's dad's dead name, to be honest. That's the only reason I remember it. But Ben sets fire to our main female character's dad's house, and she's in the house. He doesn't know that. But the whole thing is that his mom, again, no one's going to read this. His mom unalives herself in this book. And he talks about how because she has a depression after dating this guy. Well, this guy happens to be a famous actor who happens to be the main female character in this book's dad. And she had gone to his house that night to spend the night there without telling anyone. So Ben had gone to the house not thinking anyone was there. Like, he didn't know she was in there. So he waited until dude left the house and then set his house on fire, and she was in the house. Fallon. That's her name. Her name is Fallon. I'm not a weird name, but like, it's just, now I know why I didn't think of what her name was, because why would I think Fallon? But Fallon was in the house. So we know throughout the whole book that she has like visible scars on her face and like one whole side of her body, all that stuff. It's very toxic. But this chick was trying to say that he had dated, that the reason that the book was toxic and the reason that Fallon didn't want to be with him when she found out the truth was because the truth that she found out was that he was dating, or he had fallen in love with his sister-in-law. Now, that is a thing that happens. His brother passes away, I believe like he goes, this could be wrong. Something happens to his brother. I think he was in the military, but I know that he's like not alive anymore. Like, he's passed away. And I believe he was in the military and passed away like while being deployed. And the sister-in-law had like a baby. Like, she gave birth to his niece, nephew, whatever. Okay. And then when Ben and Fallon break up in the book, they end up trying, like, him and the sister-in-law end up trying to date each other, which that sounds a lot more incestuous than it actually is. Like, there had been quite a bit of time that had passed and all this other stuff. And the other brother was like, this is weird. Don't do this. Like, what are you doing? Dating our dead brother's wife? Like, what are you doing? But that's not the reason that they had a falling out. They had a falling out because Fallon found out that Ben was the one that burnt her to a crisp. That's
Yeah.
why.
That crispy fried it, like,
And I was like, clearly, and then I just clicked off the video because she had supposedly read 3 different books, and I was like, I feel like if you didn't read this one, you didn't read any of them. I feel like what you did was you skimmed, or you like went and read someone's 1-star review, and then decided to make a video that way.
Like I've read books where like I felt a little bit confused by the book, and then I'm like, I have my opinion about the book and whatnot, and I will go and look at other people's reviews, but I'm not reviewing that book. Like, I'm going to make sure that I'm understanding the book properly, because I mean, not all books make sense sometimes. And yeah, and I'm like, did I miss something? And because I've had a comprehension problem and all that sort of stuff, I like to double check to make sure that I am getting it. But yeah, The Dog of the North was an interesting book.
Yeah, but to me that's different, because now you're just validating things. I did that with Catherine House because I was like, did I miss?
Yeah, like it's only if I'm feeling confused about something. Like, I won't necessarily go and look at reviews or anything before I start reading a book.
I know.
But if I've read a book and I'm confused by the book, I will go and see what other people are saying.
Yeah.
And I'll look at both really good reviews and really shitty reviews, like where they've said the book sucks. So I get both sides of the story, because I just want to make sure that I haven't missed anything.
But you can still tell that you clearly read the book. Because I've definitely gone into vlogs and been like, I was really confused about this part of the book. I'm not sure if I interpreted this correctly, but this is what I got from the book. That's different, because I still read the book. I can still tell you what happened in the book, which I gotta start taking notes on books, because I don't remember things after I read them. So.
You and me both. Shut up, book. What book? Did I read that book? Like, I've got a whole pile there from November, and I'm like, I don't know if I can talk about these books anymore.
Like the other day, I was sitting there and I was like, do people take notes on their phone while they read books?
I watched, what's her name? Gina Lucia, I think her name is. She actually she uses her voice recording for notes. But unfortunately, my phone does not understand my Australian accent. So the notes end up being very interesting.
So my thing is like, I have the Notes app, which syncs to my iPad, because I use I usually set my iPad where I can see it in the camera in order to read notes, like when I'm doing whipping chats and stuff like that. Yeah. So I think I'm just going to start doing that, because then at least the notes will save to, like, they'll sync across my devices. But I could use like talk to text. And just like, or voice memo or whatever, and just like
I've used voice recorder before as well, just to make sure
chat my notes to myself so I can review them before I go. But I was like, but do people like take, because I've been like, I read my Kindle a lot, like in the bathtub, which I always have my phone with me also. So like a lot of times, like I'll be like, oh, I this is an interesting part, and then I'll just like kind of type something that I like, highlights or whatever that I want to talk about, because I do annotate my Kindle books, but I don't like having to necessarily flip through all my annotations, and I won't always remember why I highlighted something. Because like if I just highlight a quote, like I highlighted a quote earlier that was something about like, even the devil needs something, love or something, I don't know. I like highlighted it because I liked the quote, but like I'm not gonna go into a review video and be like, yeah, I highlighted all these quotes because I liked the way they sounded.
Yeah, because it's like a personal preference anyway. To other people, they'll be just like, what are you highlighting that rubbish for? But you know, like,
I wouldn't have.
Let's be honest, that is what most people think. And I think a lot of people, like, just going back to that, not reading the books, and that they don't want, like, they've committed to doing something, and then they may not have got to that, like they didn't achieve that goal, so then they don't want to lose face, and so they say that they've read it when they actually haven't. Like, I read all 16 books on the Women's Prize for Fiction. I will say that I read them too fast, and this year coming, and it's the first time I've ever read the long list. I've read the short list the year before. And then previous years before that, I sort of just sporadically pick up a book here and there. But this year, if I do the long list again, that I will be reading them far slower than what I read them this time. But then in saying that, like a lot of them were audiobooks, so I still read my books at 2.5 times speed. So most of the time it's 2 times speed. So I'm still, but I think what I will do for those is slow them down a little bit more so I can have a little bit more of a discussion and stuff like that. So, but the Dog of the North one, and even this one as well that Shannon's talking about here, Pod, there were a lot of people that were saying, like, they obviously hadn't read the book because they were saying the wrong things and stuff like that. There was several, I can't remember the channels, but I don't subscribe to them anyway, because they clearly had not read the book. I didn't see the one about the Dog of the North, but I think that's funny because it wasn't even about a dog. So, and the grandmother was quite sassy in it too. So yeah. And the girl was just a train wreck. Like, get your shit together, woman, is all I kept thinking to myself.
Yeah,
while I was reading it.
Because I did read You're Invited during Amazing Readathon. I did read it during that time, because it was a book that was from Book of the Month, and I was 2023 was my year of trying to read as many of my Book of the Month books as I could, because I just have a bunch of them. Like, I don't even get Book of the Month anymore, but I just haven't read them. And it was like a highly anticipated book for me. Like, I was super excited about it. Like, it sounded super awesome, like whatever, and then the ending was just...
Are you serious? Is that what they said? Oh, what, the Dog of the North Bakers. I still remember one booktuber who claimed that the book spent too much time on the dog and didn't deal with the human characters.
So they just
I read this at the beginning of the year, and to be honest, I've read a shit ton of books since then. I remember that there was it the guy that owned the van? It was his dog that was in it, like a little lap dog that was in it. Like, the dog wasn't even the main character. It was just a little side note that was in there. And like, for the, obviously the Dog of the North is actually the name of the van that she was driving, because that's what the guy that owned the van, that's what his wife, I think it was, called it. And that's what the Dog of the North was. It's about the van. And it was supposed to be a road trip story as well. I did not find it to be a road trip. She caught a plane to go and sort out her grandmother, who was obviously losing the plot and really needed to go into a nursing home. And then she drove back to wherever she came from in this van that she got off this guy. And yeah, like, it's not even a story really worth remembering, to be honest.
But clearly had very little to do with an actual dog.
It had nothing to do with a dog. It was a dog. There was a dog in it. I'll give that booktuber that. There was a dog in it. But yeah, no, it wasn't the main character, is all I'm going to say. And Brittany has joined us. Hello,
Hi,
Brittany. Good morning. All the people that went to bed are now popping back again.
Right.
And on that note, we have got to the end of the comments. Not because you got here, Brittany, but I think we'll be going for a sprint. I feel bad now.
You just in time.
Yeah, you made it just in time to be productive. So 45 minutes?
45 minutes is good for me.
Good for you. Okay. Good for me too. All right. We will see you in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. Well, hello, everyone. How did we go? I only have about 15 pages left to go in this book, and I just had to close it because, yeah, I don't want to read that. I know what's about to happen, and I'm concerned that I'm going to cry because it's sad. So yeah, so that's where we're at with the book. I've put it down. I'm going to do a Joey and put it in the freezer. Oh, dear. It has been a very interesting book. It's just got to, yeah, it's going in the freezer for a bit. I'll move on to something else. So yeah, how'd you go?
I read another chapter and a half, so
Cool.
At this point, the chapters are just long. Like,
is it because of the time of the night that you're reading them that they're long, or are they just long?
Like the chapters are long anyway.
Yeah.
And like I have them at 2 times speed, but like each chapter I think at normal speed is at least 20 minutes.
Okay.
Like she just writes long. That's why I don't really read her books like without the audio. Because like I own all of them, I think. Yeah, I own all of them on my Kindle. But I tend to read all of them on Audible just because the chapters are so long, and I do not like a long chapter.
Oh, that was like one of the Wheel of Time books. Like I drove for hours, and it felt like I only read 2 chapters. Like it was that bloody long. Oh, I think that was book 5, maybe. Book 5 or 6, I don't know, but they were long. They were very, very long. On that, so yeah. But it's actually like it's taken me pretty much all day to get back into the swing of reading with my eyeballs because I haven't done any immersive reading, and I've only listened to audio for the last month.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's taken me a little bit to get back into reading. At early this morning, I don't know if you noticed or not, like I was reading every page, like every page I turned, I was yawning. So it was like I wanted to go back to sleep. So it's taken me pretty much the better part of today, and I've just sped through like 25 pages. So yeah, which is good. Brittany says that was perfectly fine. I need coffee. It's very early for you, Brittany. Monica has gone off to bed. Enjoy the rest of the live. Have a good night. Because it's 10 o'clock in New Zealand right now, so PM. Got to 21% and really want to like this book, but it's set in Canada, and we have put every stereotype of a Canadian possible. I hate it when authors do that.
What are you reading, Britt?
Yeah.
I remember there was a book that was supposed to be set in Iowa, and it was not, bro. I was like, I don't know where you think Iowa is located, but it's not this. Like, what are you doing?
So the authors are Canadian, but it feels like what people think Canada. Jesus Christ. It's been 11 hours. Reading has obviously left the building.
Oh, she's reading 3 Holidays and a Wedding. Is it supposed to be like satire, maybe? Or no? I don't know. I know this is like a Christmas. I think this is supposed to be like a Christmas book.
Is that?
At least the cover looks Christmassy, but apparently the last book she read that the cover looked Christmassy, which is Wreck the Halls, it wasn't Christmassy, so who even knows anymore?
Was that good, that book, Brittany?
I think she said she gave it 3 stars.
Okay. Because I want to read it. It looked like it was going to be a good book,
but she did say that the book, like, even though it looks like it should be like Christmassy, it's not.
Oh, okay. This one is holiday, at least. I generally don't I don't normally read too many holiday books, and it's usually the week leading up to Christmas that I start reading the holiday books. But I read I read quite a few last month, so I think I'm like Christmased out. I've got one on my shelf that I wouldn't mind trying to get to, but whether I get to it or not, it's just a little novella.
Yeah.
Yeah,
all my
Jane
Christmas
Austen, Pride and Prejudice type one.
Yeah, all my Christmas ones are just other ones that I downloaded from Audible that I just didn't get to last month.
Yeah. Gave it 3 stars. It was fine. So it was an okay read. Okay. Cool.
I know she was saying that she didn't love how, like, I think it was how insta-lovey stuff was. But
I see. I've never read Tessa Bailey.
I mean, so Tessa Bailey for me has been hit or miss. Like, I read the It Happened One Summer or whatever, those books, but I read them out of order by accident because I didn't realize that Hook, Line, and Sinker was a sequel. And I got the like the arc from NetGalley. I liked both. I think I gave both of them 4 stars.
I've got several on my shelf, but I haven't read them yet.
Most people like one or the other. I personally like both. Like, I didn't feel like, I mean, I don't know. I understood how Schitt's Creek was supposed to be referenced because I love Schitt's Creek. So there's that. And then the one that's like I don't remember what the book is called. I'm sure. What is that book? It's like a newer one by Tessa Bailey. I can't even think of what it's called, but it has a dude in it. That's helpful, I know. But like the guy narrator, Brittany will know what book it is. The guy narrator sounds like he had been smoking for 60 years, and it's terrible. It was not good. I tried that book twice because I tried it the first time with audio, and I couldn't stand the male guy, like the guy narrator. So I tried it again as like a book, and I just didn't care. I ended up DNFing that one, and then Secretly Yours, I gave that one like 4 stars. I think that was the one I was talking. My Killer Vacation. That's it. Secretly Yours, we were talking about earlier. I gave that one like 4 or 4.5 stars, but then the second one I ended up DNFing. So
because Secretly Yours is the first one in that series, isn't it?
Yeah, and then it's Unfortunately Yours, and we were looking forward to Unfortunately Yours. So Brittany and I were buddy reading it, and I ended up DNFing it.
Did you finish it, Brittany?
And Brittany was the one that told me to just go ahead and DNF. So
okay, yeah.
I did because I was like, I'm not enjoying this. And I was really.
I have both of them on my shelf, and I haven't picked them up yet. I got them while they were on special. I think they were like Big W had a sale on, and they were like $9 or $10.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
I mean,
I don't normally like to pay that much, but
I thought Secretly Yours was super cute. Like, I thought it was really, really cute.
So do you think that she shouldn't have had it as a series? Like, are they follow on, or can they be read separately, like standalone?
I mean, I guess it could probably be read as standalones. I don't know. I mean,
it's fun sometimes with
to the characters in Unfortunately Yours in Secretly Yours, because the main female character is the main female character in Unfortunately Yours is the sister of the main male character in Secretly Yours.
Okay.
So you get like part of her storyline in Secretly Yours. Yeah.
I don't know. I think sometimes, like, with contemporary romance, they should just be standalone. They shouldn't be a series. Like,
I mean, It Happened One Summer books, I feel like you could read those in any order, but I definitely read the first one or the second one first.
Yeah.
And I thought
think I had that on my shelf too. I have several on my shelf that I haven't even looked at.
But I mean, I haven't given up on Tessa Bailey. I've just come to understand that I'm not going to like every Tessa Bailey book that ever is published.
Yeah. I originally got them because I'm doing that series where I read an author for the first time.
Yeah.
Which I haven't done in the last 2 months. Well, I couldn't really do it I couldn't fit any more books. Like I read 26 books in November.
Yeah.
Including short form. I just couldn't read anymore in November because I also had Mia here too. Like if I didn't have Mia here, I probably could have. But I think the last one I put up was in October. Maybe, yeah, October. So I have a Joy Detman one that I've just got to do some final touches on. So that'll go up in January, and then I'll probably read Tessa Bailey's.
We really we were really looking forward to Unfortunately Yours because we both liked the sister in the first book.
And Brittany's just saying they're a good time author. She's a good time author for me. They aren't a literary greatness, but most of them are fun times, yeah. And that's what I want from my romance anyway. I'm not looking for,
Yeah, but I also need it to be a fun time. You know what I mean?
That's what I mean. Like I want it to be a fun time. I don't necessarily need it to be, a literary masterpiece or anything. I just want to have a fun time because,
if I want a literary masterpiece, I'll read something that's supposed to be like fantasy. But yeah, I mean, I agree. Like even my dark romance, it doesn't have to be like the greatest book ever read, but I need to like enjoy my time with it.
Yeah. And they are like those sort of books are more about a fun time read than a serious like, take the box of tissues or stick the book in the freezer like I'm going to with this one. Not really. I love it when she walks in, Joey, do you want to put the book in the freezer? Up to 35% of A Christmas in Blue Dog Valley. Really having a fun with it. That's awesome, Thomas. That's excellent. It's always good when you have a fun time read with your books. I have no idea whether I want to read this Azerbaijan one. I have no... Like, I look at it and I go, do I want to read it? But I sort of have to because it's for my Read Around the World challenge. And it'll finalise the A's unless I can find something else for Azerbaijan. But it was pretty limited when I was looking for it. So, and it's called The Orphan Sky, and it was touted as like the Kite Runner, and it sort of is.
Bro, the Kite Runner broke me. I just want to.
Yeah.
I read the Kite Runner before everybody like discovered it on Book Talk. Like I read it years ago. Like I read that one and Caucasia both. Like they're not the same author, but I read both of those because my mom had to read them for her elementary English class. I don't know why the fuck they were reading those for elementary English, but sure. But she had to read them, and so she had both of them. And I remember I stole her copy of Caucasia. You can't even get the cover, the original cover anymore. It's like a different cover. But it used to be an all white cover with like black on the front. You can't even get that cover anymore. But I mean, I read that book till it fell apart. And then the Kite Runner, she found out that I was trying to steal it, so she didn't let me take it, but it's fine. Whatever. But Caucasia, I read that book until it, like literally until it fell apart. And my mom was like, throw this away. But
so have you read was it A Many Splendid Suns?
No, because the Kite Runner broke me to the point that I wasn't sure I wanted to read the other one.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you possibly shouldn't, and
because I was like, how are you going to destroy? I mean, I was like, the thing is, I was in high school when I read both of those books. I think I was like 16 when I read both of them. And like, if you don't know what Caucasia is about, it's literally about like a little. I think they're twins, but it's maybe it's just one girl. I don't remember, but it is about children that are like raised as white people, even though they're black. And I don't know. It's terrible. I mean, that's not terrible. Like, it's a good book, but like the subject matter is terrible.
Yeah.
5-star read though, truly.
What's it called?
Caucasia.
Who's the author? I'm just being lazy. I could look it up myself.
My phone is over there, so I'll just look on my computer because I have a computer sitting in front of me. Caucasia. Yeah, it's like a. So this book first came out in 1998, and it's written by Danzy Cyana. Danzy Cyana? Something like that. The original cover is a white cover, and it says Caucasia in black, and then it looks like paper dolls, and one is white and one is black. But the book is about, here, I'll do a dramatic reading. It is the coming of age story. Two multiracial girls. You see, I knew there were two. Birdie Lee and her sister Cole, who have a Caucasian mother and an African-American father. And the novel is set in Boston, Massachusetts during the turbulent mid-1970s. Much of the novel centers around the theme of racial passing. Cyana upends the traditional tragic mulatto storyline by exploring Birdie's desire to be accepted as African-American, although she appears to be Caucasian. Growing up on the run and fearful her true identity could endanger her mother's life, Birdie seeks to understand who she is and how she fits into the world. She longs for her sister Cole and their father, ultimately running away from home to find them. Yeah.
She has
Birdie is being raised as a white person because she looks white.
Mm-hmm.
And then Cole goes with her dad because she passes for being black. That's basically it.
Oh, so they're separated, yeah.
But like it's to the point where like I remember there's a scene where Birdie is given a black doll, like a mm-hmm. doll that is black, and her mother takes it away from her and tells her she can't have it. And gives her a white doll instead.
Which is got several books, this author.
Yeah, I haven't read anything else by the author other than Caucasia. But I mean, Caucasia is good. I would read other things by the woman. At least I think it's a woman. I don't know.
I don't know. Let me just say, there's no, like when you press on, you know how like you can follow them?
Yeah.
There's no picture. Yeah. So, interesting. I just added that to my want to read. Awesome. All right, the kitty cat has gone off on that, and I'm getting awfully sleepy, and we're almost at 12 hours. So I'm thinking that we might wrap it up, or do you want to do another sprint to get you through till Ari gets up?
No, I'm okay. I need to walk around probably, but I'll be fine because I only have. I mean, even if I laid down right now, I could only sleep for an hour because she'd be coming in here talking about, Mom, I have to go to school.
Poke you in the forehead. Wake up, Mom, wake up.
Or what she did the last time that I fell asleep in here, because I did fall asleep in here like one day last week. I just like laid down because I didn't want to go upstairs because she was sleeping. Yeah. And I laid down, and she came in here, and she was like, she stood over the top of me, and she was like, "Are you tired?" No, I just thought I would close my eyes for the hell of it.
I love how they ask those questions. Are you sleeping? That's like when I went in for lunch and I was watching the movie, and like I've seen The Grinch so many times that it just put me to sleep. Like I only fell asleep for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then what woke me up was when Mia turned the volume down, and I'm like, "What are you doing?"
Right.
She goes, "You're sleeping, Mima." I'm like, "I just have my eyes closed. I'm good. Let's watch this movie."
Yeah, but she like stood over me and was like, "Are you asleep? Are you tired?" And I'm like, "I don't want to wake up to your face in my face. Thank you so much."
That's funny. All right, on that note, we are going to wrap it up for today. We'd like to say thank you to everybody that joined us. Of course, you can find Neva's information down underneath the video. You have your member sprints tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll be at 7 p.m. I did post both of the covers of the book on the community tab for the members if you want to read the books with us. I mean, you don't have to. You can just come hang out. But yeah, member sprints tomorrow at 7 p.m. They'll be over with Bree from Four Paws in the Book.
Cool. Also, you've put the link and everything there?
Yes.
Yep. For the members. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Well, I don't have anything coming up except for Advent every day. Thank you to everybody that's been watching and leaving comments and emojis and all the rest of it. I do appreciate it. But that is it for us today. Have a lovely day, everybody, or evening if you are in the Southern Hemisphere. And as always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye.